here and a spot in the final 8 of the 2024 U.S. Open. Return to the forehand of Nakashima, back to the forehand of Zverev. Now they go cross-court, forehand to forehand. Nakashima changes direction to the backhand of Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go now, and they'll content to go there. Now forehand down the line from Zverev, puts Nakashima on the run. Zverev sets up for another to the backhand of Nakashima. His passing shot clips the top of the net. Zverev finds the volley, but has too much time, does Nakashima, to look at a pass, and he clears the line, and it's 30-all.
17 shots that last rally. Zverev was in the driving seat, in the ascendancy. I think Nakashima won the point thanks to the net cord.
Absolutely. Clipped up high. Zverev did well just to put the backhand volley into the court, but it was a sitter basically for Nakashima. He had everywhere to go. 30-all at 1-5 in the fourth set. Here's Brandon Nakashima. First serve out wide to the forehand of Sasha Zverev. Nakashima back behind Zverev to the forehand, who tries to go down the line and misses wide. And Nakashima has a point for 2-5 now. So Brandon Nakashima with a point to extend this match further. First serve to the forehand of Zverev, who chips it back deep. Now a backhand down the line with depth and pace. Nakashima is run out of position, but Zverev pulls the backhand wide cross court, and there's a hold for Brandon Nakashima. They'll change ends, and Sasha Zverev will serve for the match and a spot in the quarterfinals. Mark, last night we were calling the Daniil Medvedev match, and you kind of had mentioned how Medvedev can tend to fly under the radar sometimes. You said he's the almost man, and I kind of want to say that Sasha Zverev might be the real almost man. In fact, Medvedev, to me, is the first one to have broken through from that class. The class, I think, of that age group being Medvedev, Zverev, and Stefanos Tsitsipas, the three that really broke out as next-gen players and then right into the top echelon of the tour. Zverev had every opportunity to win this tournament in 2020. A combination of his nerves and Dominic Thiem got the best of him then, but it almost seems like the next generation's already coming. With Carlitos Alcaraz is right there.
Yeah, I actually, for me, I feel like Zverev has been there a little longer.
He has. He just
arrived
has
earlier than Medvedev.
He did. Yeah. He was the first to, he won the next, and then he won the ATP Tour Finals.
Lots of promise early on. And won multiple surfaces as well, so his game translate to those surfaces of the Grand Slams, but just ran into the wall. And I think for me it was, he got caught in these long matches early rounds of the first week. By the time he got to the second week, there was the fatigue build-up, loss of confidence as well, and just dented from those matches in the first week. But
for all the success he's had, he's still waiting for that one big breakthrough in a major.
I feel like I've started to warm to Zverev a whole lot more over the last year, and I don't know whether it's because I feel a bit sorry for him that like the next gen has arrived and he's been kind of shuffled down the pack, but I feel like it's helped him reset, and I think he's really ripe for a slam in the next 12 months.
And you could be right, and I would say the exact opposite about Stefanos Tsitsipas, who seems to be intimidated by the fact that Alcaraz seems to do everything a little bit better than him, and it has thrown him off. His confidence seems to be hurt by this.
I think some of our colleagues that we work with in TV land and radio land, you'd get a mix of saying, well, I wonder whether Tsitsipas is because of that one-handed backhand. Dare I say it? Because he has the one-y and not a two-hander.
I'm going to tell you, I watched Grigor Dimitrov take care of Rublev in 5, and that one-y can still work pretty well. The one-y can work if it's the right guy, if it's the right backhand. And I would suggest that Grigor's got a better one than Tsitsipas. I don't think I'd get much argument about that either. It's 15-all as Sasha Zverev is 3 points away now from the quarterfinals. Brandon Nakashima trying to extend this match further. And the American, who showed so much promise, also younger and earlier in his career, has really had to scuffle his way back to the top echelons of the tour. Sasha Zverev takes a swipe at these bugs that are now starting to Yep, now he's flicking one off his shoulder. Yeah, shaking his head, looking up at the chair umpire like, hey, what do I got to do here? And there's not a whole lot the chair umpire can do except maybe run down and spray him with some bug spray. 15 all, first serve down the tee. And a swinging volley and an approach to the net from Zverev, but the pass attempt is too low for the German to handle, and it's 15-30.
Yeah, lovely, firm passing shot.
Interesting to see Zverev move forward that quickly in that point.
Yeah, which I'm happy to see that he is moving forward proactively, going out after the point. But look, we'll see now how he handles this situation and if that serve can find the range.
So 15-30, first serve from Zverev is in the top of the net. The second serve has always been the stroke with Sasha Zverev that's given him the most problems when he gets nervous. Now, he's got that insurance break in hand, as you mentioned, Mark. So he's up 5-2. He shouldn't have the nerves right now, but 15-30 is a nervy situation. Here comes the second serve. Down the tee on the second serve. It was a good one, and it opened up the court for Sasha Zverev to pound a forehand winner into the open court cross court.
Look, it's hard to say that the return wasn't appropriate, but it was down the center third of the court, but at least Zverev still went out after it.
Absolutely. It was a big second serve, too. Yeah. That was well done. A slice second serve down the tee, forced Nakashima to stretch, and now it's 30 all. First serve from Zverev, and that's long and wide. So another second serve coming for Sasha Zverev. 2 points away from the quarterfinals of the 2024 U.S. Open as he faces the American Brandon Nakashima. Many bounces before the second serve, and here it comes. Down the middle it goes to the backhand of Nakashima, return down the middle. Now forehand to forehand. Sasha Zverev just ends the point with one swipe of the stick. Short and wide and hard, a clean winner, and it sets up match point.
Winner 51 for Zverev.
And talk about taking the match into your own hands. This has been on the racket of Sasha Zverev ever since Nakashima took the first set. It's been all Zverev, 6-1, 6-2 in the second and third. Now it's 5-2, 40-30. Match point for Sasha Zverev. First serve coming, and it's into the net. Second serve on the way for Sasha Zverev. Match point number 1 here on Louis Armstrong Stadium for the number 4 seed from Germany, 2020 U.S. Open finalist. Bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and bouncing that ball before the second serve, and here comes the delivery down the tee and right on the back of the line. An unreturnable second serve at 118 miles an hour down the tee, and Sasha Zverev is into the quarterfinals of the 2024 U.S. Open with a 4-set win over Brandon Nakashima of the United States.
So acknowledging the crowd. Couldn't have been easy for Zverev stepping out there on Armstrong. He knows that he's not only facing an inspired Brandon Nakashima, but he's also playing the crowd. So a couple of opponents, and Zverev has handled them nicely. And, you know, we mentioned even before, Russell, that, you know, at times in the past, Zverev might have, you know, just toiled through a match like that it would have sapped a bit of the energy reserves, but that in the end is a convincing scoreline. If you take away that first set, 6-1, 6-2, 6-2 is pretty authoritative.
And Zverev into the quarterfinals, where he will face another American, Thaler Fritz, in the final 8. Fritz getting past former U.S. Open finalist Casper Ruud in 4 sets earlier today. Time for us to take a break. The night session is soon to begin on Arthur Ashe Stadium, where we will see the 20-seed Frances Tiafoe take on the number 28-seed Alexei Popyrin, who beat Novak Djokovic, the defending champion, in the previous round. We got a great night of tennis ahead of us here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and you're listening to it all on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
has been the model of consistency over the last 2 or 3 years. And he is a U.S. Open quarterfinalist for the second straight year, fittingly with an ace, 24 in the match. And after losing the first set, Taylor Fritz plays spotless tennis. 3-6, 6-4, 6-3, 6-2 over Casper Ruud. Fritz through to the quarterfinals in New York.
Second straight year that Taylor Fritz is in the final 8 at the U.S. Open, and a big win for the American over the former finalist here, Casper Ruud, in 4 sets. Russ Thaler and the Hall of Famer Mark Woodford here with you tonight to begin the night session on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. And Mark, let's talk a little bit about some of the matches that went on today, starting with Taylor Fritz's win over Casper Ruud. Are you surprised at all? How do you feel about the way Taylor Fritz now is coming in form-wise into the final 8?
Well, I'm going to fly the Olympic flag on this one.
Yes.
That since he and Tommy Paul, bronze medalists in the doubles, performed admirably in the singles, but they stepped up in the doubles. I feel like that's given a little boost to both Tommy and Taylor. And to come back into the US, the summer hardcourt events, and arrive here, you know, I think they've derived a little extra confidence from being bronze medalists.
You know, as someone, I'm sitting next to an Olympian as well, as someone who's played in the Olympic Games, winning silver is something, but you actually lose when you win silver. But winning bronze, can that be like a stepping stone, a diving board, if you will, to spring you into some better things? Because you usually only get to finish a tournament with the win if you're holding the trophy. Yeah. But at the Olympics, you get to win your way onto the podium. So that has to give you some sort of
that's right. And it's not to say that they don't have a profile here in the United States, but the Olympics, it is a very different audience. So, and it's also in a, I guess, in a platform that they don't usually. I mean, they're not winning doubles week in, week out, are they? So, they've really performed, I think, above themselves to win that bronze medal. And you're right, to win the gold medal. And so, yeah, look, I know that there's been a bit of a fallout from some of the singles players.
We saw with Novak Djokovic himself, the Olympic
Carlos,
gold
medalist. And also the Musetti bronze medalist.
The entire podium went out in 2 days here at the U.S. Open on the men's side.
So look, coming back around to Taylor Fritz, I'm not surprised that he has taken out Casper Ruud in 4 sets. As much Casper obviously being a former finalist here as well. But yeah, I think Taylor, you know, I'm just liking the way he is going about, you know, the tennis. And
he gets Sasha Zverev next. That's going to be a fascinating battle between those two.
He comes out with his A game, Taylor. And he's willing to persevere with it. It's not. We saw last night a little bit of that with the opponent, the Caboli, who was trying a couple of things and then it didn't work, so he moved away from it. Taylor is going to come out with his A game, and he perseveres with it. And it's going to be an interesting tussle with Zverev. Zverev's going to have to play what he did today in those last 3 sets against Nakashima. He's going to have to bring that form against Taylor.
Well, look, later tonight we're going to see Frances Tiafoe and Alexei Popyrin. The winner of that match is going to take on Grigor Dimitrov, who was up 2 sets to love on Andrei Rublev. In fact, he had every reason to win that in straight sets because Rublev had set points in the second set and blew him.
Yep.
And then Grigor wins the second set. I actually thought Rublev might go away. He didn't. He won the next 2 sets, and then Grigor got an early break in the 5th and rode it out. Dimitrov's having his best year since his best year, which was 2017.
Yep.
2017 is a long time ago now.
It is.
And Grigor is looking like that player again. He won 4 titles in 2017. Grigor won an event early in the year, I think in Brisbane. And now he looks amazing out there. What's gotten into Grigor? The fountain of youth and the one-handed backhand is back, baby. It's back.
I'm sure you have, you know, favorite players that you know that look good to watch.
Aesthetically, like you just enjoy watching.
Dimitrov is probably one of them for me, given that he has that one-handed backhand. And look, I'm always going to support someone that uses a backhand slice because I think it's the most underrated shot in our sport, men's and women's.
Yeah.
So I love to see him use it. but it's also his Achilles heel. You know, I don't think a lot of players test him out to see if he can hit enough passing shots from that one-handed side. But yeah, I kind of went off of Dimitrov a little bit because I just got so frustrated and annoyed after 2017. You know, he just didn't build upon that. He kind of fell away totally, and I'm sure he was more than frustrated with himself and his coaching team. But I think he's found a really nice relationship with, you know, the coach at the moment, or the coaches.
And there's harmony in the team, and that you think is helping him get back to his level?
Yeah, I think he was a type of a guy, as I understand with some other coaches he's worked with, that he didn't necessarily always rely upon the tactical input. He kind of, his response was, well, heck, I'm actually one of the better looking players. My game is really, I'm called baby fed, you know, so my game can stand up, you know, against these guys. It's not always the best response. So maybe he's just, the coaches at the moment have been able to, Jamie Delgado in particular has spent quite a bit of time with him, and I think they've just got a good understanding with each other.
He has looked fantastic, not only all year, but specifically at the U.S. Open. So that's going to be a fun match, whoever gets through on our night match with France. I got to talk about what went on with the women today, because Emma Navarro took out the defending champion, Coco Gauff. See Aryna Sabalenka, last year's finalist, who was up a set and up in the second set against Coco Gauff in the final last year. She'll be on the court against Donna Vekic later tonight on Louis Armstrong. In fact, in not too far long time. In fact, that's the next match on Armstrong. But Emma Navarro, talk about another player who has just absolutely exploded onto the scene. Emma Navarro lost in the first round here last year. Emma Navarro was ranked in the 60s last year. Now she's going to be closing into the top 15, to the top 10 after this tournament. And she doesn't seem to have too many weaknesses, even though she's not the biggest, strongest, or fastest player. She does something that makes her a winner.
Well, probably the one weakness is from this juncture going forward in the rest of the tournament is that she hasn't navigated her way past this point.
So this
before.
is new
so
territory.
It can be a bonus, but it also could be a liability. And now that she's taken out Coco Gauff, you know, there's all eyes on her, trying to you know, keep the American flag waving for the rest of the tournament. So look, I love the fact that she's come on strong, and you know, bit of a question mark with Coco Gauff serving. I think it was almost
19 double faults.
I was going to say almost 20, so we're almost there. The unforced error count
60
was high. There might be needing a bit of a reassessment, and perhaps being defending champion just got to her today.
You know, and I think Coco actually had an idea of that before the tournament. She said, look, I'm going to win this tournament again. I don't know if it'll be this year. And I think she was giving her, she was edging a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? And I understand that too, because after winning it last year, you knew, look, any American remembers when Andy Roddick won the U.S. Open, the following year, his face was on everything. And it was a lot for a young person to deal with. And I mean, I haven't talked to Andy about that, but I would imagine he would admit that's a lot to handle when you're going through it for the first time. Coco seemed to understand that this is going to be difficult. And she had obligations, and she was here during Fan Week, and she was doing Wheaties boxes with Billie Jean King, and she was showing up to this appearance. There's a lot of people that want pieces of
obligations
you.
As well.
It just changes life, right? And Emma Navarro could end up feeling some of that too eventually if she keeps going here. And she gets Paula Badosa, which, little known fact, both Paula Badosa and Emma Navarro born in New York City. So there will be a New York City.
You come up with all these little
player.
nuggets.
You know,
Russell
I
Thaler.
do a little research every once in a while.
In between our hits.
In between our hits and my wayward feeds, apparently. Not apparently, it's true. If it was only a few, it seems like a lot every time. Like, I'm sorry.
But similar stories, really, for Badosa and Navarro. You know, but Badosa obviously not in the best form heading into this year's summer.
Oh, she had the back injury that was almost career-threatening at one point.
That's right. So good to see her back and challenging, but there is still a couple of other marquee players that are still alive in the draw. One of them, Iga Świątek, and the other one has just taken to the court right now.
Aryna Sabalenka.
Yeah, that is going to make life tough for Evan Navarro
and by the way, the Olympic champion is still alive too, Qinwen. A finalist in Australia and just won the Olympics in Paris.
And riding that wave, that Olympic wave.
She is.
Yeah.
If you do well in the Olympics, it works well for you. It actually seems, well, that's not true because she won Olympic gold. The men are the ones who really struggle.
I was going to ask you, did she play after the Olympics? Anything leading into? I'm thinking that she didn't. So she might have, wisely taken some time off, Russell, to really. Well, maybe, I'm not saying cash in financially, but just to, have some rest after the Olympics, and then coming into here. So she might not be, dipping into those energy tanks as much as what the men did.
And everybody, obviously takes a different tack. She did play Cincinnati, lost in the second round to Pavlyuchenkova. So maybe there was that little Olympic dip.
And it's not a bad loss against Pavlyuchenkova either. So at least if it's an early loss, it gives her time to, kind of push that reset button, re-energize for the US Open and moving along nicely. Yeah,
so we'll see Qinwen Zheng. She'll take on Donna Vekic in the fourth round. And Sabalenka has just taken the court at Armstrong, where she'll take on Elisa Mertens. So Qinwen Zheng and Vekic, that's the second match on Ash after Tiafoe and Popyrin. In fact, we're going to take a quick break on US Open Radio. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford will be right back with you to preview tonight's first match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The 20 seed from the United States, Frances Tiafoe, and number 28, Alexei Popyrin of Australia. That's next. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime is the right time on a Sunday of Labor Day weekend in New York City at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross is somewhere around these grounds joining us as well. We have action going on at Louis Armstrong Stadium between Elisa Mertens and Arina Sabalenka. They're ready for first ball there. And we are getting ready for the appearance of both combatants in the first night session match on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Frances Tiafoe and Alexei Popyrin. Tiafoe's been here before, 5th straight year in the round of 16. He's been a semifinalist at the US Open. Alexei Popyrin is breaking out right in front of our eyes, and the biggest win of his career in his last round against none other than Novak Djokovic, and then earlier winning a Masters 1000 series event. What a summer it's been for the young Aussie. Mark Woodford, tell me a little bit about Alexei Popyrin's backstory before we hear from the combatants before they take the court. What's the deal with Popyrin? What should we expect from him tonight on the court?
Well, because it's the first time that he's reached this stage, I'm not sure which Alexei Popyrin is going to turn up. I mean, if it's the Popyrin that ended up winning Montreal and the Popyrin that played the first 3 rounds and certainly came out with a distinct game plan and belief v. Djokovic a couple of nights ago, we'll see.
Here's Alexei Popyrin with Chris Eubanks.
You went on court in Arthur Ashe Stadium, upset Novak Djokovic, and advanced to the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the very first time in your career. Is there anything that you can take from that match and that experience that you gained a couple nights ago and bring tonight?
I think just, stepping out on Arthur Ashe the first time was something incredible. I'll take that experience into today. I think it's going to be a little bit more hectic today, playing a local and a fan favorite. So, yeah, it's going to be fun out there playing a good friend like Frances also.
Yeah, you said it, Frances is a good friend, but strangely enough, this is you guys' first meeting on the tour. What do you expect out of this matchup with Frances tonight?
It's going to be fun. It's going to be electric. We've practiced a bunch, and we both know each other's games. So, yeah, expect the battle.
Best of luck tonight, Alexei.
Thank you.
Frances, you're no stranger to this moment. You've played tons of big-time matches on Arthur Ashe Stadium. How much will that experience play into your match tonight against Alexei?
Yeah, look, it's my favorite court in the world, and obviously it's the best court in the world. So anytime I can go and show what I'm able to do on the big stage in the world, it seems like it all makes sense for me. But it's going to be tough tonight. I'm excited for, the challenge. Obviously, Alexei's been playing great tennis, so I'm ready for a good battle tonight.
Yeah, I think we all are. This summer, you got back to a really familiar, aggressive style of play, something that you've had a lot of success with. Alexei also plays a pretty aggressive style of play. Can we count on you to bring some of that energy and some of that excitement around the net and some of getting the crowd involved tonight?
No doubt, no doubt. I think he's going to be the first guy to the punch, and who's going to be in winning position. So I hope that happens tonight, and I hope it works out for me.
All right, good luck tonight, Frances.
Well, first strike tennis is what both players are going to be looking for here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. It is a big night under the bright lights, and Frances Tiafoe has experienced it before. Alexei Popyrin is making that walk past the pressure is a privilege sign. In the words of Billie Jean King.
The players for our
and here they go, onto the court.
From Australia, Alexei Popyrin. From the United States, Frances Tiafoe.
And here we go, nighttime at the US Open, getting ready for our first match on Ashe for the night session. The fans with all the Honeydew Cups are gathered around our radio booth, listening in as we get set for the action between Alexei Popyrin, 28 seed, and the number 20 seed, Frances Tiafoe, who reached the top 10 in the world, and this year really dipped in form for much of the first part of the year and hasn't really found it until just this summer. And he's had some big results, and getting to the final earlier this summer in Cincinnati with a lot of nice ones, beat Musetti and Hurkacz and Runa before losing to Sinner, really turned his confidence around. And Frances has said, like, this is where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be playing like this. He lost his edge. He lost his confidence. It's back.
Well, it's applicable for both players, Russell. You think that both of them made finals. The two 1,000 series.
It's true.
Heading into the US Open. These are the finalists. These are really the form guys, and probably both would be making similar comments. I'm hitting the level, I'm playing the form that I really want to be, that I feel like this is me. Which me is going to end up in first place? I think it's an intriguing battle.
It really, and both coming off really huge wins that could take something emotionally from them. We mentioned Popyrin. Frances Tiafoe beating Ben Shelton at the U.S. Open is a big deal. Ben kind of took a little of the spotlight away from Frances last year. He was coming off a semifinal appearance. He was the golden boy, and suddenly this new kid, this big lefty who's just throwing bombs out there, runs Frances and then beat him again in Houston earlier this year. Frances getting that win was something too. I wonder if he'll exhale after that kind of win. We shall see.
And after the toss, you do 2 pictures with Nico on this side and on the other side, please.
Linda Lichtenstein from France is our chair umpire. And here comes the coin toss.
Receive.
Frances Tiafoe has won the toss. He has elected to receive. And now the players will take the ceremonial pictures with our coin tosser and head to the baselines to start the warm-ups. And as warm-ups begin, we take a quick break, because on the back end of this commercial break, first ball from the first match of the night session at the U.S. Open. Frances Tiafoe, Alexei Popyrin, Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call. We will be right back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. For the first match of the night session here on a Sunday night of Labor Day weekend at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It is Frances Tiafoe of the United States, Alexei Popyrin of Australia. My name's Russ Thaler. I am from Fair Lawn, New Jersey in the United States of America, and sitting next to me,
I'm Mark Woodford from Adelaide, Australia, home of Alexei Popyrin.
Oh no, oh no.
Who is Alexei Popyrin playing tonight?
He is playing Frances Tiafoe from Hyattsville, Maryland, PG County in the house. And by the way, you can be watching us on YouTube, the U.S. Open Tennis Championships channel. You can also see us on usopen.org. And we are so glad to have you listening in, of course, on the U.S. Open app as well. Tune in or Sirius XM Radio. Hello to everybody watching coast to coast in these United States of America, as one of the American hopes, because there are many still left in this draw.
There are.
Frances Tiafoe takes on Alexei Popyrin, who right now is the hottest Australian on the men's tour.
Okay, so tell me how many of you all are still left in the draw?
Of you all?
Because of you all, of you all Americans, because we got 3.
I think we got more, do we not? I know we got Tommy.
Yeah.
We got Thaler.
Yeah.
We got Francis. Yeah. We got Emma.
No, men's. We're talking men's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the women don't matter. I'm just kidding.
You said that, not me.
Oh, I know that's not what you meant.
We got 3 left, and you've got 3 left.
All right. All right. I believe that's a challenge. The gauntlet has been tossed down.
My racket's a little bit bigger than yours.
Your racket actually is a little bit bigger than more. That's a 103, I do believe. I'm going 98. You know, players stick here, the Hall of Fame or whatever. It needs the bigger head and that odd string pattern that you always use, which is actually fantastic.
You know, this really is a tussle tonight. You know, we're looking at the player box of Tiafoe there. I'm sure there's a bit of tension for David Witt as well, new coach for Frances Tiafoe. He's just added a nice little mix for Francis to be able to get him to focus, and it's this joyful summer that he's experienced.
Yeah, and Wayne Ferreira was the guy credited a lot with taking Francis from one level to the next.
Yep.
And it was a little bit shocking, at least to me, when I had heard that Ferreira and Tiafoe had parted ways, because I thought their relationship bore so much fruit for Francis. But you know what? Under the guise of the guidance of David Witt, who spent a good portion bringing Jessica Pegula from one level to the next, and of course, before that had an amazing coaching career before that as well, with Venus Williams for all those years. Now he's in the camp of Frances Tiafoe, and Francis and Alexei are both playing great tennis right now. The expectations are so high for this match.
My impression is both players over the summer, and it's probably gone longer than that. It started at the beginning of the year, because it doesn't just happen, that they're managing their emotions a whole lot better than what they have in the past, and that's why they are having a renaissance in their career, enjoying some of the best periods, passages, and that's what makes tonight so even more intriguing.
Well, speaking about enjoying, we know we're going to enjoy this. We know Frances Tiafoe is going to enjoy playing in front of his home crowd. Alexei Popyrin of Australia will serve in the near court to get us going on Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. Popyrin first serve out wide to the Frances Tiafoe forehand. Francis nets the forehand return.
And before we go too deep into the match, what would your pick be?
Tiafoe in 4 would be my sort of sober pick. If I'm taking my emotions out of it, I think Francis in 4 would be my pick. How about you?
I'm trying to take emotions out of it.
Yeah.
I obviously would love to see Popyrin go, you know, further in the tournament, but I think the home court advantage, it's going to be close, but because it's the home court advantage, I think that's the edge.
I tend to agree, and that's why I think Francis wins. He's been in this situation before. He beat Rafa Nadal on this court. In a
some of his biggest, probably fondest memories have derived on this court.
The only tournament he may want to win more than this one is the one in D.C., because that's home for him. And you mentioned we had a look at the player box for Frances Tiafoe. Not only is David Witt his coach, and of course his agents and everybody else in there, but a gentleman by the name of Mark Ein is sitting in Francis's box. Mark Ein is the owner-operator of the City Open in Washington, D.C., the combined 500 event on the tour, and also a part owner of the Washington Commanders National Football League team. Xavier Malisse is the coach, and Alexei Popyrin, as the cameras now show us, the Popyrin box, and Leighton Hewitt, the Australian Davis Cup captain, and of course former U.S. Open champion and world #1, is supporting the Australian as well.
Yeah, every seat bar one taken in the Popyrin box. I think every seat taken in the Tiafoe box.
I imagine Francis had more ticket requests than seats were available for the U.S. Open. All right, Frances Tiafoe serving now. Down love 1. Popyrin held to open up the match. Here's the first serve from Francis. In the near court, down the tee, it's just long. Big foe Winding up for a second serve down the middle. Popyrin takes the forehand and sends it long. And the reason why, one of the reasons why I brought up the name Mark Ein, who's sitting in Francis's box, is not just because he owns and operates the City Open. He was the owner of the Washington Castles of World Team Tennis. And there was a time in the mid-2000s when the Castles were actually a big deal in the DC sports scene. Francis with a forehand-to-forehand rally now with Alexei Popyrin. I'll get back to the story after the point ends. Popyrin, little slice lob over the head of Francis. Now Popyrin comes in and drops a drop volley in front of him and takes the point. It's 15-all. When Francis was a very young man, he would come to the Castles matches, and he said he was already seen as someone who has some potential. We're talking about like a 10-year-old kid who had sort of abnormal abilities at that age. And his story has been well told, and we can get into it. But he said to Mark, I'm going to play for your team one day. And Mark Ein just said, you keep working at it, kid, and we'll see. And by God, not only did he play for the Castles, he's playing on the center court of US Open. He's been to the semifinals here, trying to get back to those levels and more. And Francis grew up just outside of Washington, D.C. in Hyattsville, Maryland is where he was born. College Park, Maryland is where he famously learned to play his tennis at the National Junior Tennis Center there, right off the campus of the University of Maryland. And some great players have come out of there and some terrific coaches as well. And now it's 40-15 after Popyrin bunts a return long off the first serve from Tiafoe, and now points to level this first set at 1-game all. Francis first serve at 40-15. Down the tee is wide. So now Popyrin will have a look at the second serve of Tiafoe. Doesn't move in much further than a step behind the baseline. Takes the forehand to forehand. Tiafoe throws it up high in the middle of the court, and Popyrin nets a forehand, and it's 1-all.
So it might be a different tactical approach for Popyrin tonight. I had a feeling against Djokovic, he didn't want to head towards Djokovic's backhand too often. That's his general pathway with the forehand, hitting the off direction, goes into a right-hander's backhand. But probably like tonight, he might want to stay away from the Tiafoe backhand and try to go cross-court. If there's a forehand-to-forehand battle, I think that's much more friendlier for the Australian.
Tiafoe's forehand has long been thought of as the weaker of the two wings. Maybe he's got more power off the forehand side, but it tends to wilt and has in the past under pressure. Popyrin a little 1-2 after the serve into the body, puts a forehand down the line for a clean winner. It's 15-love. I will say that Tiafoe's worked a lot on that forehand, obviously, and it's gotten better throughout the years. But you might be right. Compared to the backhand side, which is extremely consistent, the forehand might be the way to go. So Popyrin serving in the ad court at 15-love. It's 1-all first set. Popyrin, that's a let, and they'll try again. Another first serve coming for Alexei Popyrin. Popyrin cracks one out wide on both lines. Caught the sideline and the service line. Perfectly placed, and it's 30-love.
So there's the first line of offense for Popyrin is the serve. No doubt we'll send down a number of aces in the match tonight.
And quickly, Tiafoe gets a point back. It's 15-30 off a very strong, sort of pushed self-defense return. But Francis has really a way of turning nothing into something almost better than anybody, it seems. All right, first serve from Popyrin down the tee. That's an unreturnable serve. Clean ace for Popyrin, and it's 40-15. Points now for 2-1.
Already up to 4 aces for Alexei. 15 against Djokovic, arguably the greatest returner. 14 in the match before, 13 in the first round.
And a serve to the forehand and an open court winner for Popyrin. Serve +1 working just fine for Alexei Popyrin, who takes a 2-1 lead early stages of the first set here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Match number 1 of our night session here. We also have the last match of the day on Louis Armstrong Stadium, just across the way, for the number 2 seed on the women's side. Aryna Sabalenka is out to a quick 3-1 lead over Lisa Mertens of Belgium. Mertens has a point to bring it back to 3-2, but Sabalenka's got the break in the first set there. We'll keep you updated on everything happening in Louis Armstrong Stadium as the sun goes down over New York City. Frances Tiafoe steps to the line to serve at 1-2 in the first to Alexei Popyrin. Here's Tiafoe. First serve looking for out wide and catches the net. So a second serve coming for the American. He's in the far court if you're watching along with us on the YouTube channel or on usopen.org. And Popyrin steps inside the baseline to take a backhand return inside out for a clean winner. And it's love 15. Well, there's a statement of intent right away off the second serve of Tiafoe. Didn't show a whole lot of respect for what Tiafoe's bringing. Let's see if he's got a first serve here at love 15. No, it's right into the net it goes. So Popyrin's going to have another look at a Tiafoe second serve. It's love 15, second serve. Tiafoe tosses, kicks it long. A double fault from Frances Tiafoe and a very wobbly start. Serving at 1-2 in the first. Frances first serve in this time. Popyrin nets a backhand into the net as Frances moves forward off his second ball. 15-13. I suspect that we'll see Frances Tiafoe move forward quite a bit in this match. He did it against Ben Shelton. He's got some of the best hands on tour.
As a volleyer?
Just in general, just all over the court. Frances can work hands as well as anyone.
I was going to say, are you trying to tell me that he's a great volleyer or something?
No, I'm telling you he's got some of the best hands on tour.
Okay,
I never said.
I'm glad to clarify. Just checking.
All right.
Just checking. I know that you're going to try and say, Americans.
I'm pumping my guy up?
Yeah.
No. Are you dismissing the fact that he's got great hands?
Yes, I am.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough. I don't agree.
Look at that.
But
That's just so heavy.
Not good.
15-14.
Not good. 15-40. A backhand wide from Frances Tiafoe. 2 break points now for Alexei Popyrin.
For the Australia.
For the Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. On the other side of the net, he's got 2 break points. First serve from Tiafoe, looking for the ace down the tee. Hasn't really found a whole lot of joy right now on first serve. Just 5 of 9 in the court. Second serve for Popyrin. He likes the forehand. He's got it to the Tiafoe backhand. Popyrin standing in this backhand corner, hitting forehands. Now he's got a backhand down the line. Tiafoe forehand on the run, cross court short. Now Tiafoe's going to go down the line, and Popyrin's going to run around a backhand, hit a big forehand that has Tiafoe scrambling. And now Popyrin went for the angled forehand wide, clipped the top of the net, and it sails wide. And the defense of Tiafoe keeps him in the point. The error off the forehand of Popyrin wins the point for the American, and it's 30-40, and still a break chance available for the Aussie. Under duress in his second service game is Frances Tiafoe. He had to work very hard to stay in that point against Alexei Popyrin. Now he's looking at 30-40, a second break point for Popyrin. Frances tosses, serves down the middle of the box, right into the body of Popyrin. Take away some of the margin there. He got it in at 118 into the hip, forcing the return error, and it's deuce.
Big serve, flat into the body. For someone that has normally struck a number of aces.
And there's an ace from Frances Tiafoe, his first of the match.
Looking back at the matches that he's played this tournament, he hasn't hit more than a half a dozen aces. A bit surprising for me in the last 2 rounds. Hit a bevy of aces in the first round, though, Frances Tiafoe.
And that's 2 in a row for Frances Tiafoe, and he levels this first set at 2 games all, and a big fist pump to his box, perhaps gaining some energy from getting himself out of a 15-40 hole. And we'll see if that affects Alexei Popyrin at all. having a couple of chances maybe to get the first break of this match. Well done from Tiafoe. First scrambling on defense, and then a couple of aces in a row to close it out. So here's Alexei Popyrin. He's in the near court now as we watch Popyrin first serve here at 2-all, and his 5th ace of the match makes it 15-love. And Tiafoe, Woody, he leaned hard to his right before Popyrin even struck that ball, which suggests to me that, one, he's either guessing or can't read the Popyrin serve yet. This is the first time they're playing in a match. And there's another ace from Alexei Popyrin. He goes out wide in the ad court. And Popyrin is hitting his spots from the beginning.
Yeah, that's a good sign for Alexei. No sign of any letdown at this stage. Still early going, only 10 minutes into it.
And by the way, first serve into the net, going down the tee again, and Francis again leaned to his right, looking for a ball to his forehand. Popyrin, had he put the first serve in, would have been a clean ace. Instead, he double faults, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, you would have expected maybe the opening 10 minutes, 15 minutes for Alexei. The same for Francis as well. We might see a little bit of nerves, but both, certainly for Popyrin, he's found the rhythm with the serve early on.
Here he is at 30-15. Popyrin down the tee. It's long. So a second serve now. We'll see what Francis Tiafoe can do with a second serve from Popyrin at 30-15. To the forehand it goes. Deep return into the backhand corner. Francis moving in. Popyrin with the backhand. Look at the pass. Francis volleys once. Doesn't do enough with it. And Popyrin finds the open court. And it's 40-15.
40-15.
Well, I like the play of Popyrin. The way he just handled that point, Russell. Not going for an outright pass on the first attempt. Just really made Tiafoe play a volley, and then, okay, we'll see what happens, and ending up finding the pass with a forehand.
40-15. First serve now looking to go out wide from Popyrin, but he puts it into the middle of the net. So it's a second serve at 40-15. Points for 3-2 in the first for the Aussie Alexei Popyrin. Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe. A terrific deep return into the backhand corner of Popyrin. Now Francis with a forehand to the backhand of Popyrin, and Alexei puts it into the top of the net. It's 40-30. Francis Tiafoe returned exceptionally well against Ben Shelton, who's got one of the biggest serves, and one of the biggest games, but certainly one of the biggest serves in the world from a left-hander especially. And Francis really locked in on that return and made Ben play a lot of points. And we'll see if he's able to do that with Popyrin, because Popyrin's hitting spots early, already with 6 aces. It's 40-30, point for 3-2. Here's Alexei Popyrin, first serve, down the tee. Francis gets a racket on it, but isn't able to put it in the court, and Alexei Popyrin is held. It's 3-2, first set, first night match in the round of 16 in men's singles on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. The night session begins on this Sunday night of Labor Day weekend in the United States. Russ Thaler of the United States and Mark Woodford of Australia as we watch Frances Tiafoe of the United States and Alexei Popyrin of Down Under go at it in the round of 16. A familiar spot for the American Frances Tiafoe, who's been here before. Unfamiliar territory for Alexei Popyrin. Early stages, Mark, I have to say, Popyrin doesn't look like the moment is too big for him.
Traveling along very well, quite comfortably. He doesn't seem phased. Early running, though, and you would expect that more points that Frances wins, we'll hear a bit more from the crowd, and that home court advantage is what I'm wondering.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It'll happen at some point because the Hunt Deuces are going to start to build amongst the fans too. They get a little more lubed out there.
But it's already there with the applause, which is not what happened when he played in the last round out on this court
against Djokovic.
Yeah, there was probably quite a few more supporters for Popyrin in that match.
Sure. There's very few. It's his box and maybe a scattered few Aussies in the crowd, but no, this is a almost completely pro Frances Tiafoe, pro USA crowd. By the way, an ace and a service winner has Tiafoe at 30 love. This is a second serve at 30 love, and Frances moving in with the backhand cross court. Popyrin sends the backhand pass wide, and it's 40 love for Frances Tiafoe. Big change from his last service game where he had to dig out of a 15-40 hole, cruising right along now.
Well, for me, he has to use his athleticism, and you mentioned about going forward. I'd like to believe Frances will utilize that tonight.
Frances bringing Popyrin in with a drop shot. Popyrin sends the forehand long, and Tiafoe holds it love for 3-all. And by the way, over on Louis Armstrong Stadium, just to give you a little bit of an update, Aryna Sabalenka is serving at 5-2 deuce, 2 points from taking the first set from Elise Mertens of Belgium. And we'll keep you abreast of everything that's happening on Louis Armstrong Stadium as that match continues with the number 2 seed Sabalenka trying to do one better than she did a year ago when she got to the finals before falling in 3 sets to Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff, of course, the defending champion, losing earlier today to another American, Emma Navarro of Charleston, South Carolina. And Frances Tiafoe and Alexei Popyrin are at 3-all, and Popyrin whips in his 7th ace of the match, and it's 15 love. Picking up right where he left off in his last service game is Popyrin.
Yeah, good numbers. Really, really strong numbers, and that can set the tone.
And another service winner off the racket of Popyrin. I was walking the grounds the other day, and Alexei was walking through, and nobody seemed to know who he was. That's going to change pretty soon. It might have even changed before today after that win over Novak Djokovic. That'll raise your Q rating quite a bit. 30 love for Popyrin. First serve into the top of the net. Second serve coming. I'm sure we'll all learn more about Alexei Popyrin as he continues to rise in the rankings. Second serve to the forehand of Frances, and he goes right back behind Tiafoe. The serve +1 off the forehand wing, and it's 40 love. Popyrin definitely plays that like modern big serve, big forehand game, no?
Yeah, he does. That's his MO. His brand is about the serve and the +1. Backs it up with a move towards the net. He's very handy, comfortable up at net.
Popyrin's second serve to the Tiafoe backhand. Now they begin the rally. Big forehand since Tiafoe running. But Tiafoe's reply actually ends up being too much for Popyrin to handle. Pace off of pace, and it's 40-15.
Yeah, maybe not the right time. Well, if you're going to go for a big forehand, why not then at 40 love? But it wasn't really the shot to go with. He wasn't on balance. He kind of disregarded the reply from Tiafoe.
Yeah, the big forehand actually was the shot before they came back, and it would have made sense to him for him to reset, maybe put a little air under the ball. But it's 40-15. Second serve that Tiafoe gets to look at. Big second serve down the middle, and Popyrin kind of strangely plants his feet in the ground, doesn't move particularly well for some reason, and slices a backhand into the bottom of the net. Not the prettiest of plays right there from Popyrin, but he still has a game point for 4-3. He goes to the towel now, maybe taking a breath. Got to reset mentally now after a couple of maybe ill-advised balls from 40 love. So here's Alexei Popyrin. He was up 40 love. Now it's 40-30, a little more pressure. First serve coming into the ad court. And it's off the top of the net and long. So Tiafoe will await the second serve of Alexei Popyrin. And Popyrin kicks it long.
Okay.
Well.
Just before that point, we had pictures of Xavier Malisse just pointing his finger upwards and just take a deep breath with the shoulders. Maybe he's sensing that Popyrin not really elevating, using his height advantage.
All right, so deuce now from 40 love and a missed first serve and a second serve coming to Frances Tiafoe. Popyrin already has 2 double faults, 7 aces to his credit. Second serve into the backhand of Tiafoe, the return to the forehand of Popyrin, and he finds the line with that big forehand of his own. And Alexei Popyrin has another game point for 4-3 now, thanks to that serve +1. So Alexei Popyrin maybe relaxed a little bit too much at 40 love, but now he's back in the driver's seat. And a big first serve down the tee that Frances can just chip back into the middle, and Popyrin again, serve +1. That's the play. Alexei Popyrin takes a 4-3 lead in the first set on Arthur Ashe Stadium over Frances Tiafoe in the first set. First set is done and dusted over at Louis Armstrong Stadium between Aryna Sabalenka and Elisa Mertens, where our Gil Gross is situated courtside. Gil, what's it look like out there between these two?
Well, I think it looks exactly how you would expect it to look. Sabalenka's using her power. Mertens is struggling to hold her court position, which I think is offering up Aryna a little bit too much time, but it is so difficult playing Aryna Sabalenka on a hard court. All the trends suggesting that she's the favorite in this one. Leads the head-to-head 7-2. She's made the quarterfinal or better in 9 of her last 11 slams. A win would make that 10 of 12. And Mertens is on a big losing streak in the 4th round at majors. She's lost her last 6 in the round of 16.
Yikes. Sounds like we have found Mertens' ceiling. Sabalenka looking to extend hers at the U.S. Open. She had a massive opportunity a year ago. You talk about home court advantage, Mark Woodford. I have rarely seen a home court advantage like Coco Gauff had in the final a year ago against Aryna Sabalenka. Sabalenka did really good to try to take that crowd out of it. It was up a set and up in the second set as well before the tide turned. Coco's level raised, the crowd started getting into it. It's probably the last thing Alexei Popyrin wants to see here at Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight, is the crowd becoming the third man basically in this battle.
Yeah, well, he's done a very good job already quietening the crowd. He wants this to make a mano battle just between he and Tiafoe. He doesn't need the other opponent with the crowd, so he's done a great job in kind of silencing him with this excellent serving
play,
performance.
Really, yeah, absolutely. He's playing well.
Far. Yep.
Frances Tiafoe, first serve at 3-4 is wide, so second serve coming to Alexei Popyrin. Popyrin in the near court, Tiafoe in the far court. Here's the second serve to the backhand of Popyrin. Down the middle it goes to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now to the backhand, and Frances tries to change direction, but puts it into the net, and it's love 15. Tiafoe had a relatively smooth service game his last time out, but the service game before that, it was 15-40. He had to save some break points. Tiafoe's first serve at love 15 clips the top of the net, so he'll try it again. He'll get another first serve. And Tiafoe has yet to have an opportunity to break the Popyrin serve. And the way Popyrin's been serving and playing off of his serve puts a lot of pressure with Tiafoe, who served second, and he's behind. And he'll be behind as long as he fails to break Popyrin in this set. It's love 15. 3-4, second serve. Here's Tiafoe with the toss, serves it into the backhand side of Popyrin, who sends it just a little bit too long, put too much air under that return. A little bit of a gift to Tiafoe, and it's 15 all.
Looks like Alexei is just asking the umpire Maybe a question about how far, or no?
No, the umpire's on the phone, which means that he asked for something, whether it's the trainer, the physio, some more towels, perhaps some water, whatever it is. He looked over at Renaud Liechtenstein of France and said something, and he went immediately on the phone, and now he gets the thumbs up from the chair umpire. Said, whatever you want is on the way. Maybe he needs a racket restrung. We'll see what happens maybe on the change of ends or between games. For right now, it's 3-4, 15 all. First serve into the net for Frances Tiafoe. Second serve coming as Alexei Popyrin awaits the return in the near court. Frances to the backhand of Popyrin down the middle, and now a backhand from Popyrin cross court and wide, and it's 30-15. 30-15.
Well, I feel like it's a contrast in the returns and the shots selection of Popyrin in this game. The first point, he was a strong return. Then he floated the next one. He didn't quite get to follow through on the second point. That one was a bit stronger.
First serve into the body for Tiafoe, and now Tiafoe inside out in the forehand of the backhand. Now a backhand down the line makes Popyrin run to his forehand side, and Popyrin puts it into the bottom of the net. It's 40-15.
40-15.
It's what he did very well against Djokovic, was change his striking of the ball. It wasn't just redlining each forehand or backhand. We saw some backhand slices as well. He played with a purpose, and at the moment, when the rally is evolving, I feel like he's just trying to redline a bit too much.
And Tiafoe goes out wide with a second serve. Tiafoe's reply is into the net, and it's 4-all.
It's funny, Russell, on the, again, we've got the luxury. We're calling this for radio, and we have the screens, and which goes out for TV as well. They're showing Jamin Crabb, who is Leighton Hewitt's second hand, his vice captain, so to speak. And they're putting it up as that's Neville Godwin.
Ah, well,
it's not Neville Godwin. Jamin Crabb has been the kind of the vice captain for Leighton Hewitt for a number of years. Works very closely with a lot of the Davis Cup players as well.
Well, in fairness to Neville, Neville is on the coaching staff and one of the top coaches.
Yeah, he is
for Alexei Popyrin.
But I don't think he's been here the whole tournament. It seems like Xavier. I haven't cited Neville the whole tournament.
Then he's getting a shout out anyway. Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe. He pulls it down the line to the backhand of Popyrin and comes into the net to the Popyrin backhand again, who throws up a defensive live. And Frances puts the overhead into the corner, which Popyrin can touch, but can't get it back into the court. And it's love 15. This is the first lead that Frances Tiafoe has had on the Popyrin serve. And this New York crowd knows it too. That was the biggest cheer that we've heard on the Popyrin serve for Tiafoe. And this is when we might start to see some pressure build. Let's see if Popyrin, who's got 7 aces to his credit, to come up with one now to level this game at 15 all. First serve out to the backhand of Tiafoe is in. Forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. And now a forehand long from Popyrin. And the pressure will mount even more at Arthur Ashe Stadium as Frances gives a little fist pump. And this crowd reacts to anything that Frances does, small or large. Right now it's small. Frances knows that this isn't necessarily the moment to go absolutely bring the crowd in. It's love 30. Pressure building on Popyrin. 4-all first set. Popyrin first serve at love 30. To the Frances Tiafoe backhand, and Tiafoe dumps it into the net. Well done from Popyrin to make a big first serve in a big moment. And now Popyrin having a little conversation with his box in between points here. 28 minutes in. It's 4-all. 15-30. Alexei Popyrin in the near court serving to Frances Tiafoe. First serve at 15-30 is the 8th ace of the match. And I think Frances thought it was going long until it landed, because he kind of let up for a split second. And once it landed, he was like, oh man, I can't believe that stayed in.
Yeah, an off pace first serve. Just a 106 mph for Popyrin.
So Popyrin battling back from love 30. It's 30-all now. First serve at 30-all is wide and long. So Frances Tiafoe will have an opportunity to look at a second serve at 30-all, 4-all. This is a moment right here. Second serve from Popyrin to the forehand of Tiafoe. Down the line, it goes to the backhand of Popyrin. Now he's running to his forehand as Popyrin cross court. Forehand to forehand. Popyrin tries to change direction to go down the line. Misses by about 1.5 inches. And Frances Tiafoe, for the first time in the first set, has a breakpoint opportunity on the Popyrin serve. And here comes the crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, Alexei just going for a small target. Doesn't need to be playing, with such fine margins.
Well, the margin is nil right now for Alexei Popyrin. It's 4-all, 30-40. First serve, Popyrin tosses up, tries to go down the tee, finds the top of the net, and a second serve coming. Popyrin has 2 double faults already. This is the most pressure he's probably felt in the entire first set. Second serve to the Tiafoe forehand. Down the middle it goes, and Popyrin skies a forehand long. Frances pumps his arms and takes the break. He will serve for the first set after they change ends on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You are listening and watching to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. So we have reached the business end of set number 1 in our first match of the night on Arthur Ashe Stadium between the American Frances Tiafoe and the Australian Alexei Popyrin. The American Russ Thaler and the Australian Mark Woodford here with you on US Open Radio at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Our friend Gil Gross, also from the United States of America, in at Louis Armstrong Stadium watching Aryna Sabalenka and Elise Mertens. We'll keep you updated on that. But right back into Arthur Ashe Stadium. Frances Tiafoe just picked up the first break of serve of the first set, and he will serve for the set at 5-4. So Frances Tiafoe in the near court, first serve down the tee. That's ace number 4, and it's 15 love.
And we were just discussing off air in the break there, Russell, that the difference, I think, for the crowd just really showed up in that last game. We're going to hear it more now as he's 2 points away from winning this set. But for Popyrin to deal with each time he's made a mistake in that last game, it was met with cheers. That really does, get to you after a bit.
Frances Tiafoe at 30 love, moving into the net and watching the Popyrin backhand pass sail long. And Tiafoe has 3 set points.
And it's not like this is an alien atmosphere for Popyrin. He's played Davis Cup a number of times, but it's still, you've got to be ready for the crowd supporting the hometown boy.
First serve is long. Second serve on set point for Frances Tiafoe. His first chance to take the first set. Popyrin with a big backhand reply off the Tiafoe second serve, and it's 40-15. In fact, that's the best return we've seen from Popyrin since the return on Tiafoe's first second serve of the match that he stepped in and hit a clean winner on. But he hasn't been as aggressive since then until now. Set point number 2 for Frances Tiafoe. First serve for the American, looking to go wide into the Popyrin forehand. He hits the middle of the net. He'll have a second serve at 40-15 at 5-4 in the first set. Second serve to the Popyrin backhand. Back down the middle to the Tiafoe backhand. Now they go backhand to backhand, though Tiafoe goes down the line into the Popyrin forehand, forcing a long reply. Fist pumps from Frances Tiafoe. First set to the American, 6-4 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Now let's check in across the way at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Gil Gross is with us. Gil, what's the latest with Mertens and Sabalenka?
Elise Mertens did have Sabalenka under some pressure in her last service game, but The number 2 seed ended up holding for 1-all in the second. Another subplot here, guys, is this is a team that dominated in the doubles. They won 2 slams together. So you have that mental dynamic on the singles court. It's been all Sabalenka, 5 straight straight set wins for Aryna in this head-to-head, but it's got to be weird, a little bit strange mentally after they've had so much success on the doubles court to go head-to-head. And Mark, I know you played Todd several times in your career.
Yes, and it's not fun at all. I was actually talking to Zina Garrison about this earlier as well, when she had to play Laurie McNeil and they were doubles partners, and you can't be the worst scenario, having to play against your one of your best mates, and it's even worse when you have to play doubles on the same day.
Oh, I would imagine as much. Does it make it any easier that Sabalenka is clearly the better and more accomplished singles player? She's expected to win. Does that help at all in any way?
It helps her. I'm not sure it's going to help Mertens.
By the way, not only Gil mentioned that they've won a couple of majors. One of them was the U.S. Open. They've won here together.
Gil, did you say that you kind of sensed a bit of animosity out there between these two already, or you were just mentioning that as a backstory?
Just mentioning it. I actually think they're still very close. I don't have that fully confirmed, but that's my sense.
Right. It's not like one of them has been up at net and the other one's tried to kind of tube her.
No, none of that. But for what it's worth, I think it was a situation where Aryna started to become such a big title contender in the singles that she turned away from doubles at that point, and that's what ended the partnership.
Right. It's a shame. We see Mertens just taking that volley out of the air, move forward, using some of her doubles expertise. But I think, Russell, the reason why Sabalenka turned into such a formidable singles player is because of that success on the doubles court. So it's a shame that she's kind of given up playing doubles regularly.
Coco Gauff gave up doubles for this U.S. Open. She even said it was weird not having doubles matches to play at the Open. Coco Gauff, she's so used to playing all of it.
Might
need to go back to it.
May need to go back to it.
Right. Yeah. Doubles is good for the soul and for your game. We are at the beginning of set number 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium, and that's where we're going to focus our attention now as Alexei Popyrin steps to the line. The last time he served, he was broken by Frances Tiafoe, who then held for the first set. Popyrin, a big service winner on the first point. It's 15-love, and now an ace. His 9th of the match brings him to 30-love, and he's probably thinking, where was that last game when I needed it?
So it got to the more important end of the set at 4-all. We saw a little bit of fragile serving from Popyrin, and the crowd made themselves felt. And I think he just went back into his shell a little bit.
Popyrin's second serve to the Tiafoe forehand, deep reply to the backhand of Popyrin, and now another forehand in the backhand corner. Popyrin goes cross court, and Tiafoe says, thank you very much for opening up that court for me. Pounds a backhand down the line for a clean winner. It's 30-15.
And on top of it, what Frances did exceptionally well was, with this wonderful rhythm that Popyrin got into serving in for 4 games in the first set, Frances never blinked. Yes, he had to fend off a couple of break points. He did that bravely with some of his own big serves, but Frances managing his emotions really well.
Return off the top of the tape, falls on the side of Popyrin, who takes care of it cleanly, and it's 40-15 now.
40-15.
So as we reset for set number 2, Alexei Popyrin actually looks like he's reset and looks a lot more comfortable at the start here than it was at the finish.
Yeah, we could see this play out, mirror the first set, Russell.
Kind of cruise into the latter stages, and then things start to get a little wacky.
Yeah, then Frances may just, rely upon that, and that's, it's almost like wave a ticket. Come in, crowd now. I want you to come in and help me at 4-all again in set number 2, potentially.
And we could see it happen. I mean, Frances tends to use the crowd as well as anyone we've seen in recent. Probably, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think Frances uses the U.S. crowd as an American better than anyone I have seen since Jimmy Connors did it in his last run at the U.S. Open in 1991. Is it 91? 90.
Yeah, I'm not exact precise with those years, but Jimmy, John McEnroe.
But since
you were talking about that specific
that specific run from Connors, I think Francis has come the closest to finding that kind of energy, and Francis goes right back behind Alexei Popyrin with a forehand. And by the way, the forehand that he just used there, Mark, is kind of what I was referring to when I say his hands are some of the best, because he took a ball that normally would be hit deep cross court off a power shot and had the hands to actually roll it slowly, short and wide, to where Popyrin didn't have a play on it. So that's what I was meaning by hands, not necessarily specific to volleys.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah. And part of that is sort of the ingenuity of his brain. He just seems to come up with different angles and geometry on the court that other players don't think of sometimes.
Yeah, well, I think you can be caught by surprise with the forehand of Tiafoe, because it's not a pretty looking shot. It's quite unconventional. It is the side that coaches have tried to help. It was almost like an old gate that opened. It just squeaked. It just was not smooth at all. And but Wayne Ferreira did a very good job of trying to smooth it out.
All right, so it's 40-love for Tiafoe on his serve. Popyrin kind of throws a lazy backhand return wide, and Tiafoe holds it love.
And not a whole lot of celebration there by Francis, which is great, conserving that energy. It's just, okay, I've held another service game, got through it smooth.
I think he's actually doing what you think might happen. He'll hold that in until he needs it.
Yeah, playing it well. So he's going according to plan.
So far, so good. He's up a set. Alexei Popyrin now serving at 1-all. Second set. Tiafoe took the first 6-4. First serve off the top of the net and wide. Second serve coming. Alexei Popyrin served extremely well in the first set until it became really close. Forehand from Tiafoe to the backhand of Popyrin, and now another wild backhand error. Popyrin's level is starting to drop a little bit. So is his body language, just a smidge. It's love 15, and you get the sense that maybe Tiafoe might decide that this could be a game where he could use the crowd, depending if he can get Popyrin in trouble. First serve again, looking for the tee, and is wide. Popyrin's starting to miss the mark a little bit more on those first serve, and Tiafoe's got another look at his second serve at love 15. Tiafoe's forehand down to the backhand of Popyrin, and Tiafoe tried to find the open court with his forehand cross court, but finds the net. It's 15-all. Well done by Popyrin to hold his ground on that backhand off the return and go up the line and force Francis into a running difficult situation. So it's 15-all. Popyrin serving in the near court to Tiafoe. Now holds up his toss and service motion as somebody yelled out real fast. So he stops and resets and restarts. And here comes Popyrin's first serve. Right down the tee. Francis tried to flick it back with a backhand, but it's 30-15. That was a better first serve. Best of the game so far. Tiafoe goes to the towel.
It's about finding the rhythm for Popyrin. It's the pole that holds the tent up in his game.
Here's Popyrin serving at 30-15. Another first serve into the backhand of Tiafoe. Forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe, who tries to go cross court. Pulls it wide. Can't quite get it up and down in time. He looks up to his box. A little bit frustrated, Tiafoe, but he resets. First serve fault from Popyrin. Second serve coming at 40-15. Down the middle, forehand inside out from Popyrin. Tiafoe slices a backhand deep into the backhand corner, which Popyrin takes with his forehand. Now Popyrin tries to whip a forehand inside in, but sends it long.
40-13.
So if he can find the range with the first serve, Popyrin, that's, as I mentioned, that holds his game up, is that high percentage of first serves into play. That enables him to go after the +1, generally the forehand. Can go either direction, cross court or the off direction.
Popyrin backhand into the forehand corner of Tiafoe, who makes a squash shot save, and then a backhand pass off the short volley from Popyrin. And Frances Tiafoe now pumps his fists and tells the crowd, it's time, folks. Let's do this thing. It's deuce. And the pressure mounts on the Popyrin serve.
Yeah, the speed of Tiafoe, that's the athleticism. He's able to chase that down, and then it was just the speed of shot with the two-hander backhand up the line. Too hot for Popyrin to handle on the volley.
So now we're at deuce. Popyrin serving down to the backhand of Tiafoe. Frances had a handle on it, but kind of pushed it wide. Couldn't catch it cleanly. Well done from Popyrin on the first serve at deuce. Alleviates a little bit of that pressure that had been building. The crowd quiets as Popyrin has a game point. You just get the sense we're going to get some wild swings in emotions within the arena, from loudness to almost silent on the next point. It's kind of fascinating, actually. Second serve now coming for Alexei Popyrin at 1-all in the second set. Frances takes it on the backhand, pushes it into the forehand of Popyrin. Thought about coming in, then comes back, flips a backhand into the corner of Popyrin with his backhand. Now Frances has a forehand, spins it into the middle of the court. Popyrin with a big forehand, which Frances takes and crushes down the line for a winner. And we're back at deuce.
Oh, just by a smidge did that catch some of the line. An amazing shot by Frances Tiafoe.
Frances played that point unlike anyone else could in tennis. He got himself into trouble in no man's land at the beginning of the point, flicked a backhand almost that was behind him with one hand, and got himself back on the offensive somehow, and then from a defensive position hits a winner. I don't know how else to describe that. Popyrin at deuce, first serve to the Tiafoe forehand. The return sails long, and it's game point again. And Frances looks very, very annoyed with himself for missing that return of serve. He knows it was an opportunity. He also knows this crowd is really ready to bounce. Even at 1-all in the second set, they want their guy to get the break here. Instead, it's game point for Popyrin, who throws the first serve into the top of the net. So Tiafoe looking at a second serve now. Second serve coming from Alexei Popyrin into the backhand side of Tiafoe. He goes cross court to the Popyrin backhand. And Popyrin puts that backhand into the net, comes back on his side, and it's deuce. And this game goes on, and the tension mounts on the Popyrin serve. Frances Tiafoe has not missed a return off of a Popyrin second serve in this match, 17 for 17. That in and of itself puts a lot of pressure on the Popyrin serve. First serve now from the Aussie. And Frances Tiafoe, as Popyrin try to sneak in behind a wide serve in the deuce court, takes the forehand cross court for a winner, and a break point coming to the American.
Advantage.
Yeah, there wasn't really conviction by Popyrin. The serve was 105 mph, but it didn't find the corner. It didn't slide out too much. Kind of in the wheelhouse for Tiafoe, and there wasn't a commitment by Popyrin to follow it in. So he's paid a heavy price there, and it's a break opportunity.
All right, here's the first serve at break point for Tiafoe, and it's long. So Frances Tiafoe will have a look at a second serve. And once again, Frances has been putting second serves back in play at a 100% rate. And he fends off a second serve into his body, and Popyrin's got a forehand winner into the open court. That was a fine body second serve. A good job from Tiafoe just to get it back, and Popyrin did well to knock off the forehand winner. It's deuce. It looked easy, but a break point down, it's never easy to hit a clean winner. So now it's 1-all deuce in a game that is approaching 8 minutes in duration, and another missed first serve from Alexei Popyrin. Second serve coming to Frances Tiafoe, to the backhand, now down the line to the backhand of Popyrin, who slices it back. Now a forehand from Tiafoe into the forehand of Popyrin, and Alexei Popyrin is enjoying the pace to the forehand side, takes control of the point and forces the error off the racket of Tiafoe, and it's a game point again for Alexei Popyrin. That was interesting, Mark, because Tiafoe got a hold of a forehand, and his forehand can pick up the pace, and Popyrin seemed to really enjoy that pace. Hit it back with a little extra, but how about Frances Tiafoe taking the first serve of Alexei Popyrin and hitting a clean backhand return winner. Popyrin didn't quite get the angle I think he was hoping for there. Right into the wheelhouse again of Frances Tiafoe.
Clean ball striking ability of Tiafoe shining in this game. And it's not necessarily about the amount of winners. That's a third return winner from Tiafoe, but it's the consistency that he's getting the ball back into play, which has really been a bright part of his game this tournament.
And Popyrin definitely needed one of those. That was an ace, his 11th of the match, to give him a game point. Many of those 11 came in the first stages of the first set when Popyrin really was hitting his points. It was at 4-all that he actually started missing his mark. That gave Tiafoe an opportunity, and now Frances will have another look at a second serve. Second serve coming from Alexei Popyrin. It's game point for the Aussie. And a big second serve down the tee forces the error off the racket of Frances Tiafoe. And Alexei Popyrin, with much effort and great duration, takes a 2-1 lead in the second set. Frances Tiafoe took the first, and you're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gilgross courtside on Armstrong. Number 2 seed Aryna Sabalenka trying to make it 11 out of the last 13 majors in the quarterfinal. She's now gone up a break in the second set, 3-2, after winning the first over her longtime doubles partner, Elise Mertens. It's actually surprising on the break of serve that Sabalenka just captured at 2-all. Mertens missed a backhand volley and an overhead. Surprising from one of the great doubles players of her generation, without exaggeration. But that is what occurred. And then the expected problems that Mertens had, a little bit of a low first serve percentage at 48%. And she's 8 for 28, 29% on her second serve.
Gil Gross over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, keeping an eye on last year's finalist, Aryna Sabalenka. She takes on her former doubles partner, Elise Mertens. Sabalenka up a set and a break, but serving at love 30 at 3-2 in set number 2. Let's get back into Arthur Ashe Stadium. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call here on US Open Radio. Great to have you along with us. USOpen.org, the US Open app. Tune in, SiriusXM Radio, our YouTube channel, where you can see us making this call, and Frances Tiafoe out quickly to a 30-love lead at 1-2.
30-love.
And a battle between the Australian and the American. The American's got that edge, hasn't he, at the moment?
A little bit.
Yeah.
And I was curious to see how Frances and Alexei would come out after that very long service game that Popyrin ended up holding.
Just holding that then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because that could affect either player. So far, Francis has looked pretty good. Second serve, Popyrin's big backhand return to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now a backhand into the forehand of Francis. A forehand inside out from Popyrin. Now Francis finds the backhand wing, and Popyrin slices it into the corner and then finds it down the line backhand. Well done, Alexei Popyrin.
Oh, Ben Stiller.
Yeah, Ben Stiller in the house. The list of celebrities is a long one for this night match. This has been a hot ticket for Francis Tiafoe.
Not much difference between the two players when the rallies have gone 9 shots or longer. We haven't seen, quite frankly, Russell, too many lengthy rallies. It's really dominated by the serve.
First serve from Tiafoe into the forehand of Popyrin. Now Popyrin a forehand inside out makes Francis run to his backhand side. And Tiafoe puts a backhand into the net, and now Francis has a little pressure on his serve.
Well, the first time for a number of service games or return games for Popyrin. He's been able to find his way, feel his way into it.
So 1-2, 30 all. Francis Tiafoe took the first set 6-4. He had chances to break in the last game that Popyrin held. It took him almost 10 minutes to do so, and now Popyrin 2 points away from getting a break of his own. Second serve into the forehand. Here comes Francis into the net. Popyrin goes for the topspin lob, and it's just out of the strike zone of Francis Tiafoe. Catches it with the top of his racket and puts it into the net. And now Alexei Popyrin, after saving break points, has a break point of his own against Francis Tiafoe.
Coming forward on the volley, not getting it out the middle of the racket. Ball just sitting up nicely for Popyrin. He had a few options, ended up winning the point with the lob.
All right, so here is Francis Tiafoe serving at 30-40 to Alexei Popyrin. Misses the first serve by about 5 feet. So a second serve that Popyrin will have a look at. He's about 1.5 feet behind the baseline, and he takes the backhand return to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now a slice deep to the backhand side of Tiafoe, rolls it deep. Another slice backhand from Popyrin. Forehand inside in from Francis. Now a forehand from Alexei Popyrin, disguised well on the drop shot. He moves forward and knocks off the volley, and Alexei Popyrin has the first break of the second set. It's 3-1 to the Aussie.
Well, not too many moments ago, we were just saying, are there any effects from that previous game, which was a lengthy one where Popyrin had to survive break points, and lightning has struck very quickly. Would not have really picked that break of serve and to go for Popyrin. But it's the way that it's unfolded.
A big moment for Alexei Popyrin, and what a turnaround. Yeah. Having to struggle so hard to hold. And then the first break chance he has against Francis Tiafoe, he gets it. So the pressure clearly now on the American, who's down a break in the second set, even though he won the first. Popyrin serving at 3-1. First serve into the top of the tape. It bounces wide. Second serve coming to Alexei Popyrin. At 3-1, first point of the 5th game of the second set. Francis Tiafoe takes the forehand return, steps all over it, hits it wide and out of the
love 15.
The tough area for Popyrin. He sends a forehand long, and it's love 15.
So a bit of hard work has been done by Popyrin to be able to conjure up that break of serve. Now it is even more of a focus for Popyrin to try and consolidate the break. Just pulled up a little ginger.
We'll keep an eye on that there as Popyrin went out to his forehand side. We had the ability to see the replay, and he did come back a little wobbly off of it. Second serve now at love 15. Francis Tiafoe returns into the backhand of Popyrin. To the forehand of Tiafoe as Francis runs. Squash shot, pulls it down, Popyrin into the net. Francis looks for the pass cross court and puts that into the net, and it's 15 all.
Yeah, he had just a moment against Djokovic where he was a little unstable on that same leg. Similar movement out wide to the forehand. It's like he just jarred his ankle. Maybe that ankle is also taped under the socks.
Alexei Popyrin serving at 15-all, leading 3-1. Second set, Frances Tiafoe took the first serve into the net. Tiafoe will look at a second serve, and I'm pretty sure Tiafoe has still yet to miss a return on second serve against Alexei Popyrin, which is incredible this deep into a match. And the return is deep now, and of course I just called it for everyone to see, and the streak is over.
Yeah, and I think what probably you're alluding to is that we're used to seeing Francis try to probably redline those returns on second serve too much. He doesn't need to be that flashy. Consistency is maybe the idea, the concept that David Witt brings to Francis's game. Get the ball back into play and set yourself up for the second or third shot rather than try to win the point with the return.
Tiafoe's got another look at a second serve, and he sends a second straight forehand return long. He wasn't trying to redline. In fact, it looked like he was trying to guide that in as opposed to just hit the return.
I certainly feel like doubles, that happens way too much in today's game. They forget that they've got a partner up at net. Just get the ball back over into play low and bring your partner in. Too many doubles players as well. Just go for an outright crushing winner. You don't hit that many. It's the same for Francis. You're not going to hit that many winning returns. Consistency is the way to go.
Alexei Popyrin with his 12th ace of the match, making a dozen. And he holds for 4-1 in the second. And while they change ends here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, let's check in with Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong. What's the latest on Mertens and Sabalenka, Gil?
Mertens had a break point, 30-40, chance to even this second set at 3. And Sabalenka hit probably 4 backhands in a row, all north of 78 miles per hour, I'm going to say. Just concussive blows with her two-hander, and eventually finished with a down-the-line winner. So she is fearless. She is playing some really good ball right now. She's even hit 2 drop shot winners, which I love to see from Sabalenka with the way she backs up her opponents with the power.
All right, that's Gil Gross over at Louis Armstrong Stadium as Aryna Sabalenka is up a set in 4-2 on Elisa Mertens. And back at Arthur Ashe Stadium, Alexei Popyrin, after dropping the first set to Frances Tiafoe, has taken a 4-1 lead in the second set as they sit down on the changeover here. They played really tight to the end of the first set before the crowd and Frances lifted their level. Popyrin, though, has managed to take the crowd out of this just a little bit. How has he managed to take this 4-1 lead, Mark, in your estimation?
Well, I'm not sure how he conjured up that break of serve in the last game. It was looking in the early stages, there was that lengthy 1-all game that he had to save break points. And look, he just got his nose in front for 2-1 and then out of nowhere. I mean, it really wasn't like he played something exceptional. It wasn't bad play by Francis. There wasn't any poor mistakes or donations, but so look, he's done a heck of an effort to consolidate. So he's at the moment just some breathing space. It's up to Francis whether he can find that little spark now to try and get back into this second set.
All right, so Frances Tiafoe, first serve at 1-4 in the second, is an ace down the tee. Frances Tiafoe will tell you that his Q rating went through the roof when he made the semifinals here. It made him a star, and that takes a little bit getting used to after all of a sudden you're recognized by everybody. Remember, I said I saw Popyrin walking around the grounds, and I don't think anybody, he was just a tall tennis player walking around. That'll change when you're playing at night on Arthur Ashe Stadium in front of the massive audience, especially on a Sunday night, to tell you the truth. It's the highest ratings on television, or Sunday nights in the United States. But because of that, and with that comes some financial opportunities, as we see that players come out and play these night matches, they got new patches on their arms. We see the blue owl on the left sleeve of Alexei Popyrin. It's an asset management company that said, you know, we're going to put some money behind the guys playing the big players because look at how much exposure they get.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's another sponsor in the booth of Frances Tiafoe. They're wearing a sponsor on their chest. It looks like some of the team has gotten some
they're
stuff.
reaping some of the benefits.
Yeah. Look, and look, as the USTA has said, this is the bake sale for the USTA for the year. The United States Open Tennis Championships, in large part, funds the United States Tennis Association from the year. And the players, in a lot of ways, they can fund a lot of their year from the earnings that they pull from this tournament. Because the prize money is huge, and especially in New York City, sort of the home of marketing and PR in the world, maybe.
Financial capital.
Financial capital of the world. And, you know, good on companies like Blue Owl for recognizing the opportunity that's in front of them. Duracell's the one on the other sleeve of Alexei Popyrin. But everybody's taking advantage and getting their hands in the cookie jar, and I think it's actually a great thing for everybody. All right, second serve from Frances Tiafoe. At 40 love, by the way, as we're talking about other things, Frances was rushing through this service game pretty easily until that point.
Yeah, and that's something that he very much desires, just to get a clean game and then just go about making building some inroads into the next return game.
And Tiafoe holds. And Alexei Popyrin now, with a 4-2 lead, will look to keep his nose out in front here in the second set as Frances now walks to his chair, takes his vibration dampener out of his racket, which suggests to me that maybe he'll switch sticks right now. Or maybe he won't. But taking the vibration dampener out would suggest that, but we'll see. Frances wipes off some sweat. It's 4-2. Both players are taking a little extra time here, Mark.
Yeah, the new balls coming in, so they, can probably grab a few extra seconds by just a slow walk up.
Last night we saw something that I hadn't seen before, and that was Daniil Medvedev. Right after the new balls were opened up, he served 1 point, went to the chair and said, all these balls are dead. And they were just soft coming, you could feel it with the cans.
It was an odd one, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they opened up new cans completely. They just said, okay, we're going to get all these balls out.
Thankfully, it was just a 1 point.
Yeah. All right, so Popyrin serving now at 4-2, new balls.
First service.
But it's one of those unwritten, I guess, exceptions that is allowed when new balls are brought in. Obviously, play is supposed to be continuous, but they give them extra time to change rackets.
So Popyrin down the tee, the Tiafoe backhand into the net, and it's 15 love. And Alexei Popyrin, to me at least, Mark, the Aussie looks like he has calmed down. The stress levels look to have lessened. You feel that?
Settled back into this match. He started off exceptionally well. He's found that rhythm again.
And a first serve down the tee, finds the mark again, and Frances Tiafoe puts a return into the net, and it's 30 love. So Alexei Popyrin and an ace down the tee, and that serving that we saw early in the first set that really took over his service games and made it very easy on Popyrin in the early stages of this match has returned here at 4-2 in the second set, and it's 40 love. Points for 5-2 to the Aussie. Second serve coming from Alexei Popyrin. Into the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Tiafoe puts it right in the top of the net and wide. And just like that, easy peasy. A hold at love, and it's 5-2 to Alexei Popyrin in set number 2. You are watching and listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, it's a reversal of fortune here for the American Frances Tiafoe, who took the first set from the 28 seed Alexei Popyrin of Australia, 6-4. But it's been Aussie and oi for the American. Oy vey, I should say, as he serves at 2-5, trying to stay in the second set is Frances Tiafoe. And here comes Tiafoe's first serve, first point of the 2-5 game. And it's a let, they'll start it again. Just one break of serve, Mark, but it also seems like Frances has a bit of a hill to climb since Popyrin's actually raised his service level in this set. Second serve from Tiafoe. Popyrin forehand return to the backhand of Frances. And now a slice. Short, forcing Tiafoe to come forward to the forehand of Popyrin and really ends up in no man's land, and Popyrin passes him with ease.
Love 15.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a thought-out, purposeful backhand by Popyrin that
Tiafoe
had to react too quickly.
So Frances under the gun at love 15. And here comes a second serve for Alexei Popyrin. Frances kicks it out to the Popyrin backhand, who loops it down the middle. Now Frances loops it high back to the backhand of Alexei Popyrin, and he can't time it, shanks it wide.
76 mile per hour second serve, and that was out of the blue. I don't know whether that was sent down with intent by Tiafoe. Popyrin didn't really become aware of it until it was too late. He still allowed the ball to come to him.
It's like he was expecting a 100-mile-an-hour second serve. And here's Tiafoe's second serve at 15 all, and Popyrin misses the backhand return. That time he tried to get aggressive, though, on another. That was a 97-mile-an-hour second serve. Popyrin tried to get aggressive and couldn't
got it too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, ideally, a returner on a second serve, you want to be moving into the ball.
So 30-15, first serve goes long from Frances Tiafoe. And a second serve coming for Alexei Popyrin. And Popyrin forehand to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Now the slice down the middle. Frances forehand back to the backhand of Popyrin. And Frances Tiafoe is working that backhand side of Popyrin, and the Aussie has given him some errors. It's 40-15.
It's a big miss. It didn't land in the doubles alley. It was outside of the doubles line. Maybe just a change of pace by Tiafoe, confusing Popyrin.
Another missed first serve from Frances Tiafoe. He hasn't really found the mark in this game, and it hasn't mattered much. 40-15 second serve, and Popyrin absolutely shank-a-doodle on that second serve return. He looked a little bit out of sorts in that return game, but now he gets to serve for the second set, does Alexei Popyrin.
Yeah, he's been sending in 50% of first serves into play in this set. He has a high win rate when he does land the first serve, so that's helped him arrive at this 5-3 stage. But for Tiafoe, you've got to be thinking positively that it might be just a little tense for Popyrin as he goes to serve this set.
Let's see how the Aussie handles it. First serve into the net. Tiafoe will have a look at a second serve. Second serve coming from Popyrin. And he hits a massive second serve, 110 down the tee. How about that for some cojones as he tries to serve out the set?
That's a roll of the dice, isn't it?
That one came up sevens or whatever the good rolls are on the dice. It's 15 love, and he misses another first serve. All right, second serve again to the forehand of Tiafoe, spins it deep into the backhand corner, which Popyrin takes with his forehand, and then Frances misses on his backhand win, and it's 30 love.
So again, when a player playing a big moment, a big game, big point, they're going to revert to something that they enjoy, that they're confident with. And generally with Popyrin off the forehand, it's a forehand in the off direction. Serving, if he can land first serves, then he's going to go searching for the forehand. And there's a cheap point that he wins again.
And it's 3 set points now for Alexei Popyrin to level this match at 1 set all. Here comes the first serve at 40 love, down the tee, forehand return to the forehand of Popyrin, and Popyrin this time nets the forehand as he tries to go inside out. He actually looked like he was trying to get under that ball and couldn't quite get there.
That's a quick miss. Fast game as well. That's been a fast match, I think, Russ.
An hour 15 is where we are. Yeah, quick. First set took 34 minutes, and we're at the 41-minute mark of the second set. The games have been tight, but the points have been relatively short, and it's 40-15 as Alexei Popyrin tries for a second time to close out the second set. First serve coming from Alexei Popyrin. Here's the toss, bangs one down the middle. Francis flicks it up with the backhand in desperation, finds the back of the court, so that's great for Francis. And now Popyrin in his backhand corner. Francis Tiafoe trying to keep the ball to the backhand side of Popyrin. Goes inside out, coming into the net. Popyrin tries to roll a backhand cross, sends it wide, and it's 40-30. And here comes the crowd again.
Yeah, and this is what Francis hasn't been able to engineer much in this second set, is to get it in or ahead of the return games and then bring the crowd into it. Crowd obviously supporting Francis winning that point, but it's still set point for the Australian.
It is his third. Now, should Francis win this point, we'll hear the crowd get even more. Then it becomes real. But right now, a set point again for Alexei Popyrin, and another missed first serve. So Francis Tiafoe will have a look at a second serve. Alexei Popyrin with the third set point. Kick her out to the backhand of Tiafoe, and a backhand winner down the line from above his shoulder. Tiafoe, and now the Arthur Ashe crowd gets up for their guy. Pretty impressive on the return. Not an easy one, no?
The crowd, it's the fourth winner. The crowd appreciating the return and even still supporting.
Thank you. Players are ready.
This is a smart tennis crowd here in New York. They know what they want. They want Francis Tiafoe to get this break back. It's 5-3 deuce. First serve to the backhand of Tiafoe, return down the middle. Popyrin lofts one deep into the Tiafoe backhand corner. And now again with the forehand as Popyrin runs around a third straight ball into his backhand corner. A step too far that time and puts it in the net. It's break point.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of panic by Popyrin. Again, mentioned that big points arrive. You're going to go with a shot that you're comfortable with, but he put himself out of position. It was really an unreasonable forehand. He was trying to go for broke, and he makes the error. And the crowd, again, making their thoughts felt.
Break chance for Francis Tiafoe to get back on serve. Alexei Popyrin just had 3 set points from 40 love, and now it's a break point for Tiafoe. First serve deep from Popyrin.
It's gone. The first serve, it's gone astray since 40 love.
Second serve on the way, coming to Francis Tiafoe, and for Alexei Popyrin off the top of the tape and long. It's a double fault from Popyrin, his first of the set at the most inopportune time, and Francis Tiafoe breaks for 4-5. And he will serve when we come back to Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Aryna Sabalenka is up 6-2, 5-4, 40-love against Elisa Mertens. Match points for Sabalenka, the number 2 seed. First serve at 40-love is long. We'll get you back to Arthur Ashe Stadium momentarily as Frances Tiafoe gets ready to serve at 4-5 in the second set after breaking back when Popyrin had 3 set points. Second serve from Sabalenka to the Mertens backhand, to the backhand of Sabalenka, down the line to the forehand of Mertens. Cross court to the forehands of Sabalenka, who tries to finish it with a forehand winner, but sails long, and it's 40-15.
Yeah, happy to go for that forehand is Sabalenka. She's up 40-love, going for the winner, making a mistake, but she still has a couple of match points.
It is 40-15 on the Sabalenka serve. And out wide to the forehand of Mertens, and the return is long. And Aryna Sabalenka is back in the quarterfinals of the US Open. The finalist from 2023 is into the final 8 after a straight set win over her former doubles player and good friend Elisa Mertens. They have a warm embrace at the net. Sabalenka blowing kisses to the crowd, and she's into the final 8. She'll await the winner of the second match in Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight. Qinwen Zheng of China, the Olympic champion, and Donna Vekic. But we go back to Arthur Ashe Stadium as Frances Tiafoe, coming off the high of breaking back and saving 3 set points when Popyrin served forward at 5-3 in the second, but he's serving at 4-5, love 15 after dropping the first point of his service game. Frances's first serve at love 15 is into the net. Second serve from Frances, slowly out to the Popyrin backhand, who loops it to the middle of the court. Popyrin another backhand loop to the middle of the court. Frances just takes the forehand and hits it into the open court for a winner.
Quite controlled was the serve, 74 miles per hour, kick out wide, and then the forehand. He didn't go for broke on it. It wasn't just trying to rip it at all. It was a controlled with height, plenty of depth.
And it's 15 all. Here comes Frances Tiafoe, first serve offering at 15 all. Looks for the tee, can't find it. Both players searching for their first serve a little bit right now.
41% in this set, Tiafoe.
Second serve to the backhand of Popyrin, and now Frances goes to the forehand of the Aussie, and now he loops it down the middle. Popyrin's got a good look at a forehand from the middle of the court, but he shanks a second forehand wide, and it's 30-15. Right as he was trying to do something offensive, it all went wrong.
Yeah.
30-15.
Didn't really get the body to rotate. His chest was facing the other end of the court. He's got to be able to turn those shoulders. We hope with the direction, with the placement. Bit of a strange miss, because that nearly missed outside of the doubles line as well.
What you're saying about not turning his chest, it was almost all arm, and he just sort of whipped it wide that way. Frances Tiafoe spins a first serve in at 30-15 and then tries to spin a forehand wide, and he hits it just wide.
Fractionally.
Yeah.
It was awfully close. Much like the previous point at love 15, Tiafoe didn't try to redline the forehand. It was a controlled, heavy topspun forehand, but a big point, key point here.
30 all, 4-5, second set. Tiafoe won the first. Popyrin had 3 set points at 5-3. Tiafoe first serve to the forehand of Popyrin out wide. Now a forehand to the open court. Serve +1 from Frances Tiafoe, and a point for 5 all.
That's a smart serve, sliding the ball wide. So he gets Popyrin off the court, but the return really has to come back into the middle of the court, doesn't it? And that's where Frances is waiting for the forehand. The +1 in operation.
So now Frances Tiafoe. A point for 5 all here in the second set.
Led for service.
That time he went for the flat first serve. His last 2 first serves, he's taken a little bit off. A kick first serve the point before, and then that sort of semi-slowish slider out wide that opened up the +1 in the deuce court. Now he's got a first serve again at 40-30. First serve down the tee is good. Popyrin returns down the middle. Francis loops one into the backhand corner of Popyrin, now a backhand to backhand. Popyrin goes back to the forehand as Francis goes behind Popyrin, and now is Popyrin on the run. Popyrin's got to run to his forehand side, and he sends it long, and Francis Tiafoe has leveled the second set at 5 games all.
Loving the combination that the American is playing with right now. He's balancing the pace of shot, which clearly overpowered Popyrin on that last forehand, but they're seeing this choice of trying to go with placement off of that forehand wing. And that's the difference I feel we're seeing much more from Tiafoe over the summer. And the celebration as well, it's kind of muted. Save that energy for maybe toward the end of this second set.
We're right there on the same page, my friend. I was thinking muted was the way to describe the celebration as well. Popyrin now serving at 5-all. Second serve. Francis Tiafoe returns it down the middle, and Popyrin is starting to unravel just a little bit. That was a backhand from the middle of the court that he just kind of pushed into the middle of the net. And that's his 9th unforced error of this set to Tiafoe's 3. So Popyrin serving at love 15. All the momentum on the side of the American right now, and that's a big first serve and the best first serve that we've seen from the Australian in quite some time. Frankly, it's 15-all.
Yeah, both players just probably not overawed by their first serve percentages. Both are around that 50% mark, but it's the strike rate, the win rate that both are shining.
That first serve from Popyrin at 15-all sailed well long. So Tiafoe will have another look at a second serve of Popyrin, and he doesn't need to do anything because Popyrin's been thrown in doubles
15-15
at
inopportune times. His second of this set.
Yeah, the last one was on break point to give the break back. That one there puts him in a 15-30 scenario.
Popyrin with a big first serve out wide in the ad court. Francis gets his racket on it, but can't do anything with it. That was a much needed first serve from Alexei Popyrin. It's 5-all, 30-all.
So key point again, go with your favored serve.
Popyrin to the line, ready for his first serve attempt. Goes down the middle to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now a backhand to the backhand of Tiafoe, and Popyrin comes in and decides to let the passing shot go, and that was a good decision. Not an easy one, maybe. It landed just wide, and it's 40-30.
Yeah, it's a decision I feel like if you're comfortable coming forward, Russell, and transitioning from baseline to net, you're going to make those decisions to let a ball drop. You should know that it's going to go wide. Someone who's uncomfortable moving forward, they're probably going to make a mistake on that one. Maybe hit the out ball, or they let a ball they think is going out and it lands in.
Well, that was a good leave by Popyrin, and now it's 40-30. Second serve, Francis kind of shanks a return. Popyrin into the forehand, into the open court, as Francis can only guess which way Popyrin would go. And Alexei Popyrin settles himself, holds for a 6-5 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium. All right, so they'll change ends when we come back. Francis Tiafoe will serve, looking to force a first set tiebreak here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. here we are in the deep waters of set number 2. Alexei Popyrin looked like he might have drowned himself there for a little bit as he served for it at 5-3, 40 love, and allowed Frances Tiafoe to get the break and then hold for 5-all. But that feels like a big game that Popyrin just held for 6-5.
A couple of tough games, given that he had to bounce back from 5-3, 40 love and deal with those bad thoughts. What on earth has happened? How did I lose that game?
And for the second time now, Frances Tiafoe serving to stay in this set. He did it at 4-5 after getting that break. And that was an ace from Tiafoe, his 7th of the match. On the first point, it's 15 love.
You feel like the tension's risen tremendously over the last 2-3 games. So imagine if, possibly we're going to go to a tiebreaker. Heart rate.
Second serve, returned down the middle. Popyrin now running to his forehand side. Frances Tiafoe moving into the net, trying a little half volley dropper, and that did not go as planned at all. And I would dare to say that Popyrin would have been on it anyway. He looked like he knew exactly what Frances was trying to do.
Yep. Did very well, Popyrin. Not allowing himself to be bullied by the approach shot of Tiafoe.
15-all. First serve out to the forehand of Popyrin, and that's a big service winner from Frances Tiafoe. And the first real come on we've seen from Frances now, trying to get himself going a little more.
Yeah, erase the loss of that previous point in the manner that he lost it as well. Nice serve.
So it's 30-15. First serve to the forehand of Popyrin into the short court. Here comes Frances again coming in. And again, Alexei Popyrin finding joy with the pass.
I just wonder about the approach shot there. Wasn't laced with a whole lot.
No,
wasn't much placement or pace.
It's actually seemed kind of safe in a way. He put some air under it, and it allowed Popyrin to pretty much set his feet
and play.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so another big key point. Tiafoe probably will go with a serve that he prefers, that he can rely upon.
It's 5-6, 30-all. Here is that serve. He wanted to go down the tee with it, but found the net instead, and Popyrin's going to have a look at a Tiafoe second serve at 30-all. Here we go to the Popyrin backhand, and now Tiafoe's backhand back to the Popyrin backhand, and that Alexei Popyrin backhand has been the side that's pushed the more errors in this second set, and there's another one. It's 40-30.
Gosh, sprayed that one by a large distance.
It looked like nerves caught hold of him there, didn't it?
There's plenty of nerves out there.
Here's a point to send this set to a tiebreak. First serve out wide, and a clean ace from Frances Tiafoe.
6-game sole, tiebreak.
And an hour into set 2. A match that was moving at the speed of sound has gotten a little deeper here as we head to a second set tiebreak.
Well, I wouldn't hesitate to say, Russell, that this is really a defining set that should provide some answers to who wins. Possibly if it's 2 sets to love for Tiafoe. If we get to 1 set all, we might be here for quite some time.
Alexei Popyrin is starting to serve. It's 1-7, win by 2. Popyrin in the far court, missed his first serve. Here comes the second. And it's off the top of the net and back on his side, and a double fault by Alexei Popyrin to open this second set tiebreak.
So positive thoughts should be surrounding Frances Tiafoe as he steps up to serve.
At 1 love. Tiafoe's first serve, looking for the tee on the forehand side, hits the net, and a second serve coming. Kicker to the backhand of Popyrin, to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now Tiafoe down the line to the backhand corner of Popyrin, now down the line with the backhand of the forehand. So Frances working down the line. Popyrin changes direction, goes behind Frances, who can scoop a forehand. Popyrin had a mid-court forehand and looped it long and wide. You were just showing me something there. What did you mean by what you were just showing me?
My hands were a little shaky. couldn't get quite. I mean, it's up both ends of the court, to be fair. Francis just hanging in on a couple of forehands himself. His movement got curtailed, but he kept the ball back into play. And that last forehand by Popyrin was another one that he's sprayed.
Looked to me like he needed another step forward, a more confident step. He kind of tried to flick it with his wrist to bring it up and down. It looked kind of like exactly what you're saying, like a nervous ball, because you can tell it in his feet before you see it in his hands.
Your feet have to be operating at this stage of the match. They transport you to the flight of the ball, and then you've got to let the body mechanics take over.
Tiafoe serving it 2-love in the second set tiebreak. Now down the middle of the court, Popyrin with a forehand cross court. Tiafoe right back at the forehand of Popyrin, who slices it out. Now Francis moving Popyrin in with a short slice, and now a beautiful cross court pass by Francis Tiafoe. Quite the engineered point for 3-love.
Exactly. Wow. Tremendous. And there's the sign of Francis Tiafoe, the maturity of Francis Tiafoe evolving. A big point that was, and a delightful backhand slice short into the service box to bring forward the Australian, and calmly rolls that forehand cross court.
And it's also the first sign from Tiafoe where he really wanted the crowd behind him. He lifted both arms in the air to get everybody off their feet. Now it's 3-love to Tiafoe. Popyrin serving. Here comes Francis moving forward. A drop shot in front of Popyrin, and now Francis will hit a lob volley over Popyrin's head, but just long. So the artiste in Tiafoe is coming out. He's starting to feel his creativity, but that time he might have enjoyed the tennis too much for his own good. Is that possible?
I was going to go back and say there ain't no soft hands just there.
They were soft, and then they weren't.
Yeah. But that's the point he should run with. I think keep playing those types of points
you like
right
that?
now. Yes.
Popyrin's on the board at 1-3. Big serve down the middle. Great job by Francis just to slice deep back on the return. And then a huge forehand opens up the court to the Popyrin forehand, and then he puts away into the open court. Defense to offense immaculately.
Yeah. And the crowd, again, can take it up another notch. This is what it's like to play at home. It's worth probably 2 key points in a tiebreaker. And 2 points is enough to get you over the line.
Francis Tiafoe is 3-1 points away from winning this second set. It's 4-1, first to 7 and win by 2. Alexei Popyrin doing all he can do to try to stay in this. It seems like eons ago that Popyrin served at 5-3, 40-love to level this match at 1 set apiece. And now he's staring at a 1-4 hole in the second set tiebreak with Tiafoe serving. An opportunity to put massive amounts of pressure on Alexei Popyrin.
This is the buffer point if he can secure this one.
Popyrin returned deep to the Tiafoe backhand, forcing the error, so they'll change ends at 4-2. And the pressure pushes maybe a little bit to the Tiafoe side.
It does. Quality return from the 25-year-old Australian. Deep into the corner, forcing Tiafoe to go for something a little extra.
Tension rises once again in Arthur Ashe Stadium, the largest stadium in all of tennis. The biggest event in our sport by scale. We're expecting over 1 million fans to come through the gates at the 2024 US Open.
It's incredible.
The grounds have been packed since really Fan Week, which was qualifying week, and now it's a full week of events at the tennis center here. And Francis Tiafoe serving at 4-2 in the second set tiebreak, up a set to love after winning the first 6-4. Second serve coming. Alexei Popyrin in the near court, returning with his forehand into the middle of the court, and Francis Tiafoe rips a forehand winner for 5-2.
Yeah, yes, he does. hit the winner. I don't think he redlined it at all. I thought it was very well controlled because the feet got there with enough time to have some options. Very comfortable forehand. And again, we're back to that buffer, 5-2. If Tiafoe can sneak one of these points, you've got to feel good for his chances.
Francis is asking, I think, for some, maybe for some fans to move or something. But Alexei Popyrin down 2-5 here in set number 2 in the tiebreak. First serve to Tiafoe, out to the backhand. Francis flicks it into the air, gets it back over the net, forcing Popyrin to hit another shot. It wasn't a particularly difficult one, and it's now 3-5.
5-3, Tiafoe.
So the mindset for Popyrin is he got that point out of the way. He wins that one. Just max out here on this point. Close the gap down if you can. Put the pressure back onto Tiafoe.
That last serve was Popyrin's fastest of the set at 129 miles per hour. And now Popyrin down 5-3. First serve into the deuce court. He tried for another big one, but it caught the top of the net, and they'll try it again. And now it's decision time from both players. Popyrin stepping to the line to hit another first serve at 3-5 in the second set tiebreak. And sails it long. Second serve coming to Francis Tiafoe. Popyrin into the net. It has been the story of this second set. There haven't been a lot of double faults, 4 of them, but they all have seemed to come at terrible times for the Aussie.
Yeah, exactly. Key.
And now set points for Francis Tiafoe. Here comes the crowd.
Thank you.
First serve on set point for Francis Tiafoe. It's a clean ace. The American nods as he looks around the upper reaches of a jam-packed Arthur Ashe Stadium as if to say, yup, I got this one. He leads 2-0 after winning the second in a tiebreak after saving 3 set points on the Popyrin serve earlier in the set. We'll come back with the start of set number 3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium as you listen and watch to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
With Aryna Sabalenka on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Good question though, you're a pro by now. You were 8 of 8 break points saved tonight. She wasn't making a lot of mistakes on them. You were really taking them with your aggression, and I want to ask you about the last one. You hit an 104-mile-per-hour second serve. Where does that bravery come from?
Well, I don't know actually. I mean, I guess I've been that way, always been that way, and I was just trying to put her under pressure. I was trying to play my aggressive game, and I was like, at that moment I was thinking, okay, now or never, and I was just going for the kind of like second but first serve, and I'm really glad it's worked, you know, otherwise it would be a really difficult match.
12 out of your last 14 major tournaments have resulted in a quarterfinal or better for you. What's been the key to that kind of consistency, avoiding losses in the first week?
I would say that the mindset, that I was holding myself really strong. I was controlling my emotion really well, and also balancing on and off the court life, definitely helping to stay kind of like fresh and ready and focused for every match. So I would say that I've been really doing well with balancing like on and off the court. So kind of like off the court, I was able to separate myself from tennis and kind of like don't think too much about tennis, and yeah, didn't feel kind of like don't feel the pressure.
Thank you, Arena.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on a Sunday night at the 2024 U.S. Open as we approach 9:45 in the p.m. in New York, and the American Frances Tiafoe has just taken the first two sets from Australia's Alexei Popyrin in two very tight sets. The first set went deep 4-all is when Frances made his move. Second set, my goodness, Popyrin might have nightmares about this, Mark.
Yep, assessment regardless of the result of this match, which is looking very one-sided at this stage,
Yeah.
2 sets to love. But yeah, you know, maybe for self-reflecting moments for Alexei afterwards at that moment, because as said all, you're really involved in this match, aren't you? And to surrender it at that stage, he seemed like he got a little more tense. It raised its head again in that tiebreaker. He gave up a bit of a lead.
What's your assessment of the way Frances Tiafoe has not only played but handled the situation this evening?
It's surprised the heck out of me. Obviously been tracking the summer hardcourt events before we arrive here in New York, and it's enjoyable to watch him when he's playing in this way. I think he's handling himself just with maturity. There is a concept, there is playing with purpose. There isn't I sometimes described him as like a bull running at a red cape. You know, he just wanted to crash through some of these matches, and you know, I'm Frances Tiafoe, and
hear me roar.
Yeah,
right?
And he could roar, but you know, there was always a ceiling. But this is playing really controlled, mature tennis, and even at 2 sets to love, there seems to be a lot left in the energy reserves.
I am fascinated by actually how little Frances has emoted after points. He seems to be very in control of his own emotions, more so than I've ever seen you.
Well, we were saying as well off the break that he seems like he's in control. He's controlling his emotions and he's controlling the flow of the play. So it's almost like he's the conductor, and he's allowing the fans that are here so excited about the way he's playing, but he's not always asking them to come on in. It's almost like you know, the more important points, periods of the match. It's okay, open the door. Now's the time.
It's fascinating. Instead of taking his cues from the crowd, it's almost like they're taking his cues from him.
Yeah.
A conductor is a perfect way to describe it, and he's saved it for the important moments. And in those important moments, Tiafoe's gotten the better of
You
Bob.
cannot play from the first game to the last game of a set. You cannot play at 100%. You are going to go oscillate, ups and downs, and that's what he seems to be managing very well.
Well, Frances Tiafoe, after taking the second set in the tiebreak, will open the third set on serve. He left the court for a full wardrobe change between the second and third sets in about 7 minutes and 45 seconds. After the last ball's in play, Frances Tiafoe throws in an ace to start set number 3.
And another thread that we were talking about over the break is the start now. It's important. It could give us an idea for Francis. It's not all important, though, that if he doesn't create a break, but now's the time that he could maybe pick up an early break.
Second serve coming. Alexei Popyrin awaiting the return. The backhand down the middle of the court to the Tiafoe forehand. Francis goes to the forehand side of Popyrin. Now they're going forehand to forehand, but Francis changes it to the backhand wing of Popyrin. Now backhand to backhand. Popyrin runs around his backhand and now finds a backhand down the line that Francis can't handle, and it's 15-all.
15-all.
I'm also looking to see, and I'm sure you are too, about how Alexei Popyrin mentally comes out at the start of the third after all those set points that he blew in the second. Is the energy still there?
Yeah. What's key, to flip it up the other end again, what's key for Francis, take care of your end of the court first. He's serving to start this set. It's another way to help his cause. Take care of your end, and then the pressure picks up. It amplifies when Popyrin comes around to serve, and then I think we'll have an idea of whether there's any fallout effect.
30-15, first serve down the tee to the forehand of Popyrin, to return into the backhand wing of Francis, who runs around his backhand and hits a forehand into the backhand wing, and now moves in and hits a winner with a whole lot of margin again from Frances Tiafoe. Surgical precision without trying to hit the lines, and it's 40-15. Tiafoe's first serve down the tee to the backhand of Popyrin. Now a forehand cross-court from Tiafoe that Popyrin can't handle, and Frances Tiafoe holds to open up set number 3. And this is, Mark, to your point, where it becomes very interesting to focus now on Alexei Popyrin and see how he's handling the situation.
Yeah. Yep. Francis, it's like he can, I don't want to say take a rest or a breather, but we've seen Alexei just falter at some key moments, and right now, he will have taken a few hits to the face from losing that second set and being down 2 sets to love. So Francis, look, if he can get a few balls back, return into play. If he doesn't break, or just take care of your game again, your serve, and we'll get to another tense moment for sure in this third set.
Well, Alexei Popyrin, love 1. It's going to be up to Popyrin, I think, to determine whether or not that we get to those tense moments.
Yep.
We'll see what his energy level is right here. Second serve as Tiafoe tries to go down the line on the return, and he sends it long. And I imagine part of that, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, don't trying to be picky, but those are the points that Tiafoe doesn't want to give away cheaply just there. Just keep the ball back into play.
And there's an ace from Popyrin, his 13th. And to your point, it's what Francis has actually done probably best the whole match, is make returns.
Yeah.
He's made Popyrin play.
Yep.
30 love now to the Aussie. And another big first serve that Francis can only fire back in a little bit of desperation to the middle of the court, and Popyrin goes right down the center as Francis has to guess on a way, and it's 40 love, and this is the ideal start for Alexei Popyrin.
If it's a clean game and we're at 1-1, there's no damage done as far as Tiafoe's concerned.
All right, second serve offering from Popyrin now at 40 love, second game, third set. Frances Tiafoe took the first, kicker to the Tiafoe backhand, a cross-court backhand return that Tiafoe follows into the net and knocks off the volley. It's 40-15.
40-15.
Just watching Tiafoe march back to the baseline after winning that point.
Shoulders up.
That's it.
Good posture.
Chest is puffed.
Hey, that's some good body language there from the American. A first serve into the backhand of Tiafoe. Deep return to the forehand of Popyrin. And then Francis nets a forehand as he looked to move forward. And it's 1-all. They'll change balls now as Tiafoe will get to serve with new balls at 1-all. Popyrin's going to go to his bag, presumably to change rackets with the change of balls. Francis Tiafoe will do exactly the same. Francis Tiafoe, he made a full kit change during the set change. Behind his bench, it looks like a college freshman's dorm room. There are clothes and wristbands and headbands strewn about. It looks like a little bomb has gone off behind Francis's bag. I wonder if he's like that at home. Like, everything just gets thrown all over the place?
He thinks it probably is. Where's the white, the plastic bag to put that sweaty gear in?
He'll do that at the end. Clean it all at once.
I guess it gives an opportunity to dry on the surface,
Sure.
doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Second serve, Popyrin return. Now a backhand from Tiafoe to the backhand of Popyrin. Slice deep is allowing Tiafoe to run around it, but can't quite get the hips around enough as he tried to go inside in. Looked like he tried to go maybe for too much on that ball.
Yep. Again, if you're in a difficult position, trying to run around and hit a forehand, then just send it up high, look for some depth, keep the point alive.
All right, so Tiafoe misses the first serve at love 15. And now a second service. Popyrin awaits. Chip forehand return to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now backhand to backhand. Although a chip off the Popyrin backhand lets Francis hit a forehand into the backhand side. And then get another slice backhand that Francis goes inside out. And now Francis goes down the line into the forehand of Popyrin. A beautifully done low passing shot. Not meant to win the point, but it does. Because he put it at the feet of Francis Tiafoe, who made an absolute mess of the half volley. And it's love 30.
Love 30.
Well, it's not a bad approach shot. It had depth. So obviously, if you can get that combination of pace placement, depth, you know, the odds are that you're probably going to get an easier volley, but Popyrin really answered nicely.
Francis's first serve is down the tee, returned by Popyrin, and Tiafoe comes in again and is passed again by Alexei Popyrin, who now has 3 break chances in the third game of the third set.
So the approach shot by Tiafoe off of a ball that's down the center third of the court, he didn't find anything. It was really just begging to be sent into the open court.
Not that he was going to do it there, but correct me if I'm wrong. Has Francis come in on a slice approach at all in this match? First serve down the tee, backhand from Tiafoe. Now a forehand sails long, and Francis Tiafoe is broken at love. All right, interesting goings on here in the early stages of set number 3. And we'll be right back as Alexei Popyrin's up a break in the third, but down 2 sets to love to Francis Tiafoe on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime in the big city. Alexei Popyrin of Australia has taken the break of serve from Frances Tiafoe in a 2-1 lead in this third set, but as he approaches the net on the first point of the game, Tiafoe passes him down the line with the backhand. It's love 15. A little bit of shades of what we saw from Frances in the last game, an approach sort of right into the wheelhouse.
Yeah, from the middle of the court again, short.
Russ Thaler and Mark Woodford on the call on US Open Radio as Alexei Popyrin knocks down his 16th ace of the match as we are now 2 hours into this one. Early stages of set number 3. Alexei Popyrin is up a break, serving at 2-1, 15 all. First serve down the tee. Frances bunts it back but wide, and it's 30-15.
So I think it's safe to say, you know, he just couldn't quite keep up that level, Frances Tiafoe. He has played at a very solid level throughout this match. Taking care of business, or his end of the court, wasn't in operation on that last service game. You mentioned one of the rushed forehands that he missed.
Second serve from Popyrin into the backhand of Tiafoe, and that forces the error off the Popyrin backhand, and it's 30 all. So Frances looking to get that break right back after he lost it.
Well, it would be a heck of an effort if he can conjure the break back here.
Popyrin first serve at 30 all. Down the tee. Tiafoe can only get a frame on it. 40-30. And it's 40-30. And that first serve, which has seemed to have left Alexei Popyrin in the most important times, came up big there. It's what went completely away when he was up 5-3, 40 love. He missed 4 straight first serves. Missed a first serve here at 40-30. So Tiafoe will have a look at a second serve as Popyrin looks to extend his lead in the third set to 3-1. Here comes Popyrin on the second serve to the Tiafoe forehand. Frances puts it into the backhand, and now Popyrin slices it. This time Frances slices down the line and had a forehand that he just shanks off the top of his frame. And Popyrin holds for 3-1.
3-1, third set.
Nice game for Alexei to survive, consolidate the break.
So now Frances Tiafoe down a break at 1-3, steps to the line to serve first point into the forehand of Popyrin. Now Frances coming into the net to the backhand side, and he's passed once again by Alexei Popyrin. I'm starting to wonder if Frances might have to rethink that going forward idea.
Yeah, success rate. He's only won 12 points of 21 opportunities or chances when he's got to net.
First serve from Frances is in, but the first forehand from Tiafoe off the return looks completely out of whack, and it's love 30.
Yeah, and we wondered, would there be a drop-off after 2 sets? Was it probably more or less thinking that it might be Popyrin, but he's held firm. It's Frances that has just shown signs of being vulnerable.
And the first serve goes long. Tiafoe left the court for a full kit change. He might have left his mojo in the locker room. Right now it is love 30, and Popyrin takes that second serve to the Tiafoe backhand, now slices to the middle of the court. Frances shovels a backhand to the backhand of Popyrin, who slices it deep to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now a forehand from Tiafoe to the forehand of Popyrin, who pops it up, and Tiafoe goes down the line hard. Popyrin plays some D and throws it up in the middle of the court. Frances comes in, and Popyrin passes him again. Incredible. It's love 40. And this set is seeming to get away from Tiafoe quickly.
It is. Oh, he takes the ball out of the air, and I think he hesitated. Kind of maybe that he looks down and sees where he is on the court, and okay, I've got to move forward. And by the time that all gets into place, The ball is coming back at him, and he just wasn't into position to make a volley. This is a tough go now for the American.
Love 40 on the Tiafoe serve, already down a break in the third, and a second serve on the way to Alexei Popyrin. Second serve coming. Popyrin backhand return to the backhand of Tiafoe, back to the backhand of Popyrin. Here comes the slice to the forehand side of Francis, whips it cross court, and that forces the error of Alexei Popyrin.
15-14.
And what's going to be hard right now, Russell, for Tiafoe is you do start to think, okay, if I 2 breaks down, do I have the energy? Do I want to try and fight for this set? Do I start looking at set number 4? So a lot of thoughts, no doubt, and he steadies himself there with the ace.
So it's 30-40, and we should know better really than to, I guess, write Tiafoe out of a game because he's come back.
Well, that's it. You know, does he keep fighting? You know, foot on the accelerator for this game. If he can keep it close, the set is still viable. If he goes down 2 breaks.
30-40, first serve is deep. Still break point for Alexei Popyrin, looking to take a 4-1 lead in a second break here in the third. Second serve from Tiafoe. Popyrin runs around his backhand, hits a forehand cross court. Tiafoe goes down the line into the open court, and now they're into the baseline rally backhand to backhand. Here's the slice from Popyrin. Inside out forehand from Tiafoe. And a topspin backhand, followed by a slice backhand from Popyrin. Francis runs Popyrin into his forehand corner and induces the error. And from love 40, it's deuce. Woody, I feel like it's the story of this match. Is Popyrin hasn't been able to handle prosperity.
Yep.
Right? Doesn't it feel that way? Like that's one of the big storylines is Popyrin's had chance after chance.
At least in that 30-40 point, he tried to generate a bit of pace behind the return of serve, use his forehand, but all to zero effect. Peg back to deuce.
Second serve now at 1-3 deuce. Here comes Tiafoe out wide to the Popyrin forehand. Now Francis into the open court, moving forward, but doesn't need to hit another ball. It's a clean winner. And the advantage goes to the American after saving 3 break points.
There's that where it's just clicked back in. He didn't rush the forehand, made sure that he got out to the ball. The right leg was anchored, and then the weight went towards the target.
First serve into the Popyrin body, forcing the error, and Francis Tiafoe with some words for his box as he heads to the chair, and Gil Gross has made his way into the whisper position behind the umpire's chair at Arthur Ashe Stadium. What's it like in there, Gil? What's the energy like as Francis tries to battle back in the third, but up 2 sets to love?
Well, just in terms of the capacity here on Ashe, this is a pretty special crowd. I mean, this is to the rafters, and you know, for the biggest stadium in tennis, it's not always easy, especially pre-semifinals, finals, to get this kind of crowd in here. But legitimately, the entire upper deck, along with the lower bowl, which is always shoulder to shoulder for a night session, it is all the way up. Very, very few empty seats. So great to see on this Sunday night, obviously Labor Day. And I'll also mention, not only did Francis have a huge reaction after holding there, his entire box up on their feet. So it looks like their mentality and their messaging is, do not give this set away. Do not take your foot off the gas.
That's Gil Gross as Francis Tiafoe changes his shirt for the umpteenth time in this match. He's got the ice towel over his shoulders. It's been a hot and humid night, but Francis has to be feeling a little cooler after getting out of that hole. This set could have gotten away really easily.
Massive game there for Francis. Responding from love 40, and that does keep this set alive for his chances of trying to close this out in straight sets. First things first, he's going to try to build into the return game.
So Alexei Popyrin to the line, leading 3-2 in the third set, and here's his first delivery of the 6th game of this set. First serve is long. Second serve, Popyrin stops his motion and will restart. 3 bounces and into the motion he goes. Popyrin sends it to the forehand of Tiafoe, returns cross court to the forehand of Popyrin, and Popyrin sends the reply long.
Such a direct forcing return by Tiafoe, just up the middle. No time for Popyrin to really recover out of his service action.
Here's Popyrin with a big first serve down the middle that Frances Tiafoe puts into the top of the net, and it's 15-all. Frances, look, a little bit of a look of frustration from Tiafoe there. Haven't seen it much in this match. Here's the first serve at 15-all. Popyrin into the net. Looked like he was trying to go body a little bit on that first serve. Let's see where he goes with the second serve. 4 bounces now for Popyrin. He's into his motion for the second serve. Out to the forehand again of Tiafoe. Goes down the line to the backhand. Popyrin slices it to the backhand of Tiafoe, who pushes it down the line to the forehand. Now Frances with a little slice. Popyrin goes for a drop shot and doesn't even come close to making it. Almost a little bit of a bailout there.
2 hours and 15 minutes, just a couple of minutes shy of that. Maybe when fatigue, when you start to feel it a little bit, sometimes your shot selection goes awry. I would certainly not advise him to go for that one again.
That was a big first serve to get out of 15-30 though from Popyrin down the tee. It's 30-all.
And that missed drop shot, statistically, his first unforced error of the set.
It's actually pretty impressive that he got to the 6th game of the set without making an unforced error. There's a reason why he's up a break, but he's in a bit of danger at 30-all. 3-2, 30-all. Popyrin first serve to Tiafoe down the tee. No danger there. Ace number 17. And he gives him game point for 4-2. So here comes Popyrin. First serve at 40-30. Going out wide to Tiafoe backhand, and Frances puts it into the net. And a little bit of a fist pump from Alexei Popyrin. It's actually some of the more positive body language we've seen.
Yep. Solid to be able to be pushed in your service game. He came up with the goods, 2 massive first serves to help maintain that lead. And I would think he's not trying to overdo the celebration, Popyrin, because that entices the crowd to, like, hang on, Mr. Kangaroo. You don't want you necessarily getting up too far ahead here.
Frances Tiafoe in the far court. Forehand to the forehand of Popyrin. Now move to the backhand side. Frances, little drop shot that clips the top of the net and dribbles over. A little hometown roll for Tiafoe. It's 15-love at 2-4. I'll tell you something, Woody. I haven't seen a lot of balls actually hit the tape and go over in this U.S. Open. These nets are so tight. But Tiafoe's got a little extra mojo, and Popyrin could only smile at his misfortune. It's 15-love for Tiafoe at 2-4. First serve down the tee. Popyrin returned to the forehand of Tiafoe, and now the backhand slice. Frances backhand rolls it slow and short. Popyrin in. Tiafoe tries to hit it short, looking for the 2-shot pass, but can't get the lob over the head of Alexei Popyrin, and it's 15-all as Popyrin knocks off the overhead.
Couple of tips there coming, I think it was for Frances.
Yep, that was David Witt.
Could you make out what he was saying, Gil?
Nah, a little too quiet.
All right, 15-all, 2-4. Francis's first serve down the tee, looking for the ace. Doesn't get it because he sent it long. So Popyrin will have a look at the Francis Tiafoe second serve. At 2-4, 15-all. Into the backhand of Popyrin, back to the forehand of Francis. He nets another forehand. It's 15-30. Remember, Popyrin had opportunities to get a second break in this set, unable to do it last time. Now he's got another half chance at 15-30.
Francis taking a bit more time in between the points, going off to towel once again. I think he's just frustrated that his level has just come off what we saw the first two sets, surrendering an early serve.
And Francis again misfires on the first serve, this time trying to go out wide to the Popyrin backhand. So it'll be a second serve at 15-30 from Francis Tiafoe into the forehand of Popyrin. Now Francis misses another forehand wide, and it's 15-40.
So he's just lost that rhythm, certainly on the forehand. With the serve disappearing, puts a bit of pressure on the rest of your game on the ground. And it's the forehand where he's just tried to have a crack at a couple of forehands, and his shot has broken down, coughed up a couple of errors.
Francis Tiafoe facing 2 break points at 15-40, misses the first serve down the tee. And once again, Alexei Popyrin will have a crack at the Tiafoe second serve on a break point. The backhand return down the line is a clean winner for Alexei Popyrin. And the Aussie has a 5-2 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium. They'll change ends, and he will serve for the third when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Stadium. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross. Let's go right to Gil, who's in the whispered position. Anything happen on that changeover? You witness anything going on with Francis Tiafoe or his team as he trails 5-2 here?
It's actually a strange gesture from Tiafoe as he walked to the bench. It almost looked like a sarcastic fist pump, but I'm hesitant to call it that because it just didn't make much sense to me. But the shake of the right arm.
Right, first serve is in, returned by Tiafoe deep to the backhand corner, and another forehand miss from the American.
Yeah, not good. The forehand, if he starts to try and generate too much pace, again, he's just rely upon that trust of the forehand with shape.
Second serve now coming from Alexei Popyrin as he tries to serve out this third set. Kicker to the backhand of Francis Tiafoe. Popyrin down the line, big forehand that Francis tracks down into the forehand side of Popyrin. He had a good look at the cross-court winner and sailed it just wide. Looked like he tried to just take a little of the risk out of it. Maybe put just a little bit too much air under it, and it's 15-all. Popyrin's first serve out wide and short with a beautiful precision, just 97 miles an hour, but hit his spot about halfway up the service box for a clean ace, his 18th of the match. And Alexei Popyrin now at 30-15 is 2 points from taking the third set. He goes for the ace down the tee, can't find it, it's long. Second serve coming to Frances Tiafoe. Alexei Popyrin serving in the far court, 30-15. Kicker to the forehand of Frances, who rips a forehand return wide. And now it's 2 set points for Alexei Popyrin. And the crowd's going to come alive a little bit trying to get Frances back into this set. It might be too little too late. The energy is at an all-time low right now at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Exactly what Alexei Popyrin wants. First serve into the backhand of Tiafoe, slice to the forehand side. Frances rips one down the line that Popyrin slices back. Now a forehand from Popyrin to the forehand of Tiafoe. Shanker off the top of the racket, and Alexei Popyrin has taken the third set from Frances Tiafoe. 6-2. Will play a fourth at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Players will change ends after the set. Perhaps a wardrobe change, perhaps not. Either way, we'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tiafoe has the ball to serve to open up set number 4. Alexei Popyrin took the third set, 6-2 from the American. Tiafoe opens up the fourth with an ace, his 13th of the match. Tiafoe took the first 2 sets, 6-4, 7-6. And a let is called. It started beeping before Frances even hit his serve. He tossed, and there was beeping. Frances hit an ace, but it's called back. They're going to start this again. Another first serve for Frances Tiafoe to start set number 4. It's 15-love. They'll chip return to the forehand of Tiafoe. Popyrin back to the forehand of Frances, and now working that forehand side. It's the forehand that really went off the rails in set number 3 for Frances Tiafoe. Popyrin looks like he's trying to work on it early here in the first game of set number 4. Frances comes in with a forehand cross court. Popyrin puts one at the feet of Tiafoe. Tiafoe beautifully picks it up with a short hop with a little dropper in front of him. It's 30-love.
Yeah, it was a bad slice by Popyrin that he just left hanging in the middle of the court. Gave Frances a chance to hit the approach shot on the forehand. Soft hands on the half volley, dropped it nice and short. I think the good news for Francis in regards to that third set, certainly didn't waste a lot of emotional energy. He probably never felt like he was in it, never felt like he was close to winning. Makes it a lot easier to turn the page, get to the fourth.
Tiafoe serving at 30-love. First game, set number 4. First serve is in, and Popyrin hit a terrific deep return to the Tiafoe backhand. He left it short, and Popyrin took advantage with a clean forehand winner.
You could say the same for Popyrin. You could say, well, it wasn't a very physical set, so that's an advantage for a guy who would have to win it in 5.
All right, so it's 30-15. Francis Tiafoe backhand down the line into the Popyrin forehand, and forehand sends it, and Popyrin sends it long.
40-15.
So we're back to that same idea, concept for Tiafoe. It's really just to take care of his end of the court first. That's all he can do. Just keep that one game advantage.
And an ace from Tiafoe is 14th. He holds at 15 to open up set number 4. A much more calm and confident looking Francis Tiafoe than he looked really in the back half of set number 3. Missed so many forehands at the end of that, of the third set.
Yeah. Well, and don't forget that he started off okay, because we were discussing this kind of the same premise at the beginning of set 3. Just take care of your end of the court. He held serve in the first game. Popyrin matched him, and that's where, on the very next game, losing his serve to love, and his game started to crumble.
Well, now it's Alexei Popyrin who will step to the line.
Yep. Pressure's on the Australian, really, to try to stay with Tiafoe and the crowd. That's an element, as Gil mentioned, that they didn't really have to get charged up in that third set.
Popyrin out to the Tiafoe forehand, return to the middle of the court. Here comes Popyrin into the net. And Tiafoe can't handle the approach, and it's 15-love. First serve from Popyrin produces his 19th ace of the match. It's 30-love.
And don't forget that the first set, we were saying about how they were matching each other in the serving department. The set was just motoring along. Both were holding serve, relative ease, until they got to a key end, that 4 games all, where Popyrin surrendered his serve. So maybe that's the same concept that Tiafoe planning on.
And the 40-love point is concluded with the 20th ace of the match for Alexei Popyrin.
Francis Tiafoe happens to be the most aced player on tour. And I think that's because of how close he stands and how much he likes to pick a side, anticipate to one corner or the other.
And to your point, Gil, Francis, especially in the first set when Alexei came out hitting a lot of aces, looked like he was either guessing or trying to anticipate a lot. Popyrin caught him leaning a whole lot. Now on the other side, when it comes to second serve returns, Francis has been tremendous for most of this match. Popyrin is now returning the Francis Tiafoe serve at 1-all, first point, and a forehand into the net. It was early in set number 3 that Francis kind of shocked us playing a loose service game, and he never recovered.
Yeah, lost his serve to love. Missed a couple of forehands. He also went to net and was passed.
And it's love 15 on the Tiafoe serve here at 1-all in the fourth. Misses the first serve, and you can't help but have a little bit of deja vu, because it was around this time of set 3 where Francis's level dropped. Let's see how his level performs here. Kick serve to the backhand of Popyrin, and Popyrin takes it right down the line for a clean winner. Had nothing to do with Francis. It was a good second serve. Popyrin just crushed it. Perfectly timed.
Yep. Took on the risk, did Popyrin.
Alexi's forehand is such a big, scary weapon. So when you're getting beat, going to his backhand with clean winners like that, that's a scary proposition. Where do you go?
Well, we'll see where Francis goes on the first serve into the backhand again of Popyrin. He actually hit that return very well, but just missed long. So it's 15-30. First serve coming at 15-30, 1-all in the fourth. Frances Tiafoe up 2-1 now over the Australian Alexi Popyrin. Second serve after the first serve hits the net. Here comes Tiafoe's offering to the backhand again of Popyrin. Popyrin deep down the middle, forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now a backhand drop shot. Here comes Francis moving forward. He's up to it in time and puts it away cross court for the winner. It's 30-all.
Well, I don't mind the idea of Alexi throwing in this ball. It wasn't exactly a drop shot.
If it wasn't a drop shot, what was it? I'm curious because it looked like he was trying to hit a drop shot.
Yeah, it was a poorly executed shot. You know, if you're going to try that shorter ball and bring your opponent in, the ball's got to stay low. That one just jumped up as well.
Yeah, he put air under that ball. Yeah. Too much for Francis. And he was there in plenty of time.
He also
30-all.
He hadn't pushed Francis back before hitting that.
30-all. Here comes Tiafoe's first serve into the forehand of Popyrin. Back to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now to the backhand, and Francis changes the direction back down the line, opening up the court for the inside-out forehand. Now a high lob from Popyrin that Francis will let fly long, and it's 40-30, and a fist pump from the American, signaling to the crowd that now is the time that I could use you, and they oblige.
Yeah, quality point. I think they also recognize that was a superb point. Developed thanks to the backhand up the line, and then started to use his athleticism to take the point.
40-30, game point for 2-1 for Frances Tiafoe. First serve looking to go wide, and it's up the line long. Second serve as Popyrin awaits about a step and a half behind the baseline. Popyrin cracks the backhand return cross court to the Tiafoe backhand, and Popyrin goes wide, and Frances Tiafoe holds for 2-1 on serve in the fourth. The American leads 2-1 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. In the East, and we thank you for joining us on US Open Radio from coast to coast. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross on the call here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Frances Tiafoe up 2-1, up 2 games to 1 against Alexi Popyrin of Australia. Woody, we were talking about the importance of that last hold for Frances Tiafoe. How do you think that affects the tenor of this match in this moment?
Well, it was at that same juncture in the third set that Francis surrendered his serve. So at love 30 there, it was hanging in the balance. Is that what you felt?
Kind of, yeah. It felt like a little deja vu.
I would think Gil on the sideline as well might have felt that there was a possibility. And Popyrin made a good return at love 30, just missing by a fraction. And, the game turned around. So, you know, good fortune for Tiafoe. Now that pressure is back onto Popyrin's end of the court.
All right, so now as they change end, this is a fascinating moment here. They both had time to sit down on the changeover. They both walked out onto the court. Popyrin decided he wanted a different racket, walked over to his bag to change rackets, and when he did, Francis said, you know what, I need a new shirt. Walked over to his bag, took off his shirt, and put on a new shirt. This is all after the umpire called time, and all after they both walked to the sides of the net that they want to be on. I don't know if it was gamesmanship or what's going on, but Alexei Popyrin is serving at 1-2 in the fourth with a new racket, and Francis is returning with a new shirt. And that first serve goes wide. Second serve coming to Frances Tiafoe. Into the backhand, and actually jammed Francis big time. Francis guessed correctly, but didn't do anything with the pass, and it's 15 love after Popyrin knocks off the volley.
Now that was an eventful 1 minute or so, because at the change of ends, Tiafoe gave his racket to someone to bring it to the back for a string job. Renaud Lichtenstein had to get on the phone and say, come back, Alexei wants rackets too. Popyrin sent 3 back.
Well, Popyrin's, he's trying to prepare for a possible 5-setter here. Francis would love to get it done with the racket that's in his hand now, or maybe one more that's in his bag. It's 15 love. Popyrin deep, second serve into the backhand of Tiafoe. Now they rally. Forehand to forehand. Francis just decides to rip one cross court short for a winner, and it's 15 all. He unleashed the fury.
Yeah, half volley pickup. Actually, by both players. Popyrin, after the return, was sent back at him. There was a half volley pickup and a lovely forehand winner. A timely one for Tiafoe.
And now a little pressure on Popyrin here. 15 all, second serve. He jammed Tiafoe last time on this side of the court. This time he just goes ace down the tee on the second serve.
Oh, walking a fine line just there is the Australian.
That was 106 down the tee, and it caught pretty much all of the line. So it's 30-15, Alexei Popyrin serving at 1-2 in the fourth. Here's the first serve, down the tee again, ace number 22 on the match for Popyrin.
Oh, 14 from Frances Tiafoe, sending down his fair share compared to the previous 2 rounds.
That time Popyrin tried to go with the slow slider out wide, catches the net, so Francis will have a look at a second serve again in the deuce court. Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe, turned down the middle, now a forehand as Francis approaches and again gets passed by Alexei Popyrin, and it's 2 all. Well, that's a play we've seen over and over again in this match, it seems. Frances Tiafoe approaching down the line to the Popyrin backhand from his forehand side, putting way too much air under the ball and getting past.
Was a good baiting chip by Popyrin. That ball stays low. It almost forces Tiafoe to hit an approach shot, but it forces him to hit it from a low contact point. So it's difficult for him to be damaging with the approach shot.
2 all here in set number 4. Tiafoe serving in the near court. First serve long. Second serve coming. First point of the 5th game of the 4th set. Tiafoe's second serve to the backhand of Popyrin. Return to the forehand of Tiafoe. Into the backhand corner. Now to the backhand of Tiafoe. Slice from Popyrin. Takes the pace off. Francis forehand cross court. Induces the error from Popyrin. It's 15 love.
What'd you think of that shot choice, Woody?
Yeah, I mean, that's 1 in 100 that you're going to make that, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think we saw Kaboli make it twice against Medvedev last night, so maybe you can make it twice. But it was well long. 15-love second serve. Popyrin backhand return to the middle of the court, and now Francis goes to the dropper. Popyrin decides not even worth making a real move. It was more of a slice, short, Federer-like dropper. It was a knifing drop shot instead of the dying drop shot, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, now that had a bit more spin on it.
Like side spin, right?
Yeah, it was effective.
This time Tiafoe coming in again off the second ball. Much better this time off a hard, flat backhand approach that didn't get off the ground very much and didn't afford Popyrin the time that he's had off those forehand approaches with a lot of topspin, and it's 40-love.
That's the ideal approach shot, I guess, is to take time away from your opponent. A few times tonight he's come in and Popyrin's had plenty of time to send a passing shot or put the ball back at the toes of Tiafoe.
Second serve at 40-love for Francis Tiafoe to the backhand of Popyrin. And Francis serve +1 with the backhand down the line into the open court. We remain on serve through 5 games of the fourth. Francis Tiafoe up 2-1 and 3 games to 2 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Approaching 10:40 in the PM in the East. Midway through set number 4 as Francis Tiafoe leads 2-1 and 3 games to 2. Alexei Popyrin from Australia getting set to step to the line as Russ Thaler and Gil Gross from the United States are joined by Mark Woodford of Australia on the call on US Open Radio.
Is that 2 against 1? Is that how you're teeing it up?
Well, let me just say, if we were on the tennis court, 2 against 1 wouldn't be enough for Gil or I.
Thank you.
But on the call of this match,
it's actually 3 against 2.
It kind of is, because we got Francis too, and he's up 2-1. Popyrin's first serve is down the tee. Tiafoe manages to slice it back deep and then slices a forehand. He's playing some D. Popyrin moving forward. Francis goes for the short chip. Popyrin a little slice backhand volley, and Francis follows it forward and punches it into the open court. A beautiful start to the return game of Francis Tiafoe.
Well played by Tiafoe. Just makes his opponent play. The ball's fading below the level of the net. That really then, you have to follow it up. That the only shot volley available for Popyrin is a drop volley.
Thank you.
The movement of Tiafoe shines.
Love 15. First serve from Popyrin is wide. Tiafoe has a look at a second serve, trying to squeeze Popyrin a little bit here. The 2-3 game in the fourth set, and the second serve reveals a little bit of the tension that's in the arm of Alexei Popyrin.
Yeah, he didn't go up at all. No drive in those legs.
7th double fault of the match for Popyrin. Tiafoe's only doubled once in this match. Those nerves have come into play from Popyrin. It happened in the first set, happened in the second set as well. And here he is, love 30. Big moment for both right here. First serve returned by Tiafoe short to the forehand. Popyrin's coming forward. Tiafoe had a look at the pass and just missed it wide.
15-13.
Oh, that was a sniff of 3 break points.
Boy, that looked a lot like the Tiafoe approaches that have induced the passes from Popyrin.
There you go. The return was into an area of the court where it is almost forced Popyrin into attack.
First serve at 15-30 as well, wide. Francis was so frustrated he nearly bit one of his fingers off in frustration after that last point. Not really, but he did bite his hand. Second serve. Popyrin into the backhand of Tiafoe, kind of shanks it deep. And now a forehand into the forehand wing of Popyrin. Back cross court and long. Those nerves are really starting to fray. And here comes the crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium, rising in decibel level, trying to push their man to the first break of the 4th set.
It's like the brigade, isn't it? And there you go, Tiafoe's conducting, he's controlling this point, this game. He's now inviting the crowd just to enhance his break opportunities.
Francis Tiafoe trying to drag Alexei Popyrin into the deep waters on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Popyrin comes up huge with an ace out wide.
Beautiful serve. That time he maximized his height, just carved around the outside of the ball. Probably aided that it hit the line and sped past Tiafoe.
Second break point opportunity. It's 30-40. Popyrin winds up and fires long.
It was looked like a serve and volley attempt by Popyrin.
It did, and here comes the second serve. Popyrin has double faulted once in this game already. Second serve on its way, and he doubles again. And Francis Tiafoe has the break. He leads 4-2 in the 4th and 2-1.
It's 4-2.
Was that the fear of Tiafoe's backhand return, that he's so good at taking early on the rise, sometimes even coming forward behind it, because Popyrin tried to thread the needle and direct it at Tiafoe's forehand?
Well, I think it might be fear, full stop, Gil.
First serve down the tee for Tiafoe. Into the net, he comes off the backhand side. Tries to put away the forehand volley, doesn't get it away. Overhead that Popyrin runs down, but sends a backhand pass wide. And it's 15-love. Maybe a little more effort needed than we would have liked, but Tiafoe's got the lead.
15-love.
Popyrin's, just his facial reactions have changed. At the end of that point, he's kicked the towel box, but I think he's not only ticked that he's lost that point, but the fact that he served 2 double faults in that previous game.
Yeah, no doubt. First serve is in, and the return is long, and it's 30-love.
And this is where the maturity, to be able to absorb the loss of your service game.
Gil, the crowd just reacted to something. What was it?
It was the fact that that ball missed the baseline by 1 centimeter.
30-love. First serve to the forehand of Popyrin, back to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now a big approach into the backhand. Francis trying to run down the forehand volley, and that would have sent the crowd into some histrionics if Tiafoe would have been able to make that running pass. But he can't, and it's 30-15.
And guys, I was just corrected by Robbie Koenig next to me, who's much better with the metric system. I should have said millimeter there, not centimeter.
Well, that's even tighter.
Yep.
In fact, that's the closest that Hawkeye can get. Maybe inside the margin of error, doesn't matter now. It's 30-15. Francis Tiafoe trying to extend his lead to 5-2 in the 4th. He's up 2-1, 4-2, 30-15. First serve in the ad court is right into the body of Popyrin, who could just parry. Francis, big inside-out forehand. Popyrin replies. Now they're into the baseline rally. Francis goes for the dropper. Popyrin running in on his forehand, whips it down the line, and it's just wide. And it's 40-15.
40-15.
And it's just exploring the geography of the court there. Francis using a slice forehand, but carving around the outside. So when it hit the surface, it moved further into the doubles alley.
And away from the Popyrin forehand, which he ended up pushing long. And now points for 5-2 for Frances Tiafoe. First serve into the body of Popyrin, returned down the middle. Now a forehand into the backhand corner of Tiafoe, who slices it back. A forehand inside in, moving forward is Popyrin, and Tiafoe blows the passing shot long. It's 40-30.
Well, it's got to just calm those nerves down. That would have been, I mean, a brilliant shot at this stage of the match if he'd made that pass. But just go back to just getting the ball at the toes of your opponent.
All right, one chance to go to 5-2 has fallen by the wayside, but Frances Tiafoe has a second. First serve at 40-30. Toss, fire, backhand return to the Tiafoe forehand. Serve +1, and Tiafoe's a game away from reaching the quarterfinals of the 2024 U.S. Open.
It's 5 games to 2 full sets.
Popyrin serves to stay in it when we come back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Ten minutes to 11 p.m. in the East, and Frances Tiafoe has put himself within a game of the final 8 of the 2024 U.S. Open of 2-1, 5 games to 2. Australia's Alexei Popyrin is serving to stay in it now in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross on the call on U.S. Open Radio, and thank you so much for listening along on usopen.org, the U.S. Open app, TuneIn app, YouTube, our YouTube channel as well, and on Sirius XM Radio. And Alexei Popyrin throws in his 9th double fault of the match to open this game that he needs to win to stay in the match. It's love 15. First serve into the ad court, down the tee. Frances Tiafoe returns short to the forehand. Guesses right as Popyrin moves forward, but can't do enough with the pass as Popyrin knocks off the volley. It's 15 all.
3 double faults in this set, and they couldn't have come at worse times for the Australian. 2 in the previous service game to surrender his serve, 1 to start this game, and that just sets a bad tone.
Forehand return, and here comes Tiafoe moving in and can't handle the pass from Popyrin, and it's 30-15.
And sometimes with Francis, that when he does move forward, he's the efforts to get to net, but he forgets that if you don't hit the best approach shot, just stop, balance a little earlier. Don't have to continue on to the net, because then you're not in position to make that first volley.
And Francis is good enough at scrambling that he can pick a ball up in no man's land at that point and keep the point going. 24th ace from Popyrin, and he's got points for 5-3. So after that double fault to start the game, a nice recovery from the Australian. 3 straight points and a game point now with a second serve that Frances Tiafoe takes and puts into the net. Here comes the crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
So I think I said this at 5-3 in the second set, that Tiafoe's just got to hope that Popyrin gets a little tight. Now this is the role reversal. Alexei Popyrin is hoping that Frances, as he steps up to serve for the match, there's some tension in his arm.
First serve is wide. When Popyrin served at 5-3 for the second set, he led 40-love before completely capitulating. Second serve as Popyrin returns down the middle deep. Frances returns right back and now whips a forehand cross-court that clips the top of the tape and sails wide. It's love 15.
Healthy return by the Australian, went out after the forehand. Some quick footwork. Looked like there were some signals going into the body here.
Let's see if Frances on the first serve goes to the body. He does. Actually hit his spot really well. Popyrin could only fend it off and push it deep. That's a perfect body serve, and now they're calling for the body again. As our cameras show David Witt, Frances's coach pointing to his chest, to which we suggest would be to the body. Frances again to the body, into the backhand side. Short reply. Frances pushes the approach deep and knocks off the forehand volley. It's 30-15.
And if Frances does get through this match and this particular game after receiving those directives about where to serve, it's only going to enhance David Witt.
He called for it again, guys.
Frances again to the body, chip forehand return into the middle of the court. Here comes Frances moving forward in the forehand return. Slices a awkward looking backhand volley that Popyrin puts low to the feet of Frances Tiafoe. It's a little dropper. Frances makes a motion with his hand, and the crowd goes wild as Tiafoe has 2 match points for a spot in the quarterfinals.
That's the money motion, Russ, the Johnny Manziel, because that dropper was money.
Frances Tiafoe, match point number 1, steps to the line, first serve, again looking for the body, instead hits the net. Second serve on its way on match point number 1. It's 40-15. Popyrin return to the middle of the court. Here comes Frances coming in on the forehand return. Drop shot attempt to the backhand of Popyrin. Frances guesses right, has a look at a forehand volley, but pushes it wide. Second match point coming, and here comes the crowd.
And just because he lost that point by going into net there doesn't mean that he should stay away from doing it again. Looks like this is going to be another body serve.
First serve attempting to go into the body. Again missing, so a second serve now to Alexei Popyrin from Frances Tiafoe to the backhand side. Return down the middle, and Tiafoe pushes a backhand into the net. Tension rising at Arthur Ashe Stadium as 2 match points have gone by the wayside. And we are at deuce with Tiafoe serving at 5-3 in the 4th. So Frances Tiafoe from 40-15, now at deuce. First serve to Alexei Popyrin and another missed. Ever since he had those 2 match points, he hasn't made a first serve. 3rd straight point that Popyrin has a look at a second serve from Tiafoe. The return to the forehand of Frances, and he rips it wide.
Oh, it looks like he's just tried to win the point too quickly. The first serves have picked up. There's a lot of adrenaline in the arm of Tiafoe at the moment.
So a break point opportunity now for Alexei Popyrin. to get back on serve. His first break chance of this set. And here comes the first serve of Frances Tiafoe. Into the backhand of Popyrin. Deep return down the middle. Tiafoe pulls it to the Popyrin forehand. Now Frances goes down the line and moves forward. Popyrin, backhand pass low. Tiafoe makes the volley, and Popyrin can't make the second pass. He had a look, but he couldn't get it done, and we're back to deuce.
Wow. Well, both players extremely tight on the last shots that they hit. The volley of Tiafoe just bunted up the middle of the court, kept the point alive. Popyrin had a good look at that forehand.
This game passing the 5-minute mark. This match just passing the 3-hour mark. Frances Tiafoe has had 2 match points. Now it's deuce at 5-3 in the 4th after he saved a break point. First serve is long, second serve from Tiafoe. Toss is up, here comes the offering to the forehand of Popyrin. Short reply. Tiafoe goes back to the forehand side of Popyrin. He pops a lob long, and Frances Tiafoe will have a 3rd match point. Both players go to the towel. Everyone in Arthur Ashe Stadium was on their feet. Now they're sitting back down in anticipation of what's to come. Match point number 3 for the American Frances Tiafoe. At 5-3 in the 4th to Alexei Popyrin. First serve coming down the tee, just long. Second serve offering from Frances Tiafoe. Tosses up to the forehand of Popyrin, return down the middle, a backhand down the line to the forehand of Popyrin, now a backhand cross court to the backhand of Popyrin, low slice backhand, Tiafoe takes it off his shoelaces and whips it right on the line for a winner to end it.
What a spectacular forehand.
And Popyrin and Tiafoe share an animated and very friendly hug. Popyrin looks at him and says, now you go get this thing. Frances Tiafoe's into the final 8 of the 2024 US Open. And he finally gets to flex in the middle of the court for these fans who have been pulling for him from the first ball. Big hugs all around the Frances Tiafoe box. Mark Woodford, what do you make of the performance that Tiafoe put on tonight?
That was a mighty display, aided by playing in front of this New York crowd. But it was an inspired level of play that Tiafoe again has put out here at the US Open.
Alexei Popyrin's going to make his way off the court, I'm sure, to a fine round of applause before Frances Tiafoe speaks to the crowd, and we'll listen in. I want to get the thoughts of Gil Gross, who's courtside for a Frances Tiafoe round of 16 win at Arthur Ashe Stadium. What is that experience like?
There is no show like Frances Tiafoe at the US Open. And it's just incredible how he elevates his game for this event. It's unlike anything else in tennis. That is now 3 straight quarterfinals or better at the US Open for Frances Tiafoe.
In a weird way, Frances is like, he's not a clay court specialist. He is a US court specialist. And Christopher Eubanks is on the court to conduct the post-match interview. Let's listen in.
It's Arthur Ashe night matches. I think something about this court that brings out some of your best tennis. Can you explain to these 24,000 people what exactly that is that brings out some of your best tennis when you step foot out here?
Yeah, I always dreamt about playing on this court. You know, from a kid, you know, I used to hit against the wall and want to compete on this court. You know, seeing the Williams sisters win titles here, seeing Roger win here a million times, I was like, I just want to play on this court, and it's so iconic, obviously named after Arthur Ashe, so I wanted to be a part of that. And it just brings out the best in me. And you guys are unbelievable fans, and it makes it so fun out here, honestly. I want you to take us back to the second set. You're up a set. Popyrin is serving for it at 5-3, 40 love. I want to know what honestly is going on in your head. I don't want you to give me the regular, oh, I knew I could fight back. Let me hear the honest take about what's going on in Francis's head in that moment.
Nah, he was serving 5-3, 40 love. I was like, well, I'm pretty sweaty. I'm sweating through my shoes. I'm about to go and change and try to win this thing in 4. And then, you know, I win a point, win another point. I was like, oh. You know, he gave me 1. I was like, don't let me get 2. And then I was like, don't let me get 3. And then I was like, I might as well break now. So got pretty lucky there, honestly. But, yeah, again, without you guys, it wouldn't happen.
Next up, you're facing another opponent who you know really well in Grigor Dimitrov. Played some phenomenal tennis today, 5-set battle against Andrei Rublev. What are your initial thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, obviously he's so talented. He's been one of the most talented players for a very, very long time. He's playing great, later stages of his career, and he's, you know, starting to find great form again. So it's going to be really, really tough. He can hit all the shots. I'm going to make him fight for it and earn it, and I'm sure he is too. And I hope you guys are with me there as well.
Yeah, he's playing some great ball, but so are you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to give it up.
Hold on. Sorry. Tony Goldwyn was in the crowd. Yo, I'm a huge fan of you, bro. Me and my girl used to watch Scandal all the time. I'm a huge fan, brother. I'm a huge fan, bro. I just gotta say that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Frances Tiafoe.
Frances Tiafoe sending shout-outs to actors in the crowd. He's got this place in the palm of his hand. Gil, I want to get your thoughts on Tiafoe Dimitrov in the quarterfinals.
You know, I actually think Frances, and he wouldn't admit this, was probably hoping that Rublev would win. Frances has beaten Andre in a quarterfinal here before. He beat Andre this summer as well. I believe that was, I'm a little bit fuzzy, so I don't want to guess, but he beat him this summer. Grigor Dimitrov is an interesting matchup because he brings a massive first serve and a massive forehand that can, at times, probably take the racket out of Frances's hands. But, you know, it's going to be an interesting one backhand to backhand. I think maybe that's where Tiafoe can really make some hay.
He beat Rublev in D.C., by the way. Mark, what do you think of the Dimitrov-Tiafoe matchup that we'll see in 2 days' time?
Well, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Frances. I would give him the edge again because no doubt they'll be back out on this court, whether it will be an evening match or a night match. Regardless, the crowd is going to be there, and that is an edge. When the matches get into these tight situations, the Americans at the US Open are going to have that little edge. And as you heard, the reason, the why Frances feels like he plays his best here, it means so much to him. And look, Dimitrov is going to have to play lights out. He loves to control the flow. If he doesn't control the flow and he allows Frances to play his game, I see Frances moving through to the semis.
We'll likely see shot making of the highest order in that quarterfinal matchup between Frances Tiafoe
and it has been a while since Dimitrov has got to this stage. I mean, we were saying earlier, 2017 is you know, a long way, yet many years ago since he hit some of this form.
Totally. Grigor is turning back the clock this year. He gets Tiafoe next in the quarterfinals. We still have more tennis to play at Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's a rematch of the Olympic gold medal match between Qinwen Zheng, the gold medal winner, and Donna Vekic. Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak. They take the reins at Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio, presented by American Express, when we come back.
show. Mike Cation, the guitar-playing Sophie Amiak. She's on the Fender Stratocaster right now and really going at it.
I'm trying to be lively, you know, with this this great match that's finished, and I'm sure there's a little bit of a letdown, but we're not going to let anybody down, right, Mike?
No, I never have in my life.
I know.
How are you, Soph?
I'm great.
You look like you've got some extra energy right now.
I'm just ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
Is that all natural, or?
It's natural, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm ready because, to tell you the truth, there's nothing better than this match, you know, on paper, just because of a rematch of a gold medal that was just played, obviously, on a different surface. But both these players can bring it forward, and they have such great games.
Qinwen Zheng, Donna Vekic coming up here in just a couple of minutes, and indeed, as Sophie mentioned, it is the rematch of the gold medal match at the Olympics. So, as you mentioned, that's on clay. Let's start here. How does the matchup change now that it's moved on to a faster hard court?
I do believe that Donna Vekic is a better player on hard court. Doesn't mean that Zheng is not, but I feel like Zheng probably can adapt better to clay. Because of her game and movement. Vekic is somebody who hits a very hard ball. She probably can hit as hard as, you know, close to a Sabalenka, Keys. You know, this kind of player really has so much power from both wings, can also serve very well. So for me, I think that the hard court is a little bit a better surface to beat Zheng. Now, obviously, we've seen how Zheng has been playing, very consistent, but herself serving very well, which it might be right there that we're going to see how the match is going to go one way or another. Who's going to serve better and be able to hold serve and really back it up to eventually breaking. And that's going to be the tough part.
Both players were obviously asked about the rematch in press. Zheng said about Donna Vekic, she's so good at changing directions and she's going to make me move. She is definitely much more of the hard court player. On the other side, Vekic said of her opponent tonight, Qinwen, she said she has a huge serve. It's really tough. Then she plays aggressive after that serve. I think my goal will be making her move and try to be the first one to open up that court. So it feels like it's going to be about that first ball strike here tonight.
I agree. I mean, I totally agree. But again, if the serve is so good, it's going to be tough for the receiver to really, you know, put a print on it. So I have a feeling that that's going to dictate who is going to be able to take advantage right away. But yes, for Zheng, I think that physically she's a better player on court. I think she's quicker, she's fitter. Vekic probably hits the ball a little harder, but also with a little bit more risks. Less topspin in the ball, more of a flat hitting player. So, you know, we always say that, you know, power is nothing without control.
Right.
And, you know, we've said that about Sabalenka, all the big games. And but it will be very interesting. I mean, I look at Zheng and I see a lot of, you know, Lina in her play, the way that, you know, that's really rectiligne, or how do you say, like when it, you know, straight. Linear, thank you very much. And so you're right, you know, Vekic is somebody who likes to change, and maybe the drop shot also, because Vekic can use that drop shot very well. At the net, I would give a little bit of an advantage to Zheng. I feel like she has a little bit more feel. But, you know, it's a tough one to call, really. I think especially, you know, in this situation. They're both obviously coming from winning matches.
Further from that, the one X factor here, both of these women, we've seen obviously what happened on the men's side, the guys who are on that platform just losing the last couple of days. Both women have admitted that they're a bit mentally and physically fatigued. and understandably so.
Right.
You have the situation. It is currently 11:15 at night. We'd never know who's going to maybe be a little bit flat because of the lateness of the day, and that certainly can factor in as well.
True. And another thing is, neither of them have played yet on Ash, day or night. They all been on the outside court. It's been Armstrong for Zheng, and then grandstand, and now on the Ash. And for Vekic, court 12 twice and stadium 17. So And a little longer time on court for Zheng.
Yes.
6 hours and 9 minutes for 4 hours and 23 minutes. So, and it's yet to lose a set, by the way.
Let's hear from Donna Vekic.
Going out onto this big court tonight, where are you at mentally and emotionally going out?
I'm really excited to go out on Ash. I've only played once out there before, so really excited, and first time night session, so looking forward to it.
As I said, your confidence is high, but you know exactly what you're going to get from your opponent after playing in the gold medal match just not that long ago. So what are the expectations for you tonight in this matchup?
Yeah, she played really well a couple of weeks ago in Paris, but the whole Olympics was an amazing experience, winning a silver medal. It's something I've dreamed of since I started playing tennis, so it's another match tonight, different surface, so looking forward to it.
Best of luck out there tonight. Of course, as Donna just said, the gold medalists at the Paris Olympic Games. Also a finalist at the Australian Open. Qinwen Zheng.
And it's like, why not, man? Honestly.
Qinwen, it's been an amazing couple of months, just like for Donna. Gold medal not that long ago. You know your opponent. What are your thoughts going on to tonight's match?
I'm sure tonight will be a big fight, and both of us, I think we are feeling good here in fourth round. I mean, when you arrive in fourth round, but it's difficult to play, so just do my best and let's see what's going to happen.
What other thought process is going on to the biggest court in the world, and how much do you enjoy playing out there on Arthur Ashe?
I think it's going to be my second time to play here in Ashe. I will enjoy my fights tonight and just trying to play my tennis.
Best of luck out there tonight.
All right, let's hear the introduction for these two women. Onto Arthur Ashe Stadium for the first time in this fortnight.
Please welcome the players for our next match. From Croatia, Donna Vekic. From China, Zheng Qinwen.
Well, most notably for me, Sophie, you definitely do see some strapping, some tape on the right leg of Zheng.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new. She's had some problem with her thighs.
Right.
I mean, we know that. But yes, I mean, evidently, these players have been playing a ton of tennis, different, obviously, countries, surfaces, from clay to Wimbledon, clay in Paris for Roland Garros, Wimbledon, then coming back to the clay, and now on hard courts, played in Cincinnati, won one round, and the other one lost in the first round. So, in essence, they're probably both of them pretty tapped out, but one played longer, you know, to get to this stage. And, you know, I did mention that Zheng never played this tournament on Ashe. She did mention that she played only once here before, but so, you know, it's new territory for both of them, and I don't think neither of them, obviously, unless they came really early this morning, which I really doubt, did warm up on Ashe. You know, normally because of the day session, you have some kind of chances that it might actually finish early enough to practice and hit on Ashe, but at least they're coming in with the exact same feeling.
The shot clock will be shown straight opposite you. Towel box is done. If I can ask you to use the red, please. White, please. Okay, do you have any questions, ladies? Just turn around and face the camera. And come back a little bit. Donna.
Coin toss is up.
Receive.
Vekic is choosing to receive. Allison Hughes going to be the one running the ship here tonight. Now the picture has been taken. Warm-ups ready to begin. Zheng 34-13 on the season. Of course, the Olympic title, also winning a title in Palermo. Vekic 30-17, 2 finals to her credit, by Hamburg and the Olympics, of course. In terms of just stylistically, there's a lot of similarities in terms of just that aggressive ball striking. And I think that's what I just keep coming back to it. It's just going to be a lot of first strike tennis here tonight. And I hate to make it that simple, but that is just kind of that feel going in.
I agree. It is going to be who's going to be able to return better. I mean, Vekic love to return down the line. You're going to watch for these. Be aggressive on the return serve on any second serves, although I think Vekic pretty much serve first and second almost, you know, there's the same ability sometimes. And consistency, you know, because you're going to take risk. You're going to have, you know, to actually give yourself margin for error, and that's to be seen. I think it's more dangerous on the Vekic side, again, because of hitting a ball a little flatter. But then again, you know, the surface is going to help her, I think. Although it's not too dry tonight, it's actually very humid, so the ball is going to be slowing down a little bit somehow, and probably advantaging Zheng a little bit. Zheng is kind of like, to me, a middle in between a Lina and a Pegula, the way that she plays, and what a season she's had. It's been pretty incredible since reaching the final, obviously, at the Australian Open against Sabalenka, and it's just pretty amazing to see the changes and how well she's been playing with our new coach after the whole coach debacle we'll talk about, you know, in the future in this match. But it's pretty good to see a reaction, and now she's, you know, through here with 3 rounds. Anisimova first round, Driva, and then on her last round was able to come through Niemeyer. Yeah. So you know.
let me ask you about this half of the draw, Sophie. The winner of this one gets Aryna Sabalenka, who is looking pretty powerful, pretty strong as always, but also mixed in here Paula Badosa and Emma Navarro in this half of the draw, and this is a hard-hitting half of this draw.
Yeah, I mean, Badosa obviously hits a hard ball. I think Navarro is also very aggressive, but more tempered. I think she can definitely put a little bit more and change the pace. You know, we saw that today with Coco Gauff, where she was able to throw some serves really slow, where Coco Gauff really never really got herself into reacting and understanding how to deal with that. So I think Navarro is more of somebody who's probably has more tricks in her, you know, in her hats. But yeah, other than that, all these people, all these players are pretty big ball strikers. So, and one of them will be obviously in the final, which is pretty amazing to think about this.
What do you make of what happened with Coco today?
You know, I think, again, you know, playing against somebody that, you know, you lost to in the past, you know that she's a very good player. Navarro is having best year. And I don't think Coco was winning her matches, you know, in a way. I thought against Vitolina that she might have gone down already. So I said from the beginning that I really didn't think Coco was going to win this tournament, not the way she's been playing and feeling. I think, you know, there's some work to be done, I do believe. And let's see what happens, you know, after here. But I do believe that for somebody to get to #2 in the world with having had so many confusion on the serve and the forehand is absolutely phenomenal. Somebody who is 20 years old, who has another 10 years minimum if she stays healthy, playing on the women's WTA Hologic Tour, I think has the potential of being at #1 for a long time. But she's going to need to address sooner or later, and sooner than later, those 2 factors. And, you know, I was hearing Serena Williams being interviewed by Mary Jo Fernandez today saying, oh, she should just go at it and just use her feeling and her guts and just go after it and not change anything. And I wanted to ask Serena, I said, well, Serena, you had the best serve and the best technique, you know, than anyone will ever have on the service motion, and the best serve on the women's tour. It's easy to say that you didn't have to change anything, but if you had and were in the situation of that kind of serve and that kind of forehand grip, would you think maybe seeing really the data, because that's what those don't lie.
It was pretty remarkable seeing how emotional Coco was right afterwards, and it just felt to me the weight of the world over the last couple of weeks. And you think back, obviously defending the title here, but the flag bearing and just all of it just kind of felt like it was on the shoulders and maybe released today, and maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, there'll be that ability to be clear-headed and and look to make some of those changes that I think all of us know that she needs to make.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, it's hard to tell if, you know, the awareness of things, but if you dissect her serve, there's definitely things technically that can be done. And the forehand is a little bit more complicated because, you know, switching a little bit the grip is not very easy. Yeah.
All right, we're ready for play. Zheng from the far side, Vekic near side as we start here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Zheng serving in the olive green kit. Serve is good. Vekic back into it. Zheng back in, inside out and short. Vekic there with the forehand, catches the line. Zheng with the pass. It's good. What a start.
Yeah, first point being a winner, that's always a good feeling, especially when you're the one who's just hit that winner.
Zheng, the serve stats on the WTA Tour very high. Aces, number 2. First serve points 1, number 2. Overall service points 1, number 7. Service games 1, number 6. So all of the serve stats inside the top 10 for Zheng. Serving here, 15 love. Serve is into the net.
She does hit quite some double fault, though. Also, I looked at that. That was a pretty high number of double faults throughout the year. Obviously not as high as Coco. Here we go.
There you
right
go.
on cue. And, you know, you look at her serve, and it's all about timing in her serve because she does have a little bit of an itch of stops and go, which I don't particularly like. I think that, you know, you want to have a continuous movement, and that's something I don't really like. But Sabalenka has the same thing.
Yes.
You know, she has that itch also in the back when she gets her racket back.
This is her first serve out wide.
As long as the timing is there, that means you get to the ball at the right time. It's all good.
Second serve to Vekic back in, inside out. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic forehand cross with pace. Zheng squash shot to get it back in play. Vekic run around forehand to a Zheng backhand slice. Vekic stepping into the court. Forehand inside out is a clean winner there. And an opening for her at 15-30.
And that's typical of Vekic. You know that if you're going to give her anything a little bit shorter, she's going to definitely strike the ball the way that she just did with that second inside-out forehand. This one a winner.
So Zheng 2 minutes in here, in a little bit of trouble in her opener. Tosses up, serve, tee, good. It's an ace, first of the night to go along with that first double fault as well, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, and Vekic, you know, last major that she played before, obviously the Olympics, lost to Paulina in a heartbreaking really match, and she remembers that. Those players remember that. They want to go further.
Serve tee, good. It's another ace.
There we go again.
And of course, was the semifinal round at Wimbledon. First time she had reached the semifinals of a slam. Does have a quarterfinal here back in 2019. Game point for Zheng after the 2 aces. Tosses up. Pulls back the toss. It's already twice that she's pulled down the toss. Now ready, serve tee, good. Another ace, painting a couple of lines.
3 in a row. That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing, and getting really also the placement is just perfect. She moves it in the box. She can hit any serve anywhere. Very poised. Zheng. Calm. Not exactly the same on the other side of the court. Vekic, well, Vekic can get very upset, very, she just wears it on her sleeve.
Yes.
And we saw that at the, at Wimbledon against Paolini. That was so hard to watch, actually.
Vekic with Nick Horvat and Pam Shriver. Auntie Pam is in the front row. Keeping an eye on this one. Vekic ready to go. White visor, blue top, red skirt. Toss, serve. Out wide, good. Zheng with forehand up the line. Vekic backhand cross. Zheng one-hander, backhand misses long. It's 15 love.
She almost made that. For somebody who has a two-hander, that looked really, really good. I was actually shocked that she wouldn't go with the slice more than the topspin one hand. That's more comfortable when you have a two-hander to go with a slice backhand. It's just easier shot to hit.
So 15 love here on the Vekic serve. 24 seed this year. Serve out wide is long. Zheng takes 2 very large steps towards the baseline. Still is about 3 feet back behind it for the second serve, which is good to a Zheng forehand inside out. Vekic digs out a backhand, but it's into the net. It's 15 all. Length of point is not very long yet. Understandably so. That's kind of what we expected for this one. Rally length at this moment, very, very early at 2.63. Vekic looking into the crowd, which has thinned out a little bit, understandably so, with the hour.
They gotta come back.
15 all serve out wide is long. Second serve for Vekic, the 28-year-old. That is good to a Zheng forehand that catches the baseline. Now Zheng stepping into an inside-out forehand. Vekic backhand through the middle. Zheng forehand inside-out, sprays it wide. It's 30-15.
It's pretty amazing comeback also for Vekic. We haven't mentioned that because in 2021, February 2021, she had to be operated on her knee. Was out until May 2021 and had to pretty much come back to that level and thought about quitting.
Right.
Because she was in dire and couldn't make it and just, you know, kept at it. It's great to see.
Serve is into the net. 2022 is when she brought Pam Shriver in as well and just has continued to make some really big strides here over the last couple of years. Second serve good. Zheng backhand up the line is a winner. And it's 30 all.
And that's her bread and butter. Zheng's is that backhand down the line, pristine. She just lines up so well and she goes with the body towards the target. It's absolutely beautiful to watch. And execution with a lot of margin for her. Doesn't go to the line, sideline, or as deep as the baseline.
Big 30 all spot here on the Vekic serve. Serve T good. Zheng backhand just missing long. And I know you want to talk about the coaching situation, but for Zheng specifically, she's talked a lot in press about how much Pere Riba, her coach, has taught her how to harness her power and use it effectively. It's been such a big part of her development over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was the best thing that could have happened to her in you know, in retrospect, the way that she's been playing. She was with Wim Fissette, and Wim Fissette pretty much stopped right before the Asian game. Didn't even go there, although he was scheduled to go there.
Second serve and a short return. Vekic running up for an inside out. Zheng backing up the line is into the net. It's 1 all.
And it was tough for her. You know, she felt really betrayed, and she was, you know, not chewing a word. She mentioned that everywhere and saying he had a contract, he broke the contract, he broke his word to my family, and she was quite upset. But I think the biggest victory was when she played against Osaka under the tutelage, because Wim Fissette went with Osaka when she came back from maternity leave, and when she played Osaka, guess what? She beat her.
Mm-hmm.
So. You know, that's the best way to show, you know, how much you care is to do it on court.
And it definitely felt a little bit personal in that one. Forehand here from Zheng up the line is perfect. Laced forehand winner for 15 love. Pretty electric start for Zheng. 6 winners to 2 unforced errors, but that typically shows that it's been on her racket early in this one. 3 of those, of course, being aces. Dictating a little bit more of the play early. 15 love from the near side. Serve, good, into the body. Gets a forehand, goes inside out with it. It's good, catches the baseline. Another forehand winner for 30 love.
It's huge. The return not deep enough, and I would start trying to go down the line. The best return of both players really love the down the line, which is the further point away from the server as a straight line. Got to use that.
The near side serve, T ace.
That's if you can get your hand on a serve.
Looks like she's got somewhere she wants to be at about 1 o'clock in the morning. 4th ace of the night for Qinwen. Waiting for Vekic to get into the return position. 112 on that last one. With game points at 1 all. Serve. Trying to go out wide. Another pretty flat, powerful serve there, but misses into the net. Second serve upcoming here for Qinwen. That is a bit long, trying to get into that body. So 4 aces, now 2 doubles. Perfect 7 of 7 on first serve points, 0 for 3 on seconds. Interested to see what celebrities stuck around for this one. That was pretty star-studded there for the Frances Tiafoe win over Alexei Popyrin. 40-15 serve is good out wide. Chip return lands short. Zheng with an open court as Vekic had walked to the chair. Zheng puts it away comfortably for the first easy hold of the night. Settle in. It's going to be a fun one. Grab some coffee. We'll provide some energy as well here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Already, Sophie Amiot.
Well, I had this I was looking for, something to drink, and I opened the fridge and I found this drink and it says 0 calorie. I'm like, I'm so excited. So I'm drinking that thing, calmly, and somebody comes out, which Kenny comes out. I said, "You've been drinking that?" I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Do you know how much caffeine there's in there?" No. I never saw the caffeine because it was so little print. So I'm a little wired, I have to say.
How many milligrams of caffeine did it have in there?
250.
I'm sorry?
250.
250 what? Milligrams?
Milligram, yep.
Okay,
I heard it was like 6 espresso or something like that.
It also explains why Kenny's always wired as well.
Yeah, because he keeps drinking that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
anyway,
sleep,
so
that man.
I'm fine if this goes 7-6 in the third. I'm happy. I don't know about you, but I'll be thrilled because I'm never going to sleep forever. So anyway, hey, they're back on court. It is 15 love, and Vekic is.
I don't even know why I'm here, really. Missed first serve here for Vekic at 15 love from the near side.
I was just going to say that. Missed first serve.
Second serve here for Donna Vekic. New hair for Donna this week. Serve is good. Zheng forehand to a Vekic, backhand cross. Zheng matches, backhand cross to a Vekic, backhand up the line, laced winner for 30 love. She got bangs the other day.
No, she cut her own bangs.
Cut her own bangs,
Which I thought that was hilarious because in the press conference she said, "You're not going to ask me that question
you should.
About my bangs?"
Definitely
Everybody's
should.
like, "What do you mean?" I cut my own bangs. I'm like, okay, great, good for you.
Blair Henley apparently was the only one who noticed and wanted to say something in the hallway, but they just passed and didn't get to.
That's funny.
1-2, 30 love here in set number 1. Serve for Vekic, T good. Ship return, not going to get to the net. 3 point there, and game points for Donna Vekic.
So far, the service games have been pretty on cue for both of them. Even though Zheng in the beginning of, on their first actually opening service game, had a double foot, was down 15-30, but 3 aces to win the game, so.
Serve is good. Zheng back in up the line to a Vekic forehand. Back up the line. Wow, that had some heat on it. Clean winner. Donna Vekic, 2-all.
Wow. On the winner count, we are at 12 combined. That's pretty incredible, and only 3 unforced and none, which this is to me one of the biggest thing to look at. None on the side of Donna Vekic.
And the 2 of the 3 unforced errors for Zheng were doubles.
Yep.
So off the ground, we've only had 1 unforced error so far.
I would say that's
it's decent.
Pretty decent.
It's all right. It's okay. You would do better. Serve T good. Return is not. It's into the net. It's 15 love. Your forehand's looking mighty good right now. Definitely have made some grip changes. Got to talk to Coco, I think.
Yeah, well.
She's won 9 of 9 first serve points so far, has Zheng. Vekic is 5 of 5 on her first serve points. Something's got to give at some point.
I did mention about the serve earlier, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Serve. Good. Vekic forehand up the line. Zheng forehand to a Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes inside in forehand. Vekic tracks it down. Zheng going up the line with the forehand. Vekic lob off the backhand wing, lands on the baseline. Zheng goes forehand and it misses long. So there's the first serve point lost as we get to 15 all.
That was a smart play from Vekic just to change the rhythm of the point and lobbing a little bit and pushing Zheng behind the baseline. Very smart.
Yeah, 9 of 10 now for Zheng from the far side. Pulls back her toss. I have a feeling that Sophie is going to go on a rant at some point.
Also known as catches or toss.
It's the same. Serve is into the net. You want to go logistics here and just...
No, it's the same thing as somebody... Was it you? Is it throw up? It's not a throw up. It's a toss, a ball toss.
It's still a throw. It's a throw too.
No, it's a ball toss. Let's not go there.
All right. It wasn't me the other day, but apparently it's 2 against 1.
You.
No. We can count the number of people who it might have been.
I'm just saying, you, lead commentator, would say a throw up, but there's not one player who would call that a throw up.
I don't think I would have said throw up.
It's a ball toss. And a fault, by the way, from the racket of Zheng now.
Forehand misses out wide, in trouble at 15-30. She was able to dig out with some aces earlier in the night.
And yet to win 1 point on her second serve. So this is where I'm saying that this could make the difference. Is Vekic attacking the second serve if she has the opportunity to do so?
Serve is netted. So Vekic takes 2 steps in, right on the baseline for this second serve. Waiting with her left foot on that near sideline. Zheng serve. Good to a Vekic backhand up the line. She just got it off a little bit on the timing. Misses a little bit long. It's 30 all.
Probably in between. That's why the timing was not good. She should have been either back further or closer inside the court to take that earlier before it kicks above her shoulder. Couldn't really control it.
Vekic also just coming over, had a couple of words for her team as well. No response given. A serve up the tee is a big one. Zheng going 111, just off of her fastest of the night of 112, gets the free point and a game point.
Wow, fast serve. 111, 112 was the fastest. Yeah, you're right. You just said that.
I did it.
I know, I heard you.
All right. Serve out wide is an ace for Qinwen. As we get to 3-2 midway through this first set.
Who's going to crack first? Who's going to have trouble serving is really the question.
It really is.
That's what really is going to define who's going to be able to break first and to eventually win this match, at least this set.
Notice that they're playing Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso in the background there.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Right now, though, to your point, the average rally length, 5 games in, 2.4.
Really, I was going to say 1.8.
Yeah.
I felt like it was really, really short. 2.4, yeah, that's ridiculous.
So it's just a lot of it's coming off of the serve, a lot of it coming off the first ball. Okay, Zheng having a couple of words there with Allison Hughes in the chair. Didn't look like it was anything serious or of note. But it's been pretty quiet, and as you said, straightforward. Oh, she wanted a banana.
Yeah, actually, I think that there is a huge contingency of Chinese.
100%.
And really, and they've been here since the beginning for her, and, you know, for reasons. I mean, she's one of the best players on tour.
She mentioned it actually in press a couple days ago, and she said the first time that she played out on Ash, and the Chinese fans were speaking to her and cheering for her in native language, and she wasn't used to it because of how many Chinese fans there were there. She said it was a real difficult adjustment and said she's much more prepared for it now and uses it to her benefit. But
well,
it's a tough adjustment.
Well, I can tell you why. Because they all watch the Olympics. She might have not been known to a lot of people, a lot of, you know, Chinese maybe in America.
Yeah.
But the Olympics, trust me, that makes a lot of noise.
She said in press about that now she has to wear a cap pulled down very tight so that she doesn't get recognized. It wasn't the same even after Australia. She said that was fine. She could still walk around,
the
but
Olympics is, you know, it's so much worldwide
yes.
than tennis is. I mean, it is played worldwide, but
Yes.
just the recognition is different.
Vekic serving here at 2-3, serves out wide. Chip return lands good. Vekic forehand up the line to a Zheng backhand cross. What depth. Now Vekic misses that backhand long. I can tell you, my parents, again, neither one of them watch tennis, but they were there to watch Coco Gauff, you know, as the flag bearer for the U.S. It meant a lot to them, seeing that.
Now they know even more about Coco, and a lot of people too, I'm sure. It's a total different exposure. Yeah.
Love 15 here for Vekic, who is serving from the far side. Serve, good. Zheng backhand through the middle. Vekic forehand down the line. Zheng's squash shot. Volley from Vekic into the ad corner. Perfect and clean for 15-all.
And so smart. And Pam Shriver loving this. Obviously, Pam Shriver was a serve and volleyer in her time, and somebody who really took advantage when she saw somebody in difficulty, and that's exactly what happened with the forehand down, inside in, putting Zheng on the run, and she had to lift that ball up, and sure enough, right there, Vekic with the forehand volley winner down the line.
At 15-all, 2-3, serve T is an ace.
This is crazy,
First of
isn't
the
it?
night for her. 109, just off of her fastest serve at 110.
Yeah, they both only lost 1 point on serve when it's in the box. 7 out of 8 for Vekic and 11 out of 12 for Zheng.
Serve up the tee is into the net from Vekic. So second serve upcoming. So far 3 of 5 on her second serves is Vekic. Here at 30-15, that serve good. Zheng forehand to a Vekic forehand through the middle. Zheng goes forehand inside in, tracked down by Vekic, cross. Zheng goes forehand cross into the net. Game points here for Donna Vekic. I just realized, Sophie, your last ever professional match.
Yes, thank you.
Pam Shriver.
Do you have to remind me? I was up 5-2, I think, in the third. Lost 7-5, no?
6-3.
Oh, no, I was 5-2 in the second or somewhere. 7-5, no? Was it?
6-7, 6-3, 6-3 is what I've got in Eastbourne.
6-3, 6-3?
Yeah.
Maybe I was up 3-1, something, but I was a set. Anyway, it is what it is.
Backhand to backhand we go right now.
Again, you're reminding me about something I don't want to be reminded about. But thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I wish I could just do this to you. Go on my computer and start looking at what you've done in your life.
Tough crowd in here.
That is so easy.
Do you get along with Pam?
Yeah, I get along with Pam. I'm not sure about you, but Pam.
Every once in a while. 40-30 here after Vekic misses a inside-in forehand. Her first unforced error of the night, in fact. Still has the game point. Does Vekic. Serve netted.
That's where I think that Zheng should be stepping in. Take some chances on the second serve.
Toss goes up. Zheng right on top of the baseline, goes forehand inside out. Vekic has to lob that back, and it's going to miss long, and that's exactly what you were looking for. Big forehand as we get to our first deuce of the night.
Yep, all of a sudden you saw her step inside the baseline to return that second serve, putting a lot of power behind that shot and putting really Vekic on her back foot. And here comes the forced error. So deuce, that's the first game to deuce?
That's
you
right.
said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Got
Amazing.
a couple of 3 of them to 30.
You're good.
Not really. Serve up the tee is good. Now Vekic goes inside out forehand, but misses that into the net from inside the baseline. So the first break chance of the night goes to Zheng.
That hurts. And that was all technique. That racket head went down at impact, so did the ball.
Some nervous moments right now in the Vekic camp. Zheng about 6 feet behind the baseline for these first serves right now, bouncing around as she awaits this serve from Donna Vekic. Serve, good up the tee, and Zheng can't keep up with it. Got right into the body, and we're back at deuce.
Yeah, that came fast right at her. 111. Was it? Yep.
Yeah, biggest
Again.
of the night.
I guess that's good timing. Get that on a break point opportunity.
So now, with our second deuce, Vekic serving out wide, misses long.
Way long.
Second serve here for Vekic, 4 of 7 so far on her second serve points. That's good to a Zheng backhand middle. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng forehand up the line to a Vekic backhand up the line. That misses just long. It's a second break chance coming for Zheng. And Vekic looks like she's struggling with humidity on her hand and moisture.
She sweats quite a bit, and it is very humid right now. So she should be wearing some wristbands, really, but some players
Agreed.
cannot stand it. But, you know, on the other hand, that's the way that you can avoid having too much sweat coming down your arms.
So Zheng, again, has an opportunity in front of her. Retreats back a little bit farther for this return. Vekic serves into the net. Zheng taking 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.5 steps towards the baseline for this second serve. Tosses up, serve good. Zheng forehand inside out. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng run around forehand to a Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand inside out, misses well long to deuce. We go again, deuce number 3.
And correct, seriously, really, from Zheng. It's not often that you see those balls floating, especially in this tight situation.
6 minutes into this game. Deuce once again, number 3. Serve, T, good. Chip return is into the net.
Fantastic serve. Again, 111 seems to be that triple one that's doing the job right now for Vekic.
Who blows on her hand once again to try and dry it off before another key point. She does have her right ankle taped here tonight. No brace with it. Serve out wide, good. Lob return lands good. Vekic, big inside out forehand. Zheng again with a lob off the backhand side. Vekic there at the net. Swings and puts it away into the ad corner, finding off the first 2 break chances of the night as we get to 3-all midway through this first.
Do you think she can hit the ball harder than this? That was too humongous. I'm going to use that word. Forehand. Oh, my goodness. She's laughing with Pam because Pam is smiling at her going, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And, you know, Vekic needs to have that kind of like laughter because she gets so tense. She wants it so badly that having somebody just giving her a smile, I think, is very soothing. She needs that.
As Zheng serves here at 3-all. That's something that coaches talk about a lot. You want to maintain fire within a player, but also finding a way to keep it calm in the biggest moments.
It's not easy.
It's a tough thing.
By the way, Zheng leads 2-1 on the head-to-heads.
Right.
And the first time that they played, Vekic beat Zheng right when she came back, actually in 2021, about maybe 2 or 3 months later in Kormeyer, and beat her after the knee surgery in 2021. But after that, it was Zheng twice in Paris, of course, at the Olympics, and then in 2023 in Zhuhai on hard court.
6-4 in the third in that one. A very tight matchup as opposed to the Olympics, that 2 and 3 score line. Forehand from Vekic through the middle. Zheng goes backhand middle. Vekic backhand up the line, just misses long into the deuce corner, and it is 30-love on the Zheng serve. Vekic is drenched right now. It is extremely muggy. Temperature right now 75 degrees, but the humidity is very, very high.
And it's probably the highest this has been since the beginning of the tournament as far as the humidity is concerned. So
30-love serve. No, she'll pull down that toss, will Zheng. Now tries it again. Serve off the net and wide. Second serve here for Zheng. 2 of 6 so far. 2 double faults on the second. It is a weird little motion. Serve is good off the service line. Now she gets a forehand up the line. Vekic lob off the backhand side. Zheng running around. Goes overhead from the baseline. Good onto the baseline. Now steps into a drop shot. Vekic pops that up the line, but it's into the net and 40-love.
So good. So good from the racket of Zheng. I mean, just to have the presence, you know, in our mind to say, hey, you know, I see where she is. She's really far after my overhead. And I'm going to drop shot right there and off the forehand side nonetheless. Well done.
And a fist pump towards her team as well from Qinwen. Serve into the net. Second serve upcoming. for Zheng. Vekic again stepping on to that baseline for the second serve return. With 1 foot on the far sideline. Serve good to a Vekic forehand up the line. That is a return winner for 40-15.
Yep. Taking some chances right here. And that is going to be the key. The difficult part is that when you start at love, at 40 love, it's not easy to come back, but that is the kind of return that are going to be making maybe a little dent on Zheng's serves.
Yeah, Zheng is 3 of 8 now on her second serves, with a couple of return winners from Vekic's racket as well. And it's going to be another second serve here.
Look at Vekic, she's moving in.
Yeah, she is.
Sending a message, I'm going to attack you.
See if she goes T here with this serve. She does, to a backhand Vekic middle. Zheng goes forehand to a Vekic backhand up the line. Running forehand from Zheng. Vekic forehand up the line, good. Zheng backhand slice, drop shot. Vekic redropper, Zheng there, pops it up the line. Vekic right back at her and through her. Oh my. Now 40-30.
What a great reaction from both players. But, and you know, Pam Shriver, every time we see her after, you know, kind of like this kind of shots, and she's like smiling, enjoying, she's enjoying the match. What a reaction with the backhand volley of Vekic. And for Pam Shriver to see somebody at the net, you know, see Vekic at the net, hitting winners off the volley, it's very, very fun. This is the kind of tennis that Pam Shriver used to display, and a good one.
Longest rally of the night at 10 shots. So still one more game point here for Zheng at 40-30. Serve, good. Vekic backhand up the line will miss long. Into the ball change. We stay on serve at 4-3 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Interesting situation here as we come back onto US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Asian.
It's going to be hard to run.
Qinwen Zheng has taken off her right shoe just during the changeover. I thought she was getting a medical treatment, but she is now retying the shoe.
Yep.
So,
well, there's definitely something with that shoe and that foot.
Yes.
So could be blisters, could be anything, but definitely for her, I mean, I've rarely seen any player do this.
Yeah.
Unless they really have some problem and wanted to get a little bit the foot out to breathe. Sorry, breath.
Can you breathe right now? You're all right?
I'm trying.
Okay. A little bit too much caffeine.
Breathing.
The heart rate's at about 250 right now. All right, Donna Vekic.
It's almost midnight.
Boy, settle down. Donna Vekic has new balls in her pocket. She's ready to go here at 3-4, serving from the near side. Toss goes up. Serve is good up the tee. Zheng doesn't get that over the net. It is 15 love.
Notice that any trouble that it's been in the games have been saved by quality serves every single time. So far, again, that serve is crucial for both players.
15 love, serve. Trying to go out wide. Zheng is, keeps backing up on the first serve, probably, 10, 12 feet back behind the baseline, something along those lines. Second serve here for Donna Vekic. She's good to a Zheng back in middle. Vekic goes inside out forehand. Zheng has to block that back, and it misses long. It is 30 love.
I think that Zheng could do a little more of the return, take a little bit more risks of the second serve return. She did it earlier with the inside out forehand. That worked really well. I mean, 89 miles per hour, it's, for Vekic, it's attackable. on the second serve.
First serve is good. Zheng tries to go up the line with the return. Misses well long, and 40 love.
It's a quick service game so far here for Vekic.
Which is exactly what the doctor ordered after that last one went to multiple deuces. So game points here for Vekic, looking for second hold to love of the night. Zheng returned through the middle. Vekic goes backhand into the net. Couldn't quite get low enough to get up and down on that one.
Yeah, I think that the ball was shorter too. She didn't move forward towards that ball. Didn't quite get set.
What was
She
that
had
hand motion you just made? It
moving
looked like
forward.
like a raccoon scurrying around the grounds.
You know, feet moving forward. If
Okay.
people are watching, that's move forward.
It looked raccoon-like. Game points here for Vekic. Serve is good. It's an ace, and you hear from Donna Vekic as she gets it to 4 games all here in the first set.
Wow. Quite amazing, the display of serves for both of them. Really, 2 aces from the racket of Vekic total and 5 on the other side. No double fault for Vekic so far in this set. 35 minutes on the clock.
Donna having to adjust her hair there. She's one strand got loose and was flopping around. I have that problem all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a funny one.
So Zheng here at 4-all. From the far side, pulls back her toss.
Good.
Yeah,
You're
I'm learning.
You're learning.
It's only my 8th year here. Serve is good. Chip return lands short. Zheng goes inside out forehand. She missed it long.
Love 15.
Love 15 here.
Huge miss.
Yeah.
She had the whole court open, and it's one of her favorite shots.
Vekic didn't move.
Nope. Well, she knew she was beat, so she stayed on the right side just in case. And now 4-all love 15.
Toss goes up. The serve is good out wide. It's an ace.
15.
Ace number 6 on the night. 105 out wide. That's pretty good.
I would say.
Yeah.
Especially the timing is everything.
Every time she's been down here on the night, she's found 1 or maybe 2. She gets a free point here. Is that one up the tee?
That was much faster than 105, wasn't it?
The board tells me it's still 105.
I think the board didn't catch.
So 30-15 here for the 7 seed.
It is 105.
I wasn't lying. Serve up the tee just off the net and long. I would never lie to you, Sylvia.
All right, let's see what Vekic does.
Okay.
I hope not.
She's going to stamp on top of the baseline, I'm sure. That's where her return position has been on these second serves. She gets a backhand, goes through the middle. Zheng forehand back behind her. Vekic backhand up the line. Perfectly placed into the corner. Test up coming for Zheng at 30-all.
You remember what you said at the beginning about how well she can redirect the ball, and that was Exhibit A right here. Ball coming inside out from the racket of Zheng, redirecting down the line for perfection.
That backhand from an open stance is just magnificent to watch. 10th winner of the night for Vekic. She trails Zheng in that quality category, 12-10. 4-all, 30-all. Serve out wide, good. Chip return lands good. Zheng has to retreat, hits a forehand to a Vekic lob off the backhand side. Swinging volley from Zheng, and she's perfectly placed it into the ad corner for a game point.
This is high octave tennis right now. Just a number of winners comparing to unforced errors throughout this match. It's pretty impressive from both of them, and just, you know, hitting the right shot at the right time, taking chances, executing really well.
So a game point for Zheng from the far side at 40-30. Serve, good. Return lands in the ad corner. Forehand from Zheng. Vekic has to dig out a backhand. Now a drop shot from Zheng. Vekic there, backhand up the line. Clean winner. What a level we're seeing right now as we go to deuce.
I'm quite amazed because Zheng hit a serve wide at 110 miles per hour. And normally you see this going T on the straight line. But then I think the shot selection from Zheng to hit that slice drop shot, which was too deep, was not exactly the right shot. She had the down the line with the two-handed backhand, which is her favorite shot. Should have gone there, but we're back to deuce.
Serve is up the tee. It's a good one. Wow, now we hear from Zheng as well. Off of the frame of Vekic. Free point there for a game point.
This is outstanding. Outstanding. Reaching up and out, keeping her upper body as high as possible at impact. And the reaction, screaming and fist pump after that serve.
She's won 85% of her first serve points. Gets a return to a forehand for Zheng. Vekic goes forehand cross that just misses long. What a hold there from Zheng. This is of the highest quality. Zheng leading 5-4 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Once again, Qinwen did take off her shoe. It's only the right shoe. And took it off again, has relaced it. Not a medical timeout. Sophie, I'm trying to sort out why that would be.
I do think that she has blisters and she just needs her foot to be out for a little bit to kind of breathe and, you know, let the air go through, and it feels better, you know, because that shoe is tight. And it's not like she's not running out there. So
that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that might be the problem.
Well, let's see if the scoreboard pressure plays into this. Vekic serving 4-5, serve out wide. Gets a free point out of that, 15-love. Serving at 64%, just behind Zheng's 68. Biggest statistical anomaly so far, the 3 of 10 on the second serves of Zheng. That's really the only big difference between the two of them. 30% on Zheng's second serves versus 60 for Vekic. Let's see a second serve here from Donna Vekic at 15-love. That's good to a Zheng forehand inside out. Vekic digs out a backhand, but it's into the net. And 15-all.
It's fantastic depth from the racket of Zheng on the second serve. She's so comfortable hitting that inside out forehand. Absolutely loves it. I'm almost tempted to ask Vekic to go really to the tee on the second serve, full forehand, because you see Zheng moving around before when she tosses that ball to serve.
Serve tee, lob return. Vekic stepping forward, gonna have a swinging volley. Puts it away right through the middle for 30-15.
I mean, the tee serve on the due side from Vekic, even though I think Zheng knows that it's coming there, she still cannot cover it. It's just coming too fast. 109 miles per hour on that last one.
Both women are above the 2-to-1 winner to unforced error ratio right now. This is
they're neck and neck. I mean, that's, you know, hint the score.
Serve up the tee. Zheng goes big return, and Vekic can't come up with a backhand off of that kind of pace. My word, 30-all.
Yeah, I would go probably kick serve sometime to the ad court on a first serve for Vekic. Because that's where she's getting more in trouble on the return. And then full forehand on the tee on the second serve.
Okay. Serve at 30-all, tee just a bit long. So big opportunity here for Zheng, taking about 4 or 5 steps again towards that baseline for the second serve.
That's pressure.
Second, good. Zheng forehand, she just overcooked it. Too long, trying to go through the middle once again. And a game point here for Donna Vekic.
I feel like she's too far behind the baseline. She should be closer and attacking that Missed opportunity here on the second serve.
Vekic now 7 of 12 on her second serves.
Let's see where she serves here on the ad side.
You want to kick her out wide. Let's see what we get. Serve. Trying to go.
She was going wide.
Yeah.
Not sure if it was a kicker, but let's see, a second serve to the tee would be probably an ace right now.
Yeah, let's see where she goes with the second serve. She goes out wide. Zheng tries to go backhand up the line and misses long once again. So we stay on serve. 5-all here in this first set of the highest quality.
It's impressive display of really serve abilities from both of them. 75% of point one on first serve for Vekic to 86% for Zheng. I mean, those numbers are incredible.
We just got a look at Donna Vekic. She was adjusting some tape on her left wrist. I didn't realize she's playing with a watch on her wrist too, which is an odd look. No?
Well, if she has a contract, she has to.
Serve. It's long.
Could be.
Could be. Second serve here for Zheng. 3 of 10 on her second serve points here tonight. That second is into the net. It's a double. Third of the night for her. Puts herself in a deficit at love 15.
She falls a little bit left when she hits that second serve. A little bit like Coco Gauff, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it feels like the body is just moving to the left while the arm is still trying to.
Yeah. First serve in.
Goes forehand to a Vekic forehand running across the court. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Vekic backhand cross. Zheng has to go backhand slice. Vekic resets, forehand middle. Zheng backhand up the line to a Vekic forehand. Zheng forehand up the line to a Vekic backhand up the line. She missed it wide. Incredible defensive work for Zheng to get us to 15-all.
It's probably one of the longest rally of the match here.
Yeah, we're still under 3 in terms of the average rally length in our 11th game at 2.7. 5-all, 15-all. Zheng from the near side. Serve up the tee, just missing long. Zheng clearly thought she had an ace there. Second serve for her. And this has been the weak spot here tonight. Second serve good. Vekic inside out back into it. Zheng forehand that misses. 15-30.
That's the pressure. That's the pressure on the second serve. That's smart. Picked her target on the return before Zheng served and said, I'm going to go no matter what. Inside out, backhand, and probably forehand down the line, but she executed perfectly.
Yeah, and it really shows that that's where the opportunities have come from here, as Zheng does pull down her toss here at 15-30. That was way out in front and to the left. She'll try again here. Serve long, trying to go out wide. Second serve.
Let's see if Vekic goes down the line on this one.
She's going to be right on top of that baseline. You know that for certain. Second serve, good to a Vekic backhand up the line. She tried it. She just misses into the net. It's 30-all.
Ouch. That hurts, because that was the perfect play here. Just couldn't execute, but at least she's doing the right thing. So you got to remember this as a player. It's like if you keep doing the right thing, eventually things are going to happen. Good shot selection, taking risks when she needed to. Just wasn't successful in it, but you got to keep at it.
5-all, 30-all. Tosses up, serve, Zheng, T, ace! Perfectly timed for ace number 7 and a game point. Seven aces to 2, the count right now. A game point for Zheng, who has not faced a break chance yet. Serve out wide is wide. Second serve coming for the 7 seed. Vekic backing up for this second serve return. Serve good. Vekic go backhand middle. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic forehand up the line is just long.
Interesting.
So Zheng gets the hold. 6-5. Let's see how Vekic handles that 5-6 game in a moment here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. trying to take advantage of some of the aircon that is down low for the players. Also of note, Zheng did not take off her shoe for this 6-5 game. Left it on for that changeover. These are the diehard fans.
Yeah.
Anytime you get after midnight here at the U.S. Open, and these late night sessions are the ones that are memorable for so many different reasons, and the play tonight is electric.
Although it is Labor Day weekend and everybody's, well, most people are off tomorrow, so
we're not.
They can stay. Well, we're not, but we're having probably the best job
we do
right now. So
it is Vekic serving to stay in the set. 5-6 from the near side. Starts with a big serve up the tee at 109 for a free point off of the frame of Zheng from 15
listen,
love.
it has to go to a tiebreak. I mean, this is completely fitting. It would be a shame for Vekic to be broken here after being neck and neck.
Serve tee again off of the frame, so 2 free points here for Donna Vekic.
Unbelievable service display from both of them, really.
Just nod of the head from Pam Shriver, very content with what she's seeing with that serve. 5-6, 30 love here late in the first. Vekic serve out wide is good. It's an ace, number 3 for Donna Vekic.
I mean, you're joking. I mean, this is like unbelievable service games. 2 perfect first serves winner, followed by an ace, and the 3 chances to push it to a tiebreak.
See if she can do it on the first one. It's into the body. Vekic goes backhand through the middle. Zheng forehand cross is going to be pulled out wide. Pulled to love for Donna Vekic to get us to this first set tiebreak. 52 minutes in to this tiebreak.
I wanted it.
You got it.
All right, every point is a match point. That's what you have to tell yourself right now.
I think we've got competing fan bases inside Ash right now.
Thank you.
Some Hughes will try to calm them down. Please. Best of luck, Allison.
Yeah. Please.
You don't control a crowd after midnight here on Ash. All right, tiebreak to decide this first set. Zheng from the far side, serving to the deuce side. Serve good. Vekic return to a Zheng forehand. Vekic goes big forehand. That was a bad miss considering Zheng actually was inside the service box and then retreated back to the baseline. There was a lot of opportunity there. Vekic couldn't capitalize. It's 1-0.
Yeah, you don't want to give too many points, and that was an unforced error, big one here to open this first point of the tiebreak.
Both women only getting 11 returns back in play so far out of 24 first serves apiece. Serve good. Zheng goes backing up the line. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes inside out forehand to a Vekic backing up the line. Zheng goes forehand middle. Vekic inside out forehand. Zheng backhand slice lands just long. It's 1-1.
Very gutsy tennis.
Deep breath there from Donna Vekic after, yeah, indeed, some brave tennis.
Highest ranking for Vekic was number 19. That was in November 2019. Currently 24 in the WTA ranking.
Pulls back her toss at 1-1. Serve is a let, just barely clipping the net there. Zheng is almost at the back wall for this return here at 1-1. Into the deuce side for Vekic. Serve good to a body forehand. And Vekic missing the ensuing forehand inside out. So first blood here in the breaker goes to Zheng at 2-1.
And it's 2 and 4 serves from the racket of Vekic here.
Both off the forehand side as well.
Didn't have to do anything, Zheng, or not much at least.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration on the face right now of Donna Vekic. Still a long way to go here, though. Zheng serving at 2-1, tosses up. Serve is long, trying to go out wide with that serve at 110. Second serve for Zheng, 5 of 14 on her seconds so far here tonight. Pulls back her toss.
Yeah, and I think that really jerking motion with her toss and left arm is really sometimes where she loses it.
Vekic stepped inside the baseline, misses into the net, screams at her team. The free point gets us to 3-1.
So that's 2 enforced errors, 1 enforced return from the racket of Vekic. Just too many free points handed out.
After what has been such a high level through the entirety of that first set. So Zheng now to the deuce side at 3-1, serve into the net. Vekic is getting opportunity.
I know, but she's not moving in. She's backing off the second serve. I don't know why.
She was on the baseline for the last one. Let's see. Yeah, she goes back behind it this time. Forehand Vekic off the net and good. Zheng forehand up the line. Vekic backhand cross. Zheng goes back in middle. Vekic rolls the forehand to a Zheng forehand up the line. Vekic has to dig it up. Lob. Zheng coming to the net, but the ball is out. And Zheng to 4-1. She has indeed really just lost that ability to be aggressive here, has Donna Vekic, and Zheng stepping into that void.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake on the second serve to not be aggressive in the tiebreak. I really do.
Well, it's pretty clear reaction because she misses the first one on a second serve right into the net with about a foot, 2 feet inside the baseline.
It's the right play, though.
It's the right play.
I mean, you have to give credit to Zheng with the depth that she is providing in her shots, pushing Vekic really way behind the baseline once the point starts.
1-4 serve, tee, net. Now Zheng takes 4, 5, 6, 7 steps up to the baseline here. Wants to apply some pressure with the scoreboard on her side. Second serve, good. Zheng backhand up the line, misses into the net. Right play, wrong execution. 4-2 as we make the turn.
Pretty amazing from Zheng at number 7 right now. Last year at this time, number 23. That's a huge jump in 1 year. People don't realize, like, well, no, that's not big. Well, to go from 23, just to get in the top 20 would have been a big jump. But to get into the top 10, that's ridiculous, and 7 of all things.
Coaches always talk about if you can keep having your ranking, just cut it in half. She's done more than that.
Oh, yeah,
That's
definitely.
a tough ask,
Yep.
but she certainly has earned this opportunity that's in front of her. Quarterfinalist last year, looking to make it quarterfinal once again here in 2024. So Vekic waiting for Zheng to get into place. Now we are ready. From the far side to the deuce corner at 2-4. Serve long, trying to go body with that first serve. Second serve here for Donna Vekic. Those are some very large diamond earrings as well. A lot of bling in there. Second serve here for Vekic is long.
Oh, no.
Her
That is
first
hurting.
double fault of the night.
Can you believe it?
5-2, the set on the racket of Zheng.
Yeah, that's, you know, so far not the best played tiebreak, no doubt, from the racket of Vekic, who's trying to loosen up her arm. We know that she's had neck problems, she has had shoulder problems, so it's not anything new. Trying to stretch also the neck after that serve and that double fault.
Serve off the net and long from Zheng, goes through the wickets of Donna Vekic. It's a cricket term.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Second serve here. Good. Vekic tries to go backhand middle and misses into the net. 4 set points for Zheng.
It's too bad to see, you know, Vekic just falling apart in this tiebreak. And by the way, they have an even 41 points won in this set.
So first of potentially 4 set points. Zheng serve tee, Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes forehand to a running forehand. Vekic through the middle again. Zheng inside out forehand this time. Vekic rolls a backhand deep to the ad corner. Zheng retreats inside out forehand. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng forehand middle. Vekic inside out forehands into the net. Well, an electric first set.
7 games to 6.
And then a whimpering tiebreak there from Donna Vekic. Zheng, 1 set away from another quarterfinals. We hit the 1 hour mark here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tomiak joining you here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Claude is keeping us honest. Kenny is
sleeping,
doing whatever Kenny does.
It's easy to speak when he doesn't have a microphone, isn't it?
We can take all the shots we want. We just have to pay for them later. Donna Vekic is once again adjusting the tape on her left wrist. Zheng is putting her right shoe back on. Neither player left the court.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vekic could have probably taken a little time out. That would have not hurt her. Yeah, I mean, she has tape on her wrist. I mean, we know she's had multiple, as all players out there, they have to go through the injury, and the wrist was one. Obviously, the knee most important of all, with the surgery in 2021. Vekic, and she's, what is she, 28, and Zheng is 21 years old. Let's not forget that.
So Vekic going to be serving first here from the near side, and I'll call this point, but Sophie, you're going to have to walk us through how she mentally recovers here. Serve is a let for Vekic trying to go out wide, and that is the question, because again, that level was so high and then it dropped so quickly in that tie breaks. Another first serve here for Vekic. Out wide, misses way wide. Second serve for Vekic. That is good to a Zheng backhand inside out. Vekic rolls a forehand to a Zheng forehand up the line. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng backhand cross. Vekic forehand, backhand up the line. Now has to track down a forehand, goes cross. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng goes backhand off the line. Off the net, good. Vekic forehand into the ad corner. Huge break there for Donna Vekic for 15 love.
Yeah, she needed that. I think I would have taken a break if I had been her. I would have changed shirt as well, because I mean, she's got to be soaking wet right now with the humidity, and just to try to calm down and figure out, okay, I have this time where I can change shirt and I can kind of have a realistic view of, okay, what can I do better? She really, I think, fell apart in that tiebreak. Too many unforced errors, too many free points. But recap, what could I have done better until 6-all? And I think taking maybe more risk on the second serve. That's the only thing, really.
And I thought she did it so well early and then just kind of backed off a little bit.
I agree.
Second serve to a Zheng forehand missed into the net, 30 love.
Physically, Vekic is, I don't think that Vekic is as fit as Zheng. So I think it's, in the long run, can she push it to 3 sets and make it? If she was to win this one and physically really be competitive.
30 love for her here. Serves out wide. Chip return is a lob. Vekic running. Will go big swinging volley. Zheng there. She's got it. She guessed into the deuce corner as Vekic ran around to the umpire's chair and took a swinging volley with the forehand. She pulled herself off the court, and Zheng just guessed right.
Look, if you're not going to hit a winner of the bounce of that ball that was way to the left, and you're going with your forehand, you're in the doubles alley to the left, you're pretty much cooked because you have the whole court open, and couldn't put that one away. I was thinking she was going to go really inside out, but didn't. So 30-15.
Backhand from Zheng, trying to go up the line from the back tarp and
She's
hits
so
the net.
far.
Yeah,
she's so far that for her to make that shot, even if she makes the down the line shot with her return being so far, I mean, Vekic has so much time because it's got to carry all the way from where she is to the other side of the court, and then you get vulnerable on the cross-court forehand of Vekic.
40-15 serve out wide. Zheng goes forehand middle, that misses long. Nice and comfortable hold there for Donna Vekic to start the second set. And I'm going to go back to it, that lucky break, the net court on that first point. You never know how a player is going to respond mentally in the their first service game in the second set after that type of a tiebreak, and that was a huge moment for her just to take that deep breath.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the game, I guess. Luck is definitely included in that, and it was on the side of Vekic in this game. Now let's see, what can be different here in this second set. Is, Zheng going to serve as well, especially in the important moments. 7 aces so far in this match. Really playing at the important point and serving at the important point so well.
Indeed. 1 hour, 6 minutes into this one. Zheng has serve here at love 1 from the near side. Loses the ball, will have to readjust. Now starts her motion. And she chooses not to. A couple of fans right behind Donna Vekic, settling into some of the lower seats in the third row. Zheng still waiting and was thinking that Allison Hughes was going to say something, but Allison chose not to. The fans have settled in. We are ready to go here. At love 1, served, T, good. Zheng goes forehand inside in.
15.
Caught the line. Wow, the outside of the line maybe. What a shot there off the forehand wing of Zheng for 15 love. 6th forehand winner of the night, 17th overall to go along with 8 unforced errors. That is a good ratio. Serve for Zheng, T, good. Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Vekic goes back and up the line, but misses wide, 30 love.
And Vekic is really trying to counter this inside-out forehand from Zheng and trying to redirect that ball down the line of with the backhand. The problem, unfortunately, is if she's just a tad bit late, she hits that ball late and it goes wide into the alley, and that's exactly what happened there. She's gonna have to get there quicker.
Serve out wide, good. Vekic misses the return. Does she adjust her court positioning and take one step back so she has more time?
No, I think she needs to just, get her legs there. And it's going to get tougher and tougher because that was, pretty tough. Even though it was only an hour and 5 minutes first set, it was a tough set, mentally and physically because of the humidity as well.
Has a return up the line. Zheng misses the ensuing forehand long, trying to go cross, 40-15 now. Yeah, and especially it is 12:30. I mean, that is, for some players, a very difficult adjustment. That first set, I think of those matches that start 11 and beyond. That first set has extra importance.
I agree.
Please take a seat behind the players. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, right behind Donna Vekic, a couple of fans, they realize now they're on camera, they're a little embarrassed. 40-15 serve T. Vekic returned through the middle is good. Zheng rolls a forehand. Vekic run around, forehand inside in. Zheng forehand to a Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand inside out. That is sprayed well wide and well long. Now 40-30.
So you said it was 2 point what on the length?
Average rally length 2.82 right now.
And
that's after a 13-shot rally in the first point of this set.
Yeah, who's winning the longest rally? Is it Zheng or is it
It's even.
Vekic? It's even.
It's even.
Interesting.
At the moment, 9-shot rallies. There've only been 4 of them. It's two
And what
apiece.
about lesser? Like
5-9. Vekic is winning that.
There you go.
Serve into the backhand. Now Zheng goes backhand cross. Vekic backhand cross. Zheng goes backhand middle. Vekic drop shot off the forehand side. Zheng will not get to it. What a well-timed drop shot. It's deuce.
She's like, where has this been? I forgot about it. So smart. And, when you have a player who has so much power, this is what Sabalenka discovered as well. And that was, I think, in Miami or in Wells, when she all of a sudden figured, oh my goodness, with the power that I have, the players are so far back. Drop shots. You don't even have to make it that good.
Give a lot of credit to Carlos Alcaraz for making it popular and people realizing it's something that they can add to their game more and more. Ons Jabeur on the women's side, I think, has done so well with it.
I think Hugo Gaston is really the one who made it popular at Roland Garros. Of course. Of course I have to. Way before Alcaraz.
Second serve on deuce. Backhand from Zheng inside out. Vekic tracks down a forehand cross. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic has to squash shot that back. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Running backhand Vekic rolled to a Zheng forehand through the middle. Vekic backhand up the line. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic digs that out. Zheng goes forehand back up the line. That's too good. That is electric stuff right now from Zheng to grab the game point.
Astonishing, really. What a point. Both players, really, the dynamic on the court, the way they're hitting the ball with so much pace, changing also the direction on a dime. And Vekic just smiling at the end of that point, going, I can't anymore.
13-shot rally once again. We are definitely playing some longer points here in the second set, slightly. Game point serve good. Vekic backhand to a Zheng inside out forehand that she misses into the bottom of the net. Deuce again. Again, Vekic, no break chances in that first set.
It is so impressive to see after a long point who wins the next point. I would have given pretty much all my money on Zheng just because Vekic was probably more tired. But no, it's Zheng who dumped that one down in the bottom of the net.
Deuce number 2, serve netted. Trying to go tee. Looks like that might have hit one of the net cameras that they've got up there. Second serve for Zheng. That is good to a Vekic squash shot into the net. Game point once again for Zheng.
Such a smart serve, going wide short on a second serve, completely pulling Vekic outside the court, who has long arms but still couldn't reach to that ball enough to make it back in the court.
1 hour, 12 minutes into this match, 13 minutes into the set. Boy, that toss was about 4 or 5 feet in front of Zheng, so she pulls it back. Tries again here with this game point. Serve is good. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand middle. Vekic forehand inside out to a Zheng backhand up the line that she's pushed wide and long. Great depth there from Vekic to get us back to deuce.
Amazing depth from the racket of Vekic.
Deuce number 3. Crowd settles back in. Serve into the net. Vekic taking a long look over at her team before settling in for the second serve return. She's a few feet behind the baseline. Serve good. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng inside out forehand catches the baseline. Rolled back by Vekic. Zheng goes inside out forehand. Vekic backhand up the line. Yes, she's got it! Almost the exact reverse of what happened in the last game. Zheng going for this massive inside-out forehand from the doubles alley, and Vekic makes her pay and has her first break chance of the night.
And this time she was right on cue and on time to get to that backhand and to have enough time to hit it enough in front of her to find it down the line, and that's the only way to counter that inside-out forehand from Zheng.
Starts about 6 feet behind the baseline for this first serve return. Serve good. Vekic forehand rolled middle, lands on the baseline. Rolled back by Zheng. Vekic stepping in. Short forehand. She misses into the net. Oh my word.
Well, that is painful. I'm going to tell you why. Because that really retrieval of the return that landed on the line was mid-court. And floating and floating. And unfortunately, again, the racket head going down way too much. Almost feels like she was maybe going to go cross-court, decided to go inside out at the end, but back to deuce.
Number 4, serve from Zheng is into the net. We've hit the 8-minute mark for this game. Second game of set number 2. Second serve upcoming here for Zheng. Serve is good to a Vekic forehand, goes middle. Zheng forehand inside out, misses just a bit long. So Vekic will have a second opportunity here. That ball missed by about a half an inch or so.
Hard to the middle and going to the right hip of Zheng is working, especially that Zheng has a little bit of a loop forehand. So when that ball comes fast, if you don't get that loop to go a little faster than that, you know, flying and pace from the racket of Vekic, guess what? You're late, and here comes the forced error. Second break point for Vekic in this game for a 2-love lead here in the second set.
Serve is into the net.
Please.
Please indeed. 10 of 21 right now on her second serve points for Zheng, just a shade under 50%. Second serve, Zheng good. Vekic rolls a forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic forehand cross. Zheng forehand up the line, caught the baseline. Lob back from Vekic deep into the ad corner. Zheng goes forehand inside out. She missed long, and Donna Vekic has the early break here in set number 2. She leads 2-love.
First break of the match, pretty amazing. It took an hour and 16 minutes to see that. And what a game from Donna Vekic, finding a new life here.
And overcoming that forehand miss on the first break chance.
I think the return serve down the middle has been really paying off dividends. Getting some enforced errors from the forehand of Zheng. And now Vekic serving at 2-love.
Do you think that was Pam that just
think it
screamed
sounded
out?
like Pam. What did she say? Did you hear?
Take your time.
Take your time, yeah. It sounded like Pam.
It did. But I'm also not used to Pam screaming.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, me neither.
Regardless,
That
Vekic
sounded
is
like Pam.
settling in, now ready to go at 2-love. Serve out wide, return cross court. Vekic forehand up the line is a good one, and Zheng can't come up with the backhand. It's into the net. It's 15-love. That is high risk, but very confident forehand there from Donna Vekic.
She's elevating a level of play right now, Vekic. It's pretty incredible.
I'm going to have to ask Auntie Pam if that was her screaming. I really want to know. Maybe she'll do it. She does some Twitter lives from time to time, right?
She does, yeah.
Serve from
Probably gonna do
Vekic
one
into the
if she
body.
wins tonight.
I hope not. Forehand from Zheng. Vekic tracks it down. Forehand middle. Zheng rolls a forehand to a Vekic backhand middle. Zheng forehand inside out to a Vekic backhand up the line. Running forehand from Zheng. Good. Lob from Vekic. Just long as she couldn't track that one down. It's 15-all.
I mean, you gotta love the crowd right now. They are so excited about both players. And I mean, it is what? It's almost, what, 1:45 here on Sunday night, Labor Day weekend. And the fans are loving what they're watching. What a night they had tonight in between the Tiafoe being able to come through against Popyrin, and now with this beautiful match going on.
15-all serve, trying to go T, misses into the net. Second serve here for Vekic. Again, waiting for the ball to get cleared. Now ready to go on the second serve, which is into the net. Her second double fault of the night.
Wow.
Toweling herself off right now is Donna Vekic again on this extraordinarily humid night.
There's a lot of at stake tonight. Quarterfinal here, shot in the US Open.
Opposite Aryna Sabalenka.
Yep.
Also in this half, Paula Badosa, Emma Navarro. Serve Vekic 15-30 is a let.
And actually, Vekic could be the second Croatian player in the Open era to reach multiple women's singles Grand Slam quarterfinals in the calendar year after Eva Maioli, 1996 and 1997.
Serve good out wide. Backhand from Zheng lands on the baseline. Vekic digs it out. Now has to run for a forehand. She goes cross. Zheng forehand up the line. Catches the baseline. Backhand Vekic. Zheng forehand cross into the deuce corner. She's going to have two chances to get the break right back.
This is spectacular at its best here. When one player raises her level, guess what? The opposition does the same. What an amazing shot from Zheng, and listen to that crowd.
And a fist pump from her as well. She's settling in. Again, that return position so far back into the court. 15-40 serve, good. Zheng forehand misses long on the return. Hurls a little bit of words towards Peririba. It's such an interesting return position, and Gil Gross just posted on Twitter just about the fact that it's so unusual in the women's game to see somebody that far back.
Well, but when you have somebody who serves, you know, that hard and that deep in the box, you know, it's understandable, I think.
0-3 on her break chances so far. Serve T good. Zheng forehand to a drop shot from Vekic. Zheng gets there, pops it up the line. Vekic lob over the head and good. With room to spare, to deuce we go.
How smart are you, Donna Vekic? All of a sudden, you see that your opponent is so far behind the baseline on the return. And what do after the return? You drop shot. She's thinking out there constantly. And then you execute the perfect lob. Top spin over her head. I mean, this is spectacular.
Thank you.
Again, how many? Where are we on the count of 19 winners to Zheng to 18 on the other side? This is spectacular.
Serve at deuce. T just long. Vekic serving from the far side right now. 22 minutes into this set already, Sophie. My word. Second serve, good. Zheng forehand up the line. Vekic digs out a backhand, goes cross. Zheng backhand middle. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand deep into the deuce corner. Lob from Vekic. Zheng has to stay at the baseline. She's going to hit an overhead, and she misses it wide. Into the deuce side, into the doubles alley. Game point for Vekic.
Not quite sure that was the right shot selection. That ball was not high enough. It looked like almost like Zheng had to bend a little bit to hit that overhead. Not really the greatest feeling when you're hitting a bouncing overhead.
Thank you.
A couple of words there from Nick Horvat, coach for Donna Vekic, about this particular serve. With a game point, serve trying to go out wide and short into the box, misses into the net. Second serve upcoming for the Croatian. 28 years of age, 4 WTA titles to her credit, 3 on hard. Second serve into the net, double fault. Second of this game.
That hurts. Wow. You gotta stay very strong here mentally, I tell you.
Only 2 points she's lost on second serve here in the set have been the doubles. So again, she waits for the crowd to settle. Very late Sunday night, early Monday morning crowd here in New York. Serve at deuce, good. Chip return lands good. Vekic forehand inside in. She missed it by about 10 feet long. Great chance, number 3 for Zheng, who's 0 for 4 so far tonight.
Interesting that choice of returning with a slice, because there's absolutely no pace in that, and Vekic doesn't like it. Neither of them like it, to tell you the truth. They love to have a very hard ball coming at them so they can counter-attack it, use the pace of their opponent. So maybe a change of tactic here, because I haven't seen that slice very often, especially when she had a choice. It's one thing when you push and you don't have a choice, but well done.
Vekic's serve, good, through the middle of the box, gets a backhand, goes up the line. She missed that by about 15 feet as well. Breaks, traded. What a match we've got right now on Serve in the Second here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Sophie Amiak. Sophie's trying to berate Claude, our producer here on the night. Don't berate Claude.
I mean, I like this music, but it is, you know, it's 10 to 1. I'm going to go sleepy.
Can we make musical requests? Claude, do we
better.
have that capability?
There we go,
Can I get a thumbs up or a thumbs down over there?
There we go. I feel something going. Oh, yeah.
He said no. No song requests.
Oh, but this is getting there.
This is
There's
great.
a little bit of a beat. But
this is great. What do you have a problem?
All right, back on Arthur Ashe.
1-2. Zheng serving from the far side of the court. Again, 24 minutes into this set already. We only had 3 games. Forehand Zheng, forehand Vekic. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic goes forehand cross. Zheng forehand back up the line to a Vekic backhand that's into the net. 15 love.
15 love.
So Zheng ready to go here. 15 love at 1-2. Serve T just a bit long. Vekic again staying about 4 to 6 feet behind the baseline for this second serve. Gets a backhand, goes through the middle. Zheng backhand middle, misses by about 2 inches, right into the body of Donna Vekic. It's 15 all.
Let's remember that Vekic was up 2 love. Chance for a 3 love lead. But what an effort from Zheng.
15 all serve, trying to go out wide.
Please.
Misses wide and long. Second serve for Zheng up the tee. Vekic inside out backhand didn't feel right at all. Just misses into the doubles alley of the deuce side.
Yeah,
30-15.
I don't like what I saw with her left hand and wrist, trying to move the wrist around. She caught that one very late. That is not a good feeling for your wrist, I tell you.
Pam Shriver so smiley through the first set.
Not so much right now.
Not so much right now.
Nope.
Zheng again pulling down her toss. That was too far left and too far out in front. 30-15. First serve. Serve is long for the gold medalist. Second serve.
Seventh train is passing by the way, in the background.
Second is good. Vekic goes back in cross. Zheng goes back in into the net. 30 all. Should point out we have gone above an average rally length of 3.
Wow.
We're at 3.09. We'll take it. Almost have hit pi.
Well, I mean, the thing is, points are short, but they're exquisite. You know, we see
Ladies and gentlemen,
aces, we see 1-2 punch, we see 1-2 or 3 in the third, you know,
And
hits.
some
It's
longer
pretty
rallies
amazing.
as well.
Yeah.
Serve T just wide. Waits for the ball to be cleared, does Zheng, in this huge moment at 30 all. And back-to-back breaks if you're joining us late or early, wherever you are. Second serve, good. Forehand from Vekic cross. Zheng goes forehand middle. Vekic inside out forehand, missed it long.
13.
About
a foot. Game point here for Zheng.
I really wish that Vekic was attacking a little bit more that second serve. I think both of them really could benefit from being more aggressive on the second serves. Just to send a message to try to take the reign of the points from the get-go.
I'll get to that in a second. Want to ask you something about it, but it is a game point here for Zheng at 40-30 serve T. Chip return is into the net as we get to 2 all. So I want you to kind of walk our listeners through that, Sophie, because I'm looking at the stats, and Donna Vekic has won 54% of the second serve return points that she has seen. That is a successful, a very good successful rate. Why do you need her to do more?
Because I think that this is an area where she can herself be the aggressor for right away, instead of returning deep with a little bit more shape from further back. And I know that she's able to do that. I know that she has the power and the accuracy also to do that on a dime, as she hits an ace here on the first point of this 5th game of the second set, or 4th of the match.
And first of this set for 15 love, serve, good. Zheng back into a Vekic forehand through the middle that misses long, and she swings at the ball as it comes back onto her side in frustration. 15 all, and you can get this sense right now this emotional wave that you have talked about is on a very steep decline at this moment.
Yep.
Feels like a very crucial time if Zheng can apply some pressure. 2 all, 15 all here. Serve is good. It's an ace, caught the outside of the line, out wide.
Back-to-back aces on the exact same spot. I think the second one was actually better than the first because it was shorter in the box. If you're going to go wide with the right-handed serve on the deuce side, you want to go short in the box with slice. With slice.
Serve T. Zheng forehand to a Vekic forehand cross. Zheng goes forehand cross, great angle. Vekic goes forehand up the line. Did she get it? Oh my!
I think it was in. Yeah.
We're going to get a look at the replay. Oh, by the thinnest of margins, caught the back of the line. What a shot from Donna Vekic.
Yeah, Zheng is saying, no, that was out. But unfortunately, the electronic calling is not going to give you that one.
You can see the mark, actually. We could see it on our replay. You could see the mark there, and Zheng just not buying it, even though... Yeah, she's actually continuing this argument. So she's saying, and like I said, we could see the mark even on a replay, and Zheng saying it's long, and Allison Hughes, the chair, says, I've got to go with the call. So it's game points, 40-15, serve trying to go to that same spot again, misses into the net. Second serve for Vekic is into the net as well. That is the third double of the set, fourth of the night.
Yeah, she has to keep pushing those legs, getting her arm up and out, keeping your upper body as straight as possible when you make contact to clear the net.
Very participatory crowd late at night. Seeing a great one as well. Missed first serve up the tee, misses by about 2 inches. Second serve here for the 24 seed, Donna Vekic at 40-30. Serve, good. Zheng back in middle. Vekic digs out of backhand. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic forehand cross rolled to Zheng, forehand rolled middle. Vekic forehand inside in. Squash shot from Zheng will miss out wide, so we stay on serve. It is 3-2, and we are midway through the second here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Sophie Amiak. A couple of things I want to note here during this changeover. I went and looked. The humidity right now is at 87%.
It's getting worse.
That's absurd. Now, Donna Vekic, we saw a replay during that changeover as well, where during one of her second serves, she struggled with a little bit of her left leg, some sort of pain in the left leg. During that changeover, she was icing down both legs, but especially the left knee.
Yeah, well, you know, she didn't play that many matches, but again, and not many matches, many hours. And that's the first time that she's losing a set, by the way, since the beginning of this tournament. Has yet to lose a set. But she's surely, you know, I'm sure feeling the heat of the last month, and as they both really competing so well at the Olympics, and probably more so for Vekic with Wimbledon and the match that she had against Paolini.
And so, frankly, age and the fact that she has had more and more injuries through her career.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. It's the second serve upcoming here for Zheng, opening point of the 6th game. Serve is into the net. It's a double fault.
Well, consistency is everything. I keep saying it in tennis, but you don't want to have consistency on the way that you hit the first and the second serve. That's exactly what she did. She did the exact same thing. The toss was way to the left, fell with her body language left, bottom of topping the ball and going bottom of the net. Did it twice. Ouch.
So love 15 here for Zheng, again struggling with the toss.
But it's not a surprise, the way that she's tossing the ball. I mean, you see that itch and that really kind of hook of a toss.
Yes.
She stops and goes. I mean, to be accurate with that, you know, technique, good luck.
Yeah, it's a really hard one to describe as she throws in another double, but it almost, I'm trying to figure out how to describe it to our listeners who maybe haven't seen it, but it goes from her left side. Imagine if she's just holding it her left side.
She starts and she goes, she has like a little twitch before she lets go the
It's almost
ball.
like the hand goes to her belly as opposed to just straight up.
Exact.
And then straight up. Misses long with the first serve, so opportunity here for Donna Vekic.
How difficult it must be to change that, because you're so used to doing that little hook, which, but it's, you know, it would be best if she could.
Second
She's
serve good.
21.
Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Vekic digs out a backhand cross that lands on the line. Zheng backhand just clears. Vekic backhand slice up the line. Misses long. What a wasted opportunity to 15-30. Zheng was on a full stretch, and that backhand slice misses long.
And again, she's like stretching her wrist, trying to get her left wrist to stretch. I think she has the tape also that's coming off because of the sweat. Trying to readjust that, putting a watch on top of it. But, you know, you've got to make Vekic run right now. I think that would be a very good play.
So Zheng is actually waiting. It's the same person who has come down to the first row, the front row, right behind Donna Vekic, and multiple times has interrupted play, and Zheng is, saying something to Allison Hughes about it. Now we go, 15-30. She again can't hit the toss where it needs to be. This is really troubling here. Serve out wide is wide.
And Vekic still behind the baseline further. Doesn't take a step forward to try to attack this.
Second serve, good. Vekic goes backhand middle. Zheng forehand up the line. Running forehand from Vekic lane's good. Zheng forehand into the net. Donna Vekic, 2 chances.
What a get from Vekic, because that was not easy. She was so far behind the baseline when she hit her return, and then got herself vulnerable, but did reach to that ball on the forehand cross-court of Zheng. What a get. And then herself hitting a perfect forehand cross-court to put Zheng in difficulty and force the error.
Serve from Zheng, good. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes inside out forehand, perfect serve +1 to go to 30-40. And listen, Sophie, to the point you've been making about Vekic wanting her to step forward onto the baseline, I got to tell you, in this set,
she's winning more points.
She's won 8 of 13 second serve return points from that spot about 6 feet behind the baseline, 4 feet behind the baseline, somewhere in that range.
I'm still not sure it's the right tactic.
30-40 here at 2-3 on the Zheng serve, near side serve. Good, Vekic forehand misses wide. Pace on that serve from Zheng.
Another incredible serve from Zheng. Just so good. Timing is everything. 2 break points erased.
This set still in the 6th game and is 41 minutes. This is high drama. Past midnight, past 1 a.m. Serve at deuce into the net. Just looked at your watch to make sure I was getting the right time.
No,
okay.
no.
105. Second serve here for.
You're right. I trust you.
Thank you. That makes one person. Second serve, good. Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic forehand middle, misses long, unforced error off the forehand wing. And a game point for Zheng.
Yeah, those unforced errors are creeping in.
Actually, for both players, both of them actually in this second set are on the negative of the winner to unforced error ratio.
9 for Vekic, for 7 for Zheng.
So a game point here for Zheng. This time she hears some noise in the crowd, so she pulls off of her service motion. We'll try this again. Serve, good up the tee, and Vekic almost hits Allison Hughes with that return as we get to 3-all.
Wow, how many opportunity can you have as Vekic and not being able to really grab them?
Vekic Interesting. I don't know who she was talking to. At first, I thought she was talking to her team, but then realized they're on the opposite end right now. And so Pam Shriver's... That was Pam Shriver saying, keep going up.
Keep going up on the serve. Reach up. It means push with your legs.
Which is hard to do when they are
tired.
physically struggling. Serve at 3-all. Good. Zheng forehand middle. Doesn't miss by much.
That was a much better serve.
Wow,
Great
that didn't
depth.
miss. Yeah, again by the thinnest of margins on baseline. And Zheng again talking to Allison Hughes. It's the same baseline in question. This time she's on the other side, obviously.
She's not agreeing with the electronic.
It's an argument she's not going to win. 15-love. Serve into the net. Trying to go out wide. Second serve here for Vekic at 15-love.
Let's second serve.
So let. Vekic has won 59% of her second serve points as opposed to 45 for Zheng. Vekic second serve this time is into the net. It's another double. She has one in her third straight game. Pam Shriver is holding on to the banister in front of her.
Yep.
Is white knuckle time. 3-all, 15-all for Vekic from the far side. Serve, missed wide. Zheng about 5 to 6 feet behind the baseline for this second serve. And that serve is good. Zheng forehand middle, Vekic forehand up the line. Zheng tracks it down, squash shot off the one-handed backhand. Now a running forehand, just misses wide. That one-hander almost left me speechless.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
Holy smokes.
Quality of play from both players once again, and just Zheng doing everything she can to get the ball back. Starting with the serve wide was fantastic. The redirection and the one slice retrieval cross courts from Zheng, but then at the end, just couldn't come back and hit the pass. She's visited New York on that.
She got to Brooklyn.
Yeah, she got
Bed-Stuy. Serve, good out wide. Zheng misses the return. Wide and long. Gain points. Donna Vekic. A lot of diamonds on Donna Vekic right now. 2 in the ear and a very sparkly, blingy diamond necklace as well.
Please.
3-all, 40-15. Again, waiting for the crowd to hush. Now we go. Serve T good. Zheng backhand is into the net. That's a pretty impressive hold right there from Donna Vekic. Despite that double fault.
Second set, first set, Zheng.
I'm pretty impressed with the stamina that Donna Vekic is displaying right now, really, because she's definitely the more tired of the two, but she is pushing herself and pushing herself as much as she can.
She's asking for ice.
Yep, getting
right
the ice
now.
here because she wants to put that on her legs. She wants to try to get it really to cool off her body. It is, as you mentioned, very humid here. Taking a watch out and adjusting the watch band. Is that maybe too tight on her wrist?
I'm struggling to figure out what's the need for the watch on the wrist. I know people, listen, you're superstitious.
She's pulling her tape off the wrist because it's too tight. I don't know if it's the watch that's too tight or the wrist. You know, the band. I mean, she has like that tape on the left wrist, which is the wrist that has had problem in the past. As well, Zheng has decided to have a little bit of a snack with a banana.
Everybody's adjusting. Hughes is trying to find a ball to put back into play after we lost one during that last game. So everybody's making some adjustments. What adjustments are you making right now, Sophie?
I'm thinking, I saw today that there's blue bananas that exist in Hawaii and in South Asia. I saw that online. I was like, oh, this is intriguing. And they have a taste of vanilla. So mentioned that to Kenny in the back, who was whispering in my ear actually, saying, hey, do you think she might be having some blue bananas? Well, no, not blue. No, I'm not kidding. Blue bananas.
Are you confusing it with Blue Bunny ice cream?
No, blue bananas.
There's a person wearing a Davy Crockett hat in the stands. Do you know about the legend of Davy Crockett?
Davy Davy Crockett.
I knew I could get you to sing at some point here tonight.
Well, it is, 1:10. At this time, I don't think anybody's watching or listening. I can't sing. You think? Oh, hi.
Listen.
Well, let us know. You can go on Twitter and let us know if you are watching, listening.
We talk about scheduling all the time.
Gil is watching, listening.
I don't think Gil's.
No, he's asleep now.
He's asleep. I hope for him.
She's serving.
I know.
Okay.
I'm going to get to it. Zheng serving here, 3-4 serve, ace up the tee. Listen, the reason why I know people are watching and listening right now, in Croatia, it's, about 7 in the morning? I believe in China, I know they have 3 different time zones, but I think it's about 1 or 2 in the afternoon in Beijing.
True.
So the audience is pretty large right now, maybe just not in the U.S. Sort of out wide is well long from Zheng here. Serving 3-4, 15 love in the second set, 7-6. First set going the way of Zheng, 2 in the breaker. Pulls down her toss once again before this second serve. That serve is good. Forehand from Vekic. Zheng goes forehand middle. Vekic goes forehand cross to a running forehand for Zheng. Vekic forehand up the line. Backhand slice from Zheng. Vekic steps back inside out forehand pushed wide, and it is 30 love. And again off the backhand slice, Sophie.
Yeah, but it's the depth really also that is impressive from the racket of Zheng to really push back Vekic, who just is trying to grab court and get inside the baseline to inflict her power and her pace and redirection of the ball.
So 30 love here for Qinwen. Serve, good. Vekic forehand lands on the baseline. Will step now into a backhand, but she misses into the net. That was the first time when the legs just didn't look like they worked at all. So Vekic is actually headed to the bench right now, and I think for the left wrist, yeah.
Yep. That tape of the wrist.
She just took
actually
the watch
took
off.
her watch off.
The tape is still on it, but she is really trying to stretch that and roll her left wrist, and must be physically uncomfortable for her at the moment. So game points for Zheng. 3-4, 40 love, serve T. Good. Chip return is into the net. Hold to love for Zheng. Actually, her first hold to love
Ridiculous
of the day. 4-all.
serve. It's just so good, so accurate. That serve from Zheng in this game between the ace and the T serve on the 40 love point. So impressive.
Vekic taking an extra couple of seconds here, trying to take some deep, deep breaths here right in front of her team. Practicing that service motion here as we're getting into the real meat of this set. 29 points apiece at this stage of the set. 4-all with Vekic serving from the near side. Serve into the net. Long run for member of the ball crew to track that one down. Now ready for this second serve for Donna Vekic. Missed it long. Another double fault. She's had at least one in 4 consecutive service games. 6 on the night. 5 of them have come in the set. And she is really chatting it up there with Nick Horvat and Pam Shriver in the box. Love 15. Tosses up, serve good. Zheng backhand up the line. Vekic running forehand. Zheng squash shot. Vekic backhand up the line, lands good, and Zheng can't track that down. Oh my! 15-all.
Excellent, excellent movement again, redirection. And Pam Shriver, like tapping your heart, to tell her, play with your heart, I bet. And all you've got, and this is exactly what she's doing, Vekic, right now. What a shot that was, that backhand down the line.
So 15-all at 4-all serve, well wide. Second serve for Vekic. You worry about the doubles. Serve is good. Zheng forehand up the line, running backhand. Vekic goes a lob with it. Zheng run around forehand, inside out. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng again inside out forehand, misses wide. 30-15 now.
Would you not make Vekic run right now instead of going back to the same place and go inside in, cross court inside out, after the inside out, go?
I get it.
Yeah.
I think she was trying to catch Vekic on a sprint out to that deuce side and then try to sneak one back behind her. I think she just misplayed it. 30-15 serve T. Good. You could even hear Pam Shriver
So
yell
good.
out, "So good."
It is so good. Crucial.
Yeah. Off the frame there from Zheng.
The least amount of time that she takes to win points, the better for Vekic right now.
40-15 here at 4-all. Serve. T. Ace. Oh, my. Ridiculous stuff right now. Pam Shriver on her feet. We're going to have a seat for about 1 minute. Come back here to see if Zheng can stay in the set at 4-5 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. A real treat. Kenny joined us in the studio for a second. He was almost on camera, but then when he realized that we were coming back, he took off sprinting. Donna Vekic has just had to retape her left wrist. During that last game, she did take off her watch, but then on the way to the changeover, she took off the tape and has put on a new. Yeah, it's one of those K-tapes. It just wraps around the wrist.
But she, obviously, that is helpful to her wrists, and probably, like, you know, maybe a little bit less movement when you have that tape on.
I don't know how to describe what we're seeing in front of us right now. Two women who...
Well, they're dancing.
They're dancing. They were doing kind of the Spider-Man meme.
They were.
You.
No, you.
No.
You.
I need more caffeine from you. Just every night, please. Every single
Go
night.
in the fridge. There's a bunch of those drinks.
Kenny's got a sponsorship. Zheng serving here, 4-5 serve, good. Vekic back into a Zheng forehand cross. Vekic goes forehand cross. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic forehand up the line, missed it long. She is really struggling to redirect right now. It's 15 love. So rare to hear that crowd settle back in. It's been so loud here on the night. 15 love here at the 4-5 service game. Zheng near side, serve, good. Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes forehand up the line to a running forehand Vekic. Zheng this time missing the forehand as she had Vekic fully on a dead sprint. She missed it long, it's 15 all.
I mean, Vekic pretty much went all out on that forehand running down the middle, and it kind of surprised Zheng. And again, it's that forehand loop that didn't get on time. Hit it a little late, racket a little bit open on the face, and floated out.
So at 15 all serve, good
that's
out wide.
beautiful.
That is fantastic from Zheng. Just the second of the set, ninth of the night for 30-15. Closing in on the 2-hour mark for this one. 30-15 here at 4-5. Serve for Zheng. Near side serve up the tee, off the net and long. Second serve. That is good. Vekic runs around forehand up the line. Zheng squash shot that back. Misses long. 30 all. Vekic 2 points away.
And a change, because Vekic stepped into that second serve and attacked it. So to me, that is a big difference. Sending a message that I am going after your second serve. And that worked out very well.
Zheng had won the last 2 second serve points, actually, and that's then the change. All right, 30 all. Zheng waiting for this crowd to settle just a little bit. Now ready to go. Plenty of time on the serve clock. Tosses up. Serve is good. Vekic forehand cross. Zheng can't track it down. Donna Vekic rushes that return to set up set point.
Absolutely huge on the return serve. Just jumped on that. She knew it was going to go wide. That's where Zheng has been serving most of the time on the deuce side. She could not hit it any better.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Allison Hughes settling everybody back into their seat. 30-40 at 4-5. Zheng
Please,
near side.
Please.
We're all settled, ready to go. At 30-40, serve good. Vekic backhand up the line. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Vekic tracks down a lob off the backhand side that lands good. Zheng goes forehand inside out. Vekic forehand up the line. Oh no! She missed it into the net to a wide open court once again. Oh my goodness.
Well, you think it is that easy to execute, but it is not, because you are in a, right at a key moment. You want to make that shot. The racket head went down a little bit. Couldn't really extend to finish that shot. And a good save from Zheng. Back to deuce.
Can she rebound mentally again? She's done so well with it so far, has Vekic. Deuce at 4-5, serve, T wide. Second serve for Zheng. That is good. Vekic goes backhand middle. Zheng forehand middle. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic tracks that down. Forehand cross. Zheng goes forehand. And it's shanked long. Set point number 2. Vekic.
Does it feel to you that Vekic is hitting the ball harder?
Yes.
It feels to me, and
like
it's showing.
5 to 10%.
It's just unbelievable how much power she's putting in those hits right now. To the point where Zheng is not making the time with a racket head to get going.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Hardest job right now is settling the crowd. Set point number 2 for Donna Vekic on the Zheng serve. Serve from Zheng into the net.
Please.
All right, what is she going to do now, Vekic? Is she moving in? She's staying back.
3 feet behind the baseline. Hits a forehand middle. Zheng inside out forehand just clears. Vekic forehand cross. Forehand from Zheng. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng forehand inside in. Catches the line. Lob from Vekic. Zheng coming up to the net. Lob is good. Zheng with an overhead. Lands good. Oh my gosh, what an angle she just took. What an angle she took. I don't even.
She hit the line
parallel
on the angle.
with the net.
I rarely seen this. She didn't need to take that angle, but I guess she needed it because she saw that Vekic was staying on that side. She went cross court, and I bet this thing clipped the line. Vekic is asking to see it again.
It's about 6 feet maybe away from the net. That's how much of an angle she took. As we hit the 2-hour mark, Vekic has requested to see it. We're getting a look at a replay here. So Zheng ends up, when she makes contact, about 4 feet from the net. Yeah, that was inside the line.
That was inside the line, but what an angle, you're right.
But yeah, that's maybe 8 to 10
like
feet away from the net.
You don't need to take that much risk, especially on the set points.
Goodness. Deuce once again. Serve trying to go out wide, misses into the net. Second serve here for Zheng. That's good. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng forehand inside out, just clears. Vekic drop shot off the backhand side. No response from Zheng.
Again,
third set point.
So smart, so clear-headed. When it counts, when it's so tight, you've got to give it to Vekic, because to keep a clear head when it's so tight at these moments, it is so difficult.
So this is set point number 3 for Donna Vekic, again settling in about 6 feet behind the baseline. Zheng with the serve, good. Vekic backhand goes cross. Backhand slice from Zheng. Vekic stepping into a forehand up the line. Donna Vekic steals set number 2. 6-4.
and this one's headed to a decider.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. What an effort from Vekic. I think she's, yeah, going to get off the court. I think they both might, but I know Vekic is going to go change shirt. That shirt is probably at least 3 or 4 pounds of sweat right now with the amount of humidity. Zheng is staying on court. Well, she has a chance. Nope, she's leaving. Gone. But if she was to stay on court and not go for a changing room, she would have a chance to actually talk to her coach. So sometimes you might want to think about this. Do I really want to go and change when I know my opponent is going? You know, it's kind of a tactic game. But in any case, they're both taking a break to changing room right outside of Arthur Ashe Stadium. There are 2 of them, of course, right and left. Wow, what a set, what a match. I mean, I think, you know, right now, best women match so far in this tournament. I mean, I think the Muhova and Osaka was pretty good. Yes. But this is not really because of the length of the rally, but just the exceptional shot making and winners and serves, and you know, and just amazing.
Sophie is speechless.
I am.
I've never
well, not
heard
really.
Sophie
I mean,
speechless.
I keep talking, but I am in a way speechless. Yeah, energy. Who's going to have more in this third set?
You and I are definitely going to, because I'm going to go get us a little bit of coffee, and then we're going to come back for a third set.
Oh,
Fair
we're
enough?
taking a break.
Claude,
I
Kenny
got it.
have
All right.
coffee waiting for us,
All
and we're going
right.
to come back.
I don't think I need more, but hey.
Third set is upcoming here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Visit the shop located in New York Cross Stadium on Club Arthur Ashe or on RalphLauren.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 43 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Chase customers get access to the Chase Lounge, Chase Terrace, and more. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. Capacity is limited.
Make every day a sunscreen with a Rose Rosé Ultralight Sunscreen. It blocks up to 90% of UV rays and helps prevent visible sun damage with UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche Posay, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, I'm Mike King. That over there is Sophie Amiak, the 2 women. God bless them for dancing. We've got a little sprinkler action going on. This woman is now sweeping the floor. Is it a dance move? Have you seen the sweep the floor? It's just very simple. You just do all your household chores, and while dancing, you got a little sweep the floor, Maybe you can push the lawnmower. Maybe. Here's one for you. You can go to the grocery store. Right in the cart.
Okay, I think we've lost him.
Okay. I mean, these two women are having a great time, and they are providing, while we're in the midst of this changing break, complete dance break. I mean, on the big screen inside Ash, just two women getting all of the entertainment for everybody.
That's pretty hilarious, you're right.
One in a black dress,
Oh,
one
she's
in
swimming.
a red dress. Now there was some swimming, and meanwhile, Pam Shriver and the rest of the team for Donna Vekic
They're trying
real
to think
thought
about, they're like, okay, what can she do now? Pam Shriver is, you know, probably losing her mind. It's so difficult, listen, to be a coach.
Yes, because you're not in control of what's happening in
control
front of you.
of
You cede control to somebody. Donna Vekic is back out on court. She is asking for her team to fix her an electrolyte drink. So she sent a water bottle over to the team for some more electrolytes. And you do have concerns about the physicality for her, right? I mean, you have to, considering she's already been using the ice on the left knee. The left wrist is clearly bothering her. Zheng has come back out onto court now as well.
Well, you have a 28-year-old player against 21-year-old player, so, you know, +7 counts. And it's also counting on the experience factor, for sure. But I think Zheng, at this point, has quite the experience as well. Just being able to win gold at the Olympics this year in Paris, in Roland Garros. Beautiful stadium, used also for the French Open, of course.
No idea.
You're learning every day, I told you.
I'm learning something new. It's still the only one I haven't been to. So the electrolytes have been brought back out onto Arthur Ashe Stadium for Donna Vekic. The ball person, ball crew member, is trying to figure out which bench it goes to. He's got it sorted. Vekic is going to serve to start this third set here. We are starting the third set at 1:33 in the AM. Vekic has also, notably, taken off her visor as well, Sophie.
True. Interesting.
It is indeed interesting. She's taken off the watch, taken off the visor. What's next? Serve out wide, ace.
Well, anything to be lighter, I would think. Why not? And she changed shirt. I'm telling you, that's already like 3 pounds right there, because she was sweating so much. Huge and high humidity.
Serve up the tee is just long. That was ace number 7, by the way, for Vekic, trailing her opponent by 2 in that stat category. Serve for Vekic's second. Zheng goes back in cross. Vekic backing up the line, tries to redirect, misses wide for 15 all. Stat-wise, is there anything that really stands out to you? We are +6 for Zheng, winners to unforced errors, +5 for Vekic. Serve percentage about 7% higher for Vekic.
I mean, they're neck and neck. I keep looking for something, but there's not much right here that is showing that really would make a huge difference. I still think that attacking the second serve on each other is a better play.
Vekic just missed another inside-out backhand from the middle of the court this time to get to 15-30. I mean, statistically, the one thing that does stand out a little bit is the difference in terms of the second serve points won. There's about a 12% difference in favor of Donna Vekic there, but that's really about it. Serve here at 15-30. Out wide is wide. Zheng takes another couple of steps up. Will she go after this second serve return? Second serve good. Zheng forehand up the line to a running forehand Vekic. Zheng goes forehand cross. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng forehand inside out lands good. Vekic digs a backhand. Zheng forehand inside out. Vekic one-handed backhand lands good. Zheng goes inside in forehand and missed it long for 30 all.
And that is telling you that every time there's a change of pace, you know, either way, the player is having a difficult time dealing with that. I mean, that slice backhand retrieval was going so slow through the air and landed without any pace, and Zheng made the enforced error.
Oh, I wish I could describe the eyes right now of Donna Vekic. It was a death stare waiting for the crowd to settle. Now 30 all. Serve. good. Zheng forehand through the middle. Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes backhand up the line. Vekic digs out a forehand, but it's short. Zheng forehand cross. Squash shot from Vekic is into the net, and a break chance early here for Zheng.
Feels to me that Zheng is just much more mobile on her footwork, explosive. And Vekic is going to have to win points very, very quickly.
Thank you.
Zheng is 1 of 5
ladies and gentlemen.
on her break chances on the night. Well behind the baseline. Serve is into the net. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps forward in between the first and the second serve. Second for Vekic. Good. Zheng backhand middle. Vekic digs out a forehand, but it's into the net, and a quick break for Zheng. She leads 1-love here in the third.
Not exactly what you want to do on the start of a first game in the third set for Vekic, but again, you know, the first serve percentage not high enough in this opening game. Only 3 out of 6 first serve in. And that hurts right there.
So both women now with 2 breaks, but this lead feels massive for Zheng here. Technically, back-to-back breaks, strung across 2 sets. It's Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak here, late into the night. Do you want to credit the guys in the back, Sophie? You want to say some nice words about them?
Well, Patrick and Kenny, I mean,
yeah.
Pretty amazing. Claude, of course, except for his music, but anyway.
Ready for play.
You can't do everything, right?
Music taste is very good.
I'm kidding, Claude. Claude.
1-love here for Zheng. Now coming to the far side. Serve T good. Vekic return into the net. This is, as you mentioned earlier, Sophie, the 4th time they have played. The 2nd time that they have gone to 3 sets. The other one being in Zhuhai last year, with Zheng winning that 3rd set 6-4. 1-love, 15-love. Serve T good. Vekic digs out a forehand. Zheng, big forehand into the deuce corner for 30-love.
Well, I'll tell you something. I mean, to date this year, Zheng going 3 sets, wins 14, losses 3.
That's pretty
Vekic, good. 12 wins, 8 losses. So
still good, but not as
good. It's still good, but not as good as Zheng. That's for sure.
30-love serve into the net, trying to go wide.
One of them was very difficult at Wimbledon when Vekic lost to Paolini. It was a thriller, though. What a great match that was.
Serve is good. Vekic goes forehand cross, and Zheng can't dig that up. That is a massive return, now 30-15.
Every time that she's hits really, really hard to the forehand, it's been very difficult for Zheng to handle. Again, you have to make up for the speed of the ball with your loop forehand. You have to get that racket going faster.
Vekic has put the watch back on, interestingly. I don't understand why. 30-15. Serve, Zheng, good. Vekic backhand, gonna miss long.
Great serve.
Right into that left hip of Donna Vekic, and game points for Zheng.
Yeah, and more important, going to the left hand of Vekic, who is still trying to move around that wrist. That's probably quite sore.
So game points here for Zheng. She'll have a couple of looks at 40-15. Serve, good. Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes drop shot. Perfect. No response from Donna Vekic, and a little bit of separation here for Zheng at 2-love.
Look who's thinking out there. Again, with the drop shot on cue, just very smart play. You can't even tell at the last second from the two-hander. Let go the left hand, opens the racket face, execute perfectly.
And a fist pump as well. She's starting to feel it. And yeah, this is actually the first time there's been consolidation of a break here on the night. They traded them early in the second.
Thank you.
Vekic obviously breaking to win the second, and now separation. So Vekic at love 2, near side, serve good. Zheng back into a Vekic forehand cross. Zheng squash shot Will it stay in? It does. Vekic running around. Forehand. Zheng takes a look at an open court and misses the forehand into the deuce corner. Missed it wide. It's 15-love.
That was a little bit of a weird point in the sense of the ball that Zheng first hit was kind of having a lot of backspin, but well dealt with Vekic coming in on it. Zheng not able to pass.
So 15-love here for Vekic. Serve into the net. I can tell you that those two dancing women we were talking about, already memes. Already memes on the internets.
Oh, really?
Already. Dancing queens. Serve, good. Zheng goes for an inside out to a Vekic backhand middle that missed long. 15-all. She again immediately just reaches for that left wrist to try and roll it out. It is clearly causing her discomfort right now. The anguish also for Pam Shriver. Fingers to her temples as the headache is increasing. Serve for Vekic at 15-all into the net.
She's not pushing those legs at all.
Just looking at stats, Sophie.
Yep.
Zheng has not had an unforced error on the backhand side yet. Serve good. Zheng forehand through the middle. Vekic backhand to a Zheng backhand inside out off the net. Good. Vekic forehand cross. Did she catch the line?
Nope. Just wide, I believe.
30-15.
Oh, no, she
That was
caught
good.
it. She didn't know. I think she
Yeah,
wasn't sure.
She wasn't sure. We weren't sure. I think she was more concerned about whether the Zheng ball off of the net, she
Was
thinks
in?
it had missed.
Oh, yeah,
And she
she
just
made
caught
it.
the back of the line, did Vekic.
Wow.
But she's still furious about the call on Zheng's shot.
Not an easy thing to say. Zheng shot.
30-15, serve long, trying to go body. Zheng again taking those big steps forward towards the baseline. 2 hours, 18 minutes into this match. 30-15, second serve, good. Zheng goes forehand middle, Vekic forehand cross, Zheng forehand middle. Vekic rolls a forehand that misses long by about 2 feet. This match is on the line right now for Donna Vekic.
This is so big right now. This game is so big. Going down double break.
She's looking at her team with a odd smile, right? An evil looking like the Joker kind of a smile right now.
Yep.
Heath Ledger reincarnated as Donna Vekic. 30-all. Serve. Missed wide.
Just can't get a first serve in. Painful.
Yeah, 4 of 11 here in this set right now for Donna Vekic. Second serve. Good. Zheng goes forehand middle. Vekic forehand up the line to a backhand from Zheng that's into the net. Game point for Vekic.
You can tell that she is definitely pushing herself to the limits right now. Donna Vekic much more exhausted than her opponent. 2 hours and 19 minutes on the clock here in this match of a lot of powerful play.
Serve 4 is into the net.
She can't move up. She can't push up. And if you can't push up, you got to go to T, where the lowest part of the net is.
Second serve for Vekic. That is good to a Zheng backhand cross. Vekic digs out a backhand. Zheng backhand middle is into the net. Donna Vekic survives that moment, but damage has already been done here in this third set as Zheng with a break lead. She's at 2-1 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. pressure right now for Donna Vekic. Her team, after that service game, telling her to really get up and push with those legs. Vekic saying, I can't. She doesn't have it. She is doing what she can. Grabbed a couple of dates.
Look, the fact that she won that game, and telling you, I mean, a little help from Zheng for sure, but this was big for her not to go double breakdown. 2 hours and 22 minutes here on the clock. Zheng serving at 2-1 in the third.
From the near side, ready with that unusual toss, and she pulls it back. I don't get it.
What?
The toss.
Well, listen.
This is how
like
she's
I
been
said,
taught for
exactly.
many years. Serve is good out wide. Vekic returned cross court. Zheng running forehand. Vekic forehand up the line. Zheng with a backhand to a Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes backhand middle. Vekic digs out a forehand through the middle. Zheng goes forehand cross, catches the baseline. Now steps into a forehand up the line. Vekic has to lob a backhand. Zheng stepping in. Is going to hit a forehand inside in. Good for a winner and 15 love.
Took her time here. Zheng, and, very calm. Picked her target, executed perfectly with that forehand cross court. Vekic thinking that she was going to go to her favorite side, inside out, but none of that for the winner. 13 shots rally.
We're just above the 3 mark for the average rally length on the night, 3.02, below tour average. Serve good. To the back end of Vekic. Zheng goes forehand through the middle. Vekic forehand into the bottom of the net. Got a little tight to the body. It's 30 love. Serve for Zheng. Off the net and wide. Pauses a long run for the member of the ball crew there. Second serve coming for Zheng. 2-1, 30 love, serve good. Vekic goes forehand cross. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic goes forehand middle. Zheng forehand, she launches that one. It is pretty natural, Sophie, for the quality at this stage of a match
to dip and go up and down.
It's, I mean, it's because, again, close to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and not only that, it's, you know, the humidity factor. Even though the rallies haven't been that long, yeah, it's still, they're hitting the ball so hard that it's almost like the same as having 2 or 3 more rallies, just the power that they exhibiting, both of them.
Vekic taking a long look at her team before this 30-15 serve from Zheng. That will be a let. Give a lot of credit to this crowd sticking around here on this Labor Day weekend as we're into Monday morning. Try again with this first serve, which is good. Vekic rolls a forehand up the line. Zheng has to retreat, hits a forehand to a Vekic forehand inside out. Zheng backhand middle, Vekic forehand middle. Zheng goes forehand inside out. Vekic has to throw up a lob. Zheng slips and recovers. Now going to run around, hit a forehand from the ad corner. Vekic backhand up the line. Zheng goes forehand cross, and Vekic can't track that down. Clean winner from Zheng, 40-15.
And she's dialed in right now. She knows that all she's got to do is to hold to be able to win this match. Again, inside out forehand, just setting the point and finishing with the cross court. If you're going to hit a backhand, you got to hit the line and down the line a lot more. Otherwise, you're so vulnerable. And Vekic just hitting a little bit too much down the middle of that backhand.
With the game point, the serve is into the net, trying to go tee. Vekic again staying in that return position about 4 feet behind the baseline. And she chooses not to throw up the ball. She was actually in the middle of her motion.
Throw up again, to toss the ball up.
Forehand from Vekic middle. Vekic now backhand middle. Forehand misses from Zheng.
You know, she's missing that forehand so many times because she's catching it a bit late.
Please remain quiet between first and second serves. Thank you.
And now at 40-30, chance again for a 3-1 lead and to keep that break lead for Zheng.
Vekic adjusting the strings on her racket. 2 hours, 26 minutes in at 40-30 here. Toss, serve good. Chip return, lands good. Now Vekic will step into a backhand into the net. Unforced error off that backhand wing for Donna Vekic. Zheng 3-1.
Here we go again, the pressure back on Donna Vekic to try to stay close in the score. Gotta hold in hope that maybe they get a chance at some point to get that break back. So much pressure right now on the shoulder of the Croatian. By the way, we have Kevin on the Twitter asking, what do you think about late matches started like this? Would it help to move the Ash day session start time to 11 a.m., same as Armstrong, to make it easier for the night session to start at 7 as scheduled? Well, it's a good idea, but unfortunately, it is ruled by TV. And TV starts at 12 noon on ESPN, and until that change, that's probably why they start at 12 noon on Armstrong, and they start actually on the TV on here in America.
Thank you.
Sorry to distract from that. Zheng, after that point, Vekic just wanted to 15 love. Apparently somebody to her right as she's making the return was talking to her or yelling to her, so she just actually had to ask Allison Hughes for a little bit of help there because somebody was interacting with her in the midst of a return. Wow. So make sure that that is on the up and up. Vekic tries to dig out a backhand and misses well long.
Yeah, a little more trouble here, giving too many points. Trying to relax her shoulder, trying to Vekic. She's probably getting tighter and tighter as the match is going. I mean, didn't play as much on court to get there. 4 hours and 23 minutes for 6 out of 9 minutes for Zheng, but it's showing that she's the one who is a little bit, more spent. Although, how about that ace, Mike?
What an incredible angle. She took speed off, found the spot, 95-mile-per-hour ace, second of this set, 8th of the night.
But it's so smart to hit that slice short because of the position also of Zheng being so far away on the deuce side. When you're right-handed, it's easy to get that slice short in the box.
Second serve here for Vekic is good to a Zheng forehand middle that misses just long.
It's really the forehand side. How many unforced errors from that forehand side? Probably at least 7 in this set for Zheng, and she's still 3-1 up.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, again, having to wait for this crowd to settle, and you can understand they're
excited.
Excited.
As they should be.
2 a.m.
2 a.m., yeah.
Serve is good. Zheng through the middle. Vekic goes for it, up the line, pushed it wide. Again, struggling to redirect. One of her biggest strengths is that ability to change directions. So 40-15 now to 40-30.
First serve's huge here.
Toss goes up. Serve. Good. Zheng backhand middle. Good. Vekic has to lob off the backhand side. Zheng retreats. Forehand inside out. Vekic retreats. Lob off the backhand side. Zheng stepping in this time. Goes forehand inside in. Vekic through the middle. Zheng drop shot. Vekic no chance. Absolutely no chance. Deuce now.
Yeah, just hitting way too short during the rally. Vekic being punished. And then so far behind the baseline, Zheng noticed that. Had a choice to go inside out, cross court, or drop shot. Choose the drop shot, and that was the perfect one. Changing her grip right before making contact with that forehand drop shot winner.
That was the 30th winner for Zheng. Vekic has 31. Serve, tee, net. That is an absurd number from both. Zheng right now plus 10 winners to unforced. Vekic is plus 3. Serve Vekic second is long. It's a double fault. It's a virtual match point right now. 1 of 1 on her break chances in this set. 2 of 6 on the night is Zheng. Serve out wide, good. Zheng backhand lane short. Vekic forehand into the deuce corner for a serve +1 to fight it off and stay in this match. We're back to deuce.
Oh, so gutsy. So gutsy from Donna Vekic. Look, this is feeling like deja vu with what she went through in the semifinal against Paolini at Wimbledon. She was so hurting and in tears with the pain that she was going through during that match.
Wow,
Oh,
again
goodness.
finds an ace into the deuce corner, sliding it out wide.
By the way, it was the longest women's semifinal in history at Wimbledon that day against Paolini.
We're going to be closing in on it here, 2.5 hours. Probably got a little bit of ways to go, but
Yeah.
this has been electric too. Serve is good, and the return is not. It's into the net. Vekic with a smile on her face. Somebody in the crowd gave her some positive reinforcement as she gets it to 3-2 midway through this third set. I'm sorry to have interrupted there, but you were talking about that scheduling, and so much is determined by TV.
Yeah.
It is easy for, I don't want to disrespect people who are asking these questions.
No, I think
but
it's a good
from
question.
An
From an outside point, and we all think the same way. But unfortunately, you know, TV is the main core of the reason that these tournaments exist. To be able to pay those players, to be able to, you know, have this kind of sites, you know, operating. So you dictate, and you know, that's when the TV takes the time here. ESPN at 12 noon. That's the reason of the start of 12 noon. So.
And also on top of it, something that people don't think about all that often is when you have players from, you know, other countries around the world in completely different time zones. They also have TV networks that want to air those broadcasts, as we talked about with, you know, tonight we have China and Croatia represented. They're both getting it. You know, it's Monday, obviously, but in Beijing right now, it's middle of the afternoon.
It's more complicated than we all can even imagine.
Exactly.
So, you know, we even look ourselves at the schedule sometimes. We go, well, why would they put this match on?
Sure.
And then we figure out, well, there's a market for that. There's a market for this. And the time of the market, you know, is probably better for these players to play now so they can be watched during the day for their country. So, but that's a good question. Good topic.
It is. We should do a podcast on that, Sophie. What do you say?
Avec plaisir. With pleasure.
Okay.
All right, back at it. 2 hours, 33 minutes playing. Did I say something wrong?
No.
Okay.
I'm just happy to let you go and just take the wheel.
All right. So Zheng up 3-2 in this third set, serving with a break.
From the far side. Serve is into the net. What time did you finish the other night?
Well, I had a 2:30 and a 2:30 and a 3 o'clock or 3:30, so it doesn't matter at this point. I'm happy to be here, but this is an excellent match. So.
Second serve is good. Vekic run around forehand cross. Zheng goes forehand into the net.
As I mentioned, the caffeine, the drink, so it's good.
Okay.
It's perfect for me.
Mine's all natural.
Bravo.
I had a coffee at about 3:30 anticipating this, and it's still there.
Another from the forehand of Zheng.
Yep. Trying to change directions up the line with that forehand. Now love 15 here in this 3-2 service game in the third. 34 minutes into this third set. Serve from Zheng. Good. Vekic back in cross. Zheng digs it back in up the line. Running forehand from Vekic. Going to miss wide. 15 all. Perfect 9 for 9 when she makes her first serve here in this set is Zheng. For the night, she's winning 81% of those first serve points. And she is second on tour in that particular stat, and this is going to help immensely. Serve just long. Second serve for Zheng. 15-all is a double. Missed it long. That's the 6th of the night. First, however, of this set.
A little bit of focus lapse here from Zheng.
9 of 9 first serve points. 0 for 5 on second serve points in this third set. 15-30. 3-2 in the third. Zheng, serve. Good. Vekic forehand to a Zheng backhand up the middle. Vekic inside out forehand misses by about 1.5 inches for that ad corner. Not far off, but it is 30-all.
I know it's easy to say from the booth, but wouldn't you go and more to the forehand of Zheng that's making it a lot more enforced?
Yes. 14 unforced errors on the forehand side, 1 on the backhand.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I mean, I didn't have that stat, but I mean, it's so obvious.
30-all serve for Zheng. Good. Vekic forehand cross. Zheng goes up the line, rolls the forehand to a Vekic backhand cross. Backhand slice from Zheng lands good. Vekic backhand up the line to a running forehand Zheng. Vekic stepping into a backhand cross. Zheng has to slice that off the backhand wing. Vekic inside out forehand. Zheng again with the backhand slice. Vekic in. Drop shot. Oh, she's hit it into the net. She drops the racket, kicks it. Another miss with a pretty wide open opportunity. Game point for Zheng.
Well, I mean, she didn't have to make it that good because Zheng was not even close to getting to that ball. That is so unfortunate for Vekic. But how about Zheng defending this point like a tiger, bringing back balls after balls on the attacks of Vekic? You got to give it credit where it's due, and really well done from Zheng. What a defending skill she showed on this point.
So tough to see this from Vekic, knowing the swing she can take emotionally. Kicking a racket in frustration there after a pretty sizable miss, but a second serve is upcoming for her to look at in this 40-30 point at 3-2. Serve, good. Run around forehand from Vekic through the middle. Zheng forehand, Vekic running forehand cross off the net and back onto her side, and screaming at her team is Donna Vekic, as Zheng does get that hold to 4-2.
Wow, that was a close game here. She was so close once again. She needs to not be losing any energy, and the way that she's shouting at her camp after that game and loss of that game, she can't lose any energy right now, Vekic. I feel like Zheng herself is getting a little bit slower when she's reaching and going with the slice backhand. You know that the feet are not getting there with the two-hander.
So Vekic needs to settle and rebound again. 2-4 serve is long. Second serve here for Vekic from the near side. That's good to a Zheng forehand middle. Vekic rolls a forehand just off the baseline. Now steps into a forehand, goes cross. Zheng tracks that down. Now Vekic up the line with the forehand. Again, Zheng tracks that down. Backhand slice. Vekic running around to an extreme angle, and she misses the inside-out forehand by a wide margin. Love 15.
Absolutely amazing defense again from Zheng. She's just refusing to let a ball pass her, and it's working. Asking the question to Vekic and forcing the error.
This crowd is just getting a real treat here tonight. Vekic again waiting for the crowd to settle, taking a couple of extra deep breaths before this serve at love 15. Missed it wide. Second serve for the 24 seed silver medalist. Into the net and long. Double fault for Donna Vekic, the 8th of the night, and it's love 30. Is time running out on Donna Vekic. Serves at love 30. Missed it wide. 11 of 25 for her first serves. That's 44% in this third set. Second serve upcoming for her. That's good. Zheng forehand goes middle. Vekic backhand to a Zheng backhand middle. Vekic forehand to a Zheng forehand again middle. Vekic forehand to a Zheng backhand middle. Now Zheng stepping into a forehand goes cross. Vekic forehand cross. Zheng forehand cross. Vekic forehand up the line, but she missed it long again. Feet weren't set. And Zheng with 3 break chances.
I'm telling you that, you know, Zheng is absolutely amazing on the movement right now. I thought she was getting a little bit slower, but oh boy, is she moving well? Is she being aggressive? Is she being close to the baseline? And I think that you're hearing really the Chinese fans really helping her here.
Again, a virtual match point for Zheng. At love 40, serve Vekic long, and again this serve has just disappeared. She's 5 of 14 on her second serve points is Donna Vekic here in this third set. Second serve, good. Zheng backhand up the line. Vekic has to track that down, but it's into the net. And the Qinwen, Zheng will serve for this match in a moment here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Well, Donna Vekic very much in a contemplative mood right now. Towel in her face. Disastrous first set tiebreak for her. And then just seemingly running out of steam post 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's obvious. And just, you have to give it to Zheng again. I think that she just tried to go into another gear after the beginning of the first game in this, you know, just the first game in this third set. Just all of a sudden elevated, and now she's refusing to miss.
She is serving for the match from the near side. Zheng at 5-2.
Let's for serve.
Went T with it. We'll have another look at the first serve. 2 hours, 45 minutes. As we hit 2:10 on the clock. Again with the first serve here at 5-2 for Zheng. That is long, trying to go out wide this time. Second serve for her. That's second, good to a Vekic backhand middle. Zheng goes backhand middle. Vekic forehand to a Zheng backhand that's going to miss long. It is love 15. It's about as big of a forehand as you can hit from Donna Vekic. There was a lot of rage in that one.
She knows that she has to pretty much go for it on everything right now.
Love 15 serve, return through the middle. Zheng goes forehand to a Vekic backhand middle. Zheng forehand cross, Vekic tracks it down, good. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Vekic has to throw up a backhand lob, overhead from Zheng, good. Right through the middle of the court for 15-all.
15.
Keeps producing the attack, able to really conclude at the net. It's not easy in the night. You're tired. and looking up in the sky. It's very dark with a lot of lights on it, so good focus from Zheng to make that overhead.
3 points away now from another quarterfinal serve. He is long, trying to go body. Second serve good. Forehand cross. Zheng goes forehand up the line, misses wide. 15-30.
Another big return from the racket of Vekic. She's back to the wall right now, Donna Vekic.
Serve tees, an ace. First of the set for Zheng, 10th of the night.
How about doing it when it counts the most during the game that can give you a victory? I know somebody who is sleeping very tightly right now. It's Sabalenka, who will be playing the winner of this, going, yeah, this is great, go longer.
What finished 7 hours ago? 30 all serve tee is good, and the return into the net. Match point, Zheng. Waits for the crowd to settle back in. And again, one fan with a yell resets the motion for Zheng. Now ready. Match point. Serve. Good. Vekic with a forehand. Zheng goes backhand cross. Vekic drop shot off the backhand side. Good. Zheng pops it up the line. Vekic lob. Good. Match point save. Donna Vekic to deuce.
And saved with panache. I mean, are you kidding me? The drop shot to begin with. I mean, when you have your racket in your hand shaking because it is a match point, and then the lob. How about that? It is absolutely incredible to save a match point that way. Well done.
Deuce in this 5-2 service game. Zheng from the near side. Serve into the net. Only has lost one first serve point in the set, but has only won one second serve point. This second, good to a Vekic forehand middle that just misses long. Match point number 2.
At least she went for it. She did the right thing, trying to be aggressive, but missed it. A little bit of margin.
Again, waiting for this crowd to settle down.
T-ace for serve.
This would be the right play right now.
Love to have.
Ready to go with a match point. Serve, trying to go body, misses well long, almost hits Vekic. Second serve for Zheng. Pulls back her toss. We'll try again here with this second match point. That is good to a Vekic backhand up the line, that's into the net. And Zheng Qinwen backs up her gold medal win with a 3-set victory over Donna Vekic. 7-6, 4-6, 6-2. The Queen is back into the US Open quarterfinals.
Absolutely incredible. What a match from both players. 2 hours and 50 minutes, finishing that late in the night, 2 o'clock, 2:15 a.m. She's smiling to the crowd, sending kisses to the crowd. Vekic, good effort, really. That was a really difficult task. I think the tiebreak in the first set, unfortunately, was probably the worst part of the match for Vekic, and then she just didn't have enough stamina, enough energy. Really, in this third set, was broken on the first opening game in this third set and just couldn't get back into it. But good effort. It was a fabulous match. Amazing amount of winners. 34 for Vekic to 33. 67 winners throughout this match. That's pretty impressive.
Listen, the level did drop for Donna Vekic, who's right now, as she's walking off, trying to stretch out her left wrist. But in that third set, 6 winners and 13 unforced after such a high-quality match. James Blake with Zheng.
Performance. You know, you set the record now for the latest finish of a women's match here at the U.S. Open. How does it feel to be playing this late?
Well, it's always nice for me to play in the night session because actually I'm used to when I was playing Palermo all the time, I'm playing really late. Yeah, but this first time I play here in New York, at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's unbelievable. And thanks for the fans who are not sleeping tonight and support me here. Thank you, all of you. 谢谢.
You come in here as a gold medalist. Does winning that gold medal give you the confidence to feel like you can go all the way here as well?
Well, she's really tough to play on hard court. I feel today she put me a lot of pressure. I feel the match, in French Open, I was, totally in control, but I feel today she's like, hit really aggressive. It was tough for me to play against her, and I want to say congrats for such a great result to Vekic. Yeah, that was really nice victory for me, and I'm really enjoyed to play here tonight.
Well, congratulations, Qinwen. Now go relax, get some sleep. New York, Qinwen Zheng.
She is absolutely delightful.
Yeah, she's delightful. She's, very polite, and I mean, just thanking the crowd in obviously Chinese, and she's actually reached now the second time the U.S. Open quarterfinals, and only only Lina. It's the only Chinese woman who did the same thing at the U.S. Open twice. Quarterfinal is 2009 and 2013, so that's a very, very good message. And she and Lina, obviously Lina being a role model,
Big sister now.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Also in that mix, Peng Shuai with a semifinal in 2014. So in 2 days, Zheng against Aryna Sabalenka looking to join Peng Shuai and Li Na as Chinese women in the semifinals here at the U.S. Open.
Pretty amazing.
It really is.
Yep.
I don't know what to say about the guys in the back.
Well,
they have done incredible work for us all night long, and we give them a hard time, but they are fantastic human beings.
They keep us awake. They keep us sounding good, and we appreciate it.
So listen, probably the match you and I know Gil Gross as well, that we're most looking forward to in this tournament is happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
Excuse me, today.
Today.
In less than 9 hours.
And
I don't even know how to.
And I want to see that live. So can you imagine? I mean.
Amazing. But that's going to be at 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Muchova Paolini.
I think this could be the best match, although tonight was pretty incredible.
Tonight was pretty darn good. But that is how we're going to restart tomorrow, today, on U.S. Open Radio. Dave Leno and Patricia He.
Patricia He will be here for that match.
Along with Prim Saripapat. We'll get you ready for it starting at 10:30 before the 11 o'clock start. Sophie is going to be back on 7 o'clock tomorrow for Swiatek and Samsonova. I will be back with Mark Lucero tomorrow night for Jannik Sinner and Tommy Paul.
That's going to be an amazing day. Again,
amazing
it's getting
day.
better and better. Listen, I mean, all these players are playing so well, and fantastic tennis, fantastic night, and the amount of people that stayed tonight is just a proof of how good this tournament is going and how special it is here at the U.S. Open after dark, as Mr. Russ Thaler would say.
And
US
thank
Open.
you to all of you guys for listening, watching us on the YouTube stream as well. We do appreciate it. Boys, again, thank you. Sophie, as always, a true pleasure.
Pleasure was mine.
That's Sophie. I'm Mike. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Bonne nuit.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.